Good morning and welcome to the home of cricket for season 2022 and the Middlesex Enhanced live stream. It is great to be back at the nursery end of Lords with that scent of anticipation that only early April can bring in this part of the world. The visitors this week, Derbyshire, were a club that shared similar fortunes to Middlesex last year across the three formats, but they've had a big winter off the field, recruiting star coach Mickey Arthur and a couple of seasoned overseas players in Shan Masood and Suranga Lakmal. As for the hosts, they ended 2021 in good shape, and it's largely the same team that ended that campaign taking the field this morning, led by the evergreen Tim Murtagh. I'm Adam Collins, and with me on the stream this year, I'm very happy to report, is the voice of Middlesex, Kevin Hand. Kev, a big welcome for you, and the news off the top is tough news for Middlesex, though. They're being asked to bat first on a cold and blustery morning here at Lords.
Morning, Colo. Morning, everybody. Yes, lovely to be here on the stream with you this year. It's going to be a tough morning for Middlesex this morning. We all had eyes on that toss this morning and wondered what would happen. The sky is above, a little patch of blue here and there, cloudy. It's filled in, and that's the key at Lords. When it's filled in like this, you get the feeling things will happen. Winds coming in from the west. Mike Selvey, the president, told me a great story about that one. If it's in from the west, from the east, no problem. It won't swing. If it's in from the west, you're in for trouble. So this could be a really, really tough morning ahead for Middlesex with the bat.
Got to love a little bit of local knowledge as the players make their way to the middle for a moment of reflection, which we'll come to momentarily. I'll note that Martin Anderson and Sam Robson both missed today. Robson with a thumb injury, and Martin Anderson, the all-rounder, with a side strain, albeit not a serious one, but serious enough to keep him out of opening day.
Yeah, it's a big blow, isn't it? Cares comes in for Robson. Davis fitting in to bolster that batting as well, which Anderson would have done if he was available. Robson's a really, really big blow. We'll come to this more in a moment, but he's been a tremendous player for the last few years for Middlesex. There's lots of talk about where he should be playing on top of Middlesex at the moment.
So Middlesex as named: Stoneman, De Cares, Eskinazi, White, Holden, Davies, Simpson, Roland Jones, Helm, Bamber and Murtagh. So no frontline spinner, but that is the custom here at Lords at this part of the year. Of course, they played 4 quicks to start last year against Somerset. As for Derbyshire, who are making their way down the steps of the pavilion now, they have at their disposal, I mentioned Shan Masood and Suranga Lakmal, 2 fabulous signings. Middlesex don't have their overseas players quite yet. Peter Hanscom, the club captain, making his way back from the Sheffield Shield, and Shaheen Sharafridi, one of the most exciting cricketers in the world, not yet available for selection, having just finished 1 days with Pakistan last week. So they're aided by that. But under Billy Godwin, a player who knows Lords well, they get first chance with the ball, and they have recruited Ryan Sidebottom as well on loan just yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen a lot of Shan Masood, haven't you? That's the big thing, I think, looking at the two teams for this fixture. Those missing for Middlesex, how big a loss? I mean, look, it should be difficult for batsmen, so how big a loss will Hanscom be? How big a boost will Shan Masood be? Middlesex will hope that when they get the chance, they get in amongst him quickly and make these early conditions count. And obviously, they do have their strong bowling lineup, Middlesex. That's what they'll want to make that home advantage count.
So for the visitors, it's Billy Goldman, Shan Masood, Brooke Guest, Wayne Madsen back for his umpteenth season, Lewis Deploy, Lewis Rees, Anuj Dal, Alex Thompson, Suranga Lakmal, Sam Connors and the recruit Ryan Sidebottom. As you can see on the screen there, since the end of last season, there have been a number of events that have impacted both the cricket world and the world more broadly. We've lost legends of the game, witnessed conflicts around the world and suffered a continuing global pandemic. The MCC, the ECB and the first-class counties have a shared determination to drive cultural change that tackles racism and discrimination at every level of the game. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. At this point, the players and match officials and spectators are taking in a moment of reflection as we remember those who we've lost, as well as those other events taking place in cricket and around the world. Thank you. The end of that moment of reflection. Kev, before we start our broadcast, the game is facing many challenges, but it's fundamentally changed across the winter.
Yeah, it has. It's been a challenging time for everybody, hasn't it? You'll have spoken to a lot of people I have in our capacities as broadcasters, as journalists, about the events of the last 12 months, really. And Middlesex in particular, I think, have been quite to the fore of a lot of this, haven't they? Ankit Shah, who's the co-chair of the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Committee here at Middlesex. This is one of the big changes that Middlesex are looking to make. They've got a wonderful representation in youth team level. They want to make sure that representation from diverse and minority ethnic backgrounds is reflected in the first 11, and that there's a real strive and a real effort and a real want to do well off the field and make the game all for the better. And of course, beyond that, a difficult, challenging couple of years that it's been for everybody financially, and cricket has faced many challenges in many ways. And well, of course, the other big loss this winter, in a moment of reflection there, nobody I think here at Lords could sit here and not think of Shane Warne, really, who was coach of the London Spirit, and obviously a tragic early loss, to his family first and foremost, of course, but to the game and to us all.
Yeah, absolutely, well said. Kev, the players are about to cross the rope in front of the pavilion there. You can see Middlesex openers Stoneman and De Caires. And then the Derbyshire side receiving a rev up from Billy Godalming, the skipper. He's been in the job for a long time with not a lot of success, but another opportunity here today. A clean slate that only April brings. There are a number of spectators in here at Lords as well, which is a great thing. Of course, we played the entirety of the first stage of season 2021 without fans in the county championship. In fact, the first time they were back was for the divisional stage when Derbyshire came to town. On that occasion, it was the home side Middlesex who were victorious by 112 runs. A bag of 5 for Ethan Bamber in the first innings and Toby Rowland-Jones in the second. But as we mentioned off the top, a very different kind of challenge this morning, having to bat on the first morning. They did so last year and had their most productive day of the year with the bat here at Lords. It was an incredibly difficult place to go about their work, and it was Sam Robson making 165, but no Robson today. But they do have the experience of Mark Stoneman, who came to the club initially on loan last year. He's now been signed on a multi-year deal and did make 2 centuries to finish off the campaign.
In the absence of Robson, I think probably the signing of Stoneman even more. It was widely heralded, wasn't it? When it was announced on Twitter, the reaction was great to the signing of Stoneman. It was something that I think a lot of Middlesex supporters, even the dressing room, I think had wanted for a long while. That kind of experienced pro at the top. And you see on a morning like this, when you lose Sam Robson on the eve of the championship season, then goodness me, if they didn't have Mark Stoneman right now, they'd really be looking light at the top in terms of that kind of experience. 2 test players. I think Robson, again, we'll expand on this more when we have a chance in a few moments, but you have De Caires coming in alongside Stoneman. It'll be a big opportunity this for him, an early season opportunity that he wouldn't have got but for that Robson injury. To bat with Stoneman at the other end, it's a great chance for him, but we do expect obviously an incredibly difficult morning.
A good opportunity here for the Derbyshire seamers to take advantage of these conditions, and Sam Connors will be the first of those. He picked up 26 wickets in 10 games last year at an average of 29 at best of 5 for 83, and did play here against Middlesex in their clash in the division stage. Who knows what it's like to bowl here at Lords. He'll start with 3 men in the slips, a deep third man, a fine leg, so a relatively conventional field playing on the pitch all the way out to the grandstand. So the start of season 2022, it begins here. Connors to Stoneman. And runs immediately as well, through the onside and straight to the rope. Just as it was last year, Middlesex have hit a boundary from the first ball of the season. Last year, it was Robson, today it's Stoneman.
Yeah, beautiful start for Mark Stoneman, and Connors, you mentioned him there, he picked up the pair of them, didn't he, last year, Robson and Stoneman, both LBW. White, who went on to make that 120 in the first innings, so it was a good start from Connors, and that'll also be on Stoneman's mind right now, won't it?
What a lovely ball to have to start as the sun bursts through the clouds at just the right time. Again on leg stump, so not the start he's after.
But yeah, looking at that side, Robson and Stoneman walking out for Middlesex as it was supposed to be this morning. That signing of Stoneman, I think I said in anything that I was asked ahead of the season on how I thought they'd go. If Robson and Stoneman have a good year, Middlesex have a good year, is a very simple way of looking at it. But it obviously has been a problem for them in recent years since the title. His batting is top order runs, and in particular first innings runs.
Full and dug out there. So a couple on the leg stump and then looking to move it over, but just a bit too full to be problematic for Stoneman. Yeah, last year in terms of the points collected, Middlesex finished down the bottom of that second group. They came home well, had a massive couple of days down at Hove, especially with the bat, and did well enough here against Derbyshire and Worcestershire, but runs at Lords were so hard to come by. Only one team made it beyond 300 across the whole season here, and that was Middlesex on the opening day against Somerset. That's better from Connors.
Yeah, and that game at Hove was incredible. Just to touch on that, it looked at first as though, goodness me, this could be a draw. There was a lot of criticism of the pitch to begin with, but actually, as it turned out, it was a wonderful performance with the bat by Middlesex, their highest score in their history in first-class cricket, and an emphatic victory, and not to forget 10 wickets for Luke Holman in that as well.
Who can't get a game this week, and that's a function of the conditions in April. They didn't play a leggy until deeper into the year in 2021. Runs again, down towards deep third, easy single. Controlled through the cordon. 5 without loss in this first over.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this season as a whole coming into it, obviously it's all changed from last year, really, isn't it? Alan Coleman, head of men's performance, Richard Johnson appointed head coach only in mid-February, so he hasn't had too long to work with them, but obviously there's an awful lot of familiarity for Johnson with so many of these players, 70% of the first team squad having come through the academy, and would have come through Richard Johnson, the then second 11 and bowling coach, before he departed a few years ago. So there is a lot of familiarity. He won't be fitting straight back into where he was before, obviously, but he's got a good group of players here. There is a lot of youth, but there's a mix of youth and expectation this year, I think.
So Josh DeCares, who played a couple of games last year to start his first-class career. Great opportunity here in the absence of Robson. His first ball. Leaving alone to complete the first over. 5 without loss. So the boundary and the single. DeCares making the Merchant Taylor School in that win over Leicestershire, but for him, it's been an exercise in just working through the gears, a university student on a contract that allows him to study up at Leeds and develop his game at the same time. But given it's April, he's straight into the team.
Yeah, century against Yorkshire at the start of last season grabs all the headlines, didn't it, for DeCares, and everybody was keeping a close eye then. Son of Michael Atherton, obviously that gives a kind of an unwanted, unwelcome pressure as well for DeCares, doesn't it? But he seems a very measured lad. He seems very cool, very calm, very collected. And hopefully he can take this in his stride this morning. It'd be interesting this morning for Derbyshire. We've mentioned how strong their bowling lineup is, how we're expecting, I mean, as you just said, the sun's burst through at a perfect time, hasn't it? But how they settle to bowling here, you'd expect Lackmar should get straight into the groove. Connors has, as we've said, had success here before, but it still does take a slight adjustment for players coming back to Lords in the slope.
Now the experience of Saranga Lackmar, the big signing for Derbyshire, nursery end. And well wide of the off stump to start. Lackmar, 171 test wickets at 37 across 70 matches, which doesn't do him justice really, because at home he was seldom used. Even as captain, he barely bowled himself in a couple of years when he was leading that Sri Lankan test team. But he spent plenty of time in England over the journey. 2 test tours, 3 limited overs tours, albeit taking his test wickets in this country at around 50 odd. But the Duke's ball with his nibbling line and length should suit, especially at this time of year. He's got 3 slips. Squeezed out. More runs for Stoneman. Get a couple.
A little bit more detection of movement on that ball, isn't there? With the slope as well, coming into the left-handed Stoneman. He had that wonderful innings here last year, didn't he? Was it 40 balls? A 40-ball duck he had?
Yes.
Where he batted an incredibly long time for naught. But the job that he did in taking time out of the game and, just putting overs into the bowler's legs, it was a day not too dissimilar to this. And in fact, I think it was a track up towards the top of the slope as we are for this one as well. That ball coming back into him, nipping away, it was unplayable stuff for him, but he hung around, and goodness me, that's what Middlesex will be desperately hoping for from him this morning.
Yeah, after 3 ducks to start, he really turned it on through the divisional stage. Round the wicket here for Lackmar.
Interesting change of approach for Lackmar to come around the wicket so early to Stoneman. We were just mentioning the slope there, and he'll bring the ball back in with the slope to Stoneman, the biggest danger is that ball holding its line. The line of attack to the left-hander, and it means he can attack the off-stump more, doesn't it? But in terms of the setup for Stoneman, they'll know his game very well. Lackman will know his own game very well. I do find it interesting that he's gone so early to around the wicket, though.
3 slips a gully. That's nicely played down the ground by Stoneman. Just a push. Timing and placement. He'll come back for a third. Good cricket all round. The Middlesex opener already moves into double figures in just the second over of the match.
Lackmal doesn't tell me how to. Doesn't need me to tell him how to bowl or what line to take. But what would Stoneman prefer right now? Would he prefer a good look at Lackmal around the wicket to him with the slope as it is here at Lords? Would he prefer right arm over to the left-hander? Again, wary of how much that slope's going to do. That ball holding its line up the slope, such a difficult one, more so perhaps than the one that you're setting up for the stock when you're expecting it. You're playing for that ball to come back into you. Around the wicket just perhaps removes a slight element of doubt in the batsman's mind. But we'll see how that goes between those two.
So the short boundary to the leg side for the right-handed De Caires. 4 slips in position. Lackmal away from us and leaves alone on length.
This will be the real test, right? All the experience of Lackmal against De Caires here. This is going to be a real working over, you'd have thought, for the young man.
Yeah, all part of his development. They see him as a long-term prospect, of course. Signed as a teenager, still a student. Got a handful of white ball games last year too. And yes, a century for his university against an attack that included David Willey, so he can play. Greets it with the middle of the bat there to win the second over. 10 without loss after 2.
Yeah, he had a tremendous game in the T20 down at Cheltenham College against Gloucestershire. And he really went to town with a couple of explosive shots down there that, you know, announced him in a different way, because everybody looked on him and thought, how much does he like his father? Well, boy, oh boy, did he have the shots in T20 cricket, and, you know, showed that he can be a strong all-rounder in all formats. But this is the one, really, isn't it, where he's going to have to, I think, if he is to make his name for Middlesex in the early stages, it's more so going to be in first-class cricket for him. So, yeah, all part of the learning curve, as you say. And, you know, the other thing which really needs note is how much cricket young players from Middlesex have played at Lords prior to debuts here.
Connors. He'll have to go again. One of those ones where you're looking out the window thinking, where's that ball ended up? Has he let it go and flown over the top of the batsman's head? No, not to be. Maybe the wind blew him off course. Is it an especially gusty day, even by Lord standards, Kev?
Absolutely. It's right, you've touched on that, because I mentioned the slope. You put the wind on top of that as well. It's at his back as well, which coming down the slope.
Yep. He's got those 3 slips. But again, on leg stump.
Coming down the slope, it's obviously what the bowlers want. You know, all of the big quicks at Lords, they want the pavilion end. They want to run down the slope, and if the wind's going to be anyway, you want it at your back, but it will knock you off your stride slightly. So Connors will settle into that. But for De Caires, obviously this isn't his debut, but the point being, early in your career for Middlesex as a young Middlesex player, you haven't had that much time playing at Lords. And there's obviously this move at Merchant Taylor's School to set up a net there that's going to reflect the slope at Lords.
Yes, I did like that. They asked for tracks like Lords in the warm-up games, leaving alone here again. Through that, only a couple of games to get them going before the season proper. Of course, you can't play much cricket in March, but the idea of wanting it to feel like Lords, which is hard to replicate due to the slope.
Because they won't play a single match before they play for Middlesex. Any youngster coming through. Yeah. The only experience they'll get of the slope here at Lords is in the first team, which is extremely uncomfortable. It's the only ground in the country where players have that. The others will have played second at HQs.
The shirts of the cordon flapping in the wind off the back foot here, Stoneman. Good stop there, diving away at point. Anuj Dal, good all-round cricketer. We'll see more of him. Just for a moment there, bit of confusion. Early nerves there, but back to where they need to be. 11 without loss.
Yeah, that was a hard-in-mouth moment, wasn't it?
It kind of happened belatedly. There was never really a second run in the offing, but
it was more whether he'd lose his footing. I think
yes.
That was where my moment just thought: is that stud going to grip for him?
Well, yes, losing one's footing at Lords in a situation like that. Dare I say it? And he was probably listening as well. That's of course what happened to Mike Atherton here in 1993 against Australia. Sorry, Athers.
But Gat listening as well.
Off the mark. Nice push out towards point.
How are you, Collar? I mean, it's been a busy winter for you, but obviously, events recently for you. It was a difficult time.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I'm fine. You may have seen the media reporting a couple of weeks ago that I was involved in quite a serious car accident in Lahore at the end of the Australia-Pakistan Test series. Actually, on the way to the airport, it was my last moments in Pakistan. Were met by a lorry. End of the third over. 12 without loss. Stoneman on 12 and De Caires on 1. My correction, 1 ball to come in the over. I'm not sure why the scoreboard reads the end of the third over. Maybe we're about to see a 7th ball. Anyway, vagaries.
That did both of us. Sorry, I turned away as
well. The vagaries of cricket. That's fine. Maybe there was a. Well, there couldn't have been a sundry because there's only 12 runs on the board. Anyway. Now around the wicket, change of angle. Quick single, nicely played. Stoneman retains the strike. He's 12. De Caires 1, 13 without loss. That's now the end of the over. I was in a vehicle that unfortunately ran into the back of a truck on the way to the airport on the freeway, and there were some pretty hairy moments, especially for the driver, who thankfully is recovering in hospital in Lahore. And I was. It's not overstating the point to say my life was saved by my seatbelt. And thankfully, my injuries are all those little subside in the fullness of time, and nothing that's overly serious. So I was very, very lucky. We were all very, very lucky. But yes, it was the end of an eventful winter, and thankfully, the driver Raymond, who was in quite some strife at the time, is fine. So. Yes, if you have read that news in the last couple of weeks and wondering why I'm at the cricket, it's because things have improved pretty quickly. Luckmal starting his second over, fallen straight and dug out towards mid-on. But Pakistan, I've got to say, if you get the chance to get over there with England later in the year or any other time for that matter, I can't speak highly enough of it. It's an extraordinary place to tour. The hospitality, the welcoming nature of the hosts who have spent such a long time wanting people to come back to their country for Test cricket. It was an absolute delight to spend a month there. Wasted delivery again. Luckmal hasn't started well.
Did you notice any particular difference to other tours? You say it's been so long since the tours have been in Pakistan. Was there anything to you that stood out in particular? Yeah,
just that sense of gratitude, knowing that it was on a knife edge. The fact that England pulled out last year and New Zealand pulled out last year in the space of 4 days for different reasons. England because they didn't want to leave the IPL and they saw that as a bit of an inconvenience. And for New Zealand, owing to the security situation and a direct threat to allegedly a member of the New Zealand crew. It was closer to the off stump. That's better from Luckmal, taking advantage of the slope from around the wicket, bringing the off stump into play through to the gloves of Guest. But yeah, as a consequence of that little blip last year where there were 2 tours cancelled in quick succession, and of course in what's going on in Afghanistan, a country that borders Pakistan, they were worried that Australia would pull out, and they didn't. They did the right thing. And yes, hopefully that'll be the catalyst for all countries returning to Pakistan for Test cricket soon enough, and England do so in December this year. Oh, taken at mid-wicket. Gosh, on leg stump, feeding a catch. Straight to Shan Masood, the overseas. The overseas players combine for the first wicket of the season, and it's a gift. Stoneman gone for 12. Against the early flow of play, Middlesex 13 for 1. Looked like he just eased that into the onside, but in the air, and no mistake made by the Pakistan international.
Well done to Luckmal. Coming around the wicket, angled the last 2 back in, didn't he? As you said, that one before really came sharply back in towards the off stump, left alone. This one up there, mid-wicket position for exactly that ball, coming back into the left-hander. If he clips it anywhere uppish, then it's going straight to mid-wicket, and that's exactly what happened. He paused for a long while. I think it was disbelief more from himself that perhaps he'd fallen into that trap, because it was the obvious one around the wickets, bringing that ball back in with the slope. But yeah, Stoneman makes his way off. That's a huge wicket for Lackmell and for Derbyshire to take early in the play today without Robson as he makes his way off. There'll be a sharp eye on this Middlesex top order now.
Oh, that replay. He'll be gutted watching that. A full ball on leg stump. He could have placed it anywhere. Only one fielder in position, that being the mid-wicket, and he's gifted the easiest of chances. Especially the way he started with a couple of boundaries to fall that way. Stoneman gone for 12 after getting that start. And it does transfer pressure immediately onto Stevie Eskinazi walking out at number 3. Who got his way back into the team last year. He was left out after the first month. He was captaining the side, wasn't he? In the absence of Pete Hanscom.
I thought it was really brutal. The way that he was left out last year. He was captain in the side, as you say, scored some crucial runs in the second innings here against Somerset to hold that second innings together. It was a defeat for Middlesex, but if it wasn't for, were it not for Eskinazi's runs, that would have been really a steamrolling for Somerset, the way they came back into that game. So I felt extremely sorry for Eskinazi that he was left out. He actually made his point, didn't he? At one point he asked to leave on loan, didn't he? And that came as a bit of a surprise, but he came back in and made an impact in the first team.
Did what you got to do. Came back into the team, made runs, made his first 100 for a couple of years. He's facing up to Lackmell here, the wicket taker. Middle of the bat in defence to begin. But yeah, in terms of the roller coaster season, between times he added 399 runs in the blast. He was his second huge blast campaign in a row. That incredible week when he was unstoppable here at Lord's. Hit that 6 over Father Time here. We were commentating just on top of the old scoreboard there, and it was a symbol of a player at the peak of his powers, and was given a contract extension, which has been confirmed in the winter, and yeah, back now at number 3 for Middlesex in the 4-day team as well. The end of a successful over for the visitors. Sharika Lackmell into the team and into the book, 13 for 1 Middlesex after being sent in at the toss by Billy Godalman. Stoneman, the man to go, caught at mid-wicket for 12.
Yep, averaged 50 last year, didn't he, Stoneman? First class average of 34 overall. That 50, it was feast or famine, wasn't it? You mentioned those ducks to begin with. Big runs down at Hove. He either went big or he went quickly, Stoneman. Although that's not wholly true, because as we mentioned, he had that very long vigil out there for naught in one of the games, didn't he? Which Middlesex would have taken today. But yeah, that's the big scalp. That's the prize scalp in this order with no Robson today. So it's a huge early breakthrough here for Derbyshire. They'll be very keen to capitalise on that and turn 1 into 2 quickly.
Connors starts the third over for him from the pavilion end, so looking to come back down the slope and bring the stumps of De Caires into play, or maybe getting one to hold its line. We saw last year with Ethan Bamber bowling from that end. He was just as lethal getting the ball to hold its line. Big breakout year for the Middlesex medium pacer. We'll see him later in the match. But Connors, similar age, 23, looking to make his mark as a professional cricketer at Derbyshire. Off the hip, looking for one, not one there. Good bit of tidying up there by the captain.
Yeah, you mentioned Eskinazi's record. I think up to last year he'd averaged 20 in the championship for 2-3 years on the bounce. But there were all sorts of runs coming in the list day and in the blast, where he really surprised a lot of regular watchers that he was able to make such a big impact in the blast and become such a vital player. It happened with David Milan a few years ago as well. And it may well be that it's one of the changing things of the modern game. Milan went through a run very, very, very similar to Stephen Eskinazi, where he had there was a dearth of first-class runs for him, but he was scoring bucket loads in the white ball formats for a couple of years on the bounce. And I remember speaking to him about it at the time, and he said that, look, the way that cricket works now, you've just got to look at the whole season and not look at, right, what's going on in red ball, what's going on in white. Okay, maybe there was an element of justifying it, but similarly for Eskinazi, I think that's where his huge disappointment came, because he thought he was contributing in so many areas. And I remember when he was dropped last year, he said he felt as though he was just on the verge of getting those first-class runs that he'd been short of. He felt in a very good place, and there is a big difference between, particularly facing the Duke ball, between red and white ball cricket in this country. It is a very different setup, very different tempo.
Especially here. I mean, I mentioned before, only one team getting beyond 300 in the entire season. So, in terms of managing expectations about what can be achieved at this ground, good leave there up the slope.
Yeah, and that was what I wanted to come back to on Sam Robson that we've been kind of alluding to from the off, and can very much come back to that in a moment when you look at the averages. Because I was looking at the Derbyshire averages coming into this game as well, and some really strong first-class averages in there. Obviously with the likes of Wayne Madsen, who's been such a solid performer for so long now. But first-class averages have slipped off from in the years that I started covering the game as a broadcaster. They have slipped closer to 30 across the board, haven't they, than the 40s that they used to be.
Yeah, hearing Alan Coleman, the new head honcho of cricket here at Middlesex, end of the 5th over, 13 for 1 the score, Middlesex, doing an interview on the Cricketer website over the winter, describing county cricket as a shin game these days. And what he means by that is you are trying to blow off the front pad. I mean, whereas at test level, that is clearly not the case. So we'll have this conversation through the week and through the season, I'm sure, around where county cricket does a good job to prepare for test cricketers and where it doesn't. But I found that instructive, that especially at a ground like this, your main job is to try and trap players in front. That's not really what you're doing at test level. So there is a bit of a gap there in terms of the starting point, and especially early in the season on pitches like this. Lucknow here, defended by Eskinazi, who's yet to get off the mark.
You're absolutely right in what you're saying. One of the great stories that I always loved, actually, it's just one of those things when you get to know someone and that you find out the little bits. Jason Gillespie was telling me that the mantra from the moment they got on that plane to come over for an Ashes tour, you're talking about one of the greatest sides ever to take the field. The mantra was bowl at the knees, not at the hips, bowl at the knees, not at the hips, and they were all constantly reminding each other, at the knees, not the hips, at the knees, not the hips. It's so different here in England.
4 slips for Lucknow with the aid of the slope, bowling from the nursery end. Well handled again by Eskinazi. And
with the county game, you go that yard fuller, as you say. It's more the shins than the knees. It is a yard fuller in county cricket for sure. The length that bowlers will bowl at. But even to hear that a side like that used to have to constantly remind themselves, we're going to England. It's very, very different to what we do everywhere else. Of course, at home in Australia, but anywhere else in the world.
Turning into quite a nice day here in northwest London. The sun's out. Very windy though. No easy task for Lucknow, the veteran, on Derbyshire debut. Cares again, looking to get on the front foot as he must. Interesting, they went with the Connors-Lucknow combination off the top when they have got Ryan Sidebottom, who will bring an extra yard of pace. I've had a bit to do with Ryan, interviewing him a number of times through his career at Warwickshire. Very unusual story that we'll tell throughout the course of the 4 days, but he will, I would expect, be looking to come down the slope and trying to not so much bowl at the knees, but get the ball around the midriff or higher. Test the Middlesex top order on the back foot too. Lucknow here, nice leave by Eskinazi.
Yeah, the makeup of an attack is so important, isn't it? To have that bruiser, to have that bully. I know James Harris, that was something that Stuart Law was quite keen on. Getting James Harris to look at, that perhaps he could also be that kind of Tim Bresnan role, to come in and get it up around, as you say, around the ribs, which is not what, especially somebody who grew up and playing so much in Swansea at Glamorgan. Yes. He was very much a shin bowler, but towards the latter stages of his Middlesex time, now returns to Glamorgan. That was something Stuart Law in particular really wanted him to try and work into his game.
This is a better over from Lucknow. He's got 4 catches behind the wicket, but Eskinazi's off the mark. Guided that towards cover. The captain Godalman does the fielding. So De Cares and Eskinazi both singles to their name. 14 for 1 the score. 1 ball left in the 6th over.
I haven't given mentions to those yet. Really, the only 2 big changes really for Middlesex over the winter. Obviously, the arrival of the overseas announced, but the signing of Stoneman done last year. But the departure of Stephen Finn and James Harris last year, the 2 major changes from this side for Middlesex this year.
I wonder whether Steve Finn will be playing in the opening round for Sussex. We'll keep an eye around the grounds as we work our way through the day, both in Division 1 and Division 2. Good from Lucknow, finding the shoulder of the bat. So 6 overs gone here at Lords, 14 for 1 the score. Eskinazi and De Cares both on 1. Adam Collins and Kevin Hand with you on the call.
I thought you were going to say you wonder if he'd be tuned in. I certainly hope he will be if he's not playing.
He might be.
can have the sound turned
He was a
down
busy
on the
boy,
Sussex.
Finney, over the winter. I spent a bit of time with him in Australia when he was doing his work for BBC and getting around the country, enjoying himself, doing his thing. But yes, a great servant to the club and sent off appropriately last year in that. It was the Worcestershire game, wasn't it, where there was the ceremony for Finn and Harris to say goodbye in front of the pavilion. They were both quite moved by that and both gave a lot to the club over a lengthy stretch of time, especially Finn, dating back 16 years, and now gets another opportunity to finish his career down there at Hove. When I give the commentary to you, Kev, what I might do is I might go around the ground, see who's batting, see who's bowling. Connor's here, starting his 4th over.
One person who isn't bowling at the moment, Stephen Finn, but Sussex are batting and Finn is playing, so
Okay.
he can have an earpiece in.
He might. They're a young team, aren't they, Sussex? We saw that towards the end of last year, that they're looking to add to that with a little bit of experience by someone like Finn to guide the next generation through.
Again, go back to that game. There was a lot of criticism. It was funny how the criticism went from the pitch then to the Sussex side in terms of what Middlesex achieved with the bat in that game down at Hove.
I had a very different opinion on that pitch. Nicely steered. Out in front of point, there'll be at least a couple. Short boundary, though. Goes all the way. Well timed. Eskinazi moves to 5. It's 18 for 1 the score, but just lent on that, and that's the benefit of playing all the way across on the far side of the square. If you beat point, it's 4.
Yeah, lovely from Eskinazi, wasn't it? He does have such a distinctive technique, doesn't he? The way that he brings that bat down, the angles that it comes down at.
Yeah, just on that pitch last year at Hove, where there was some criticism. I know that Middlesex batted for nearly 2 days and racked up 670 odd and broke all the records, but a spinner did take 10 wickets in that match. I mean, that's not for nothing. Quick single, no. Sent back, rightly so. Eskinazi was on the bike and De Care said, not right now.
It's one... Sorry.
No, that prompts a little chat between the pair as well, that after losing Stoneman in that fashion, clipping a ball from leg stump straight to mid-wicket, you wouldn't want to run out early. So just finding some composure on the opening day of the season.
It's one of the things we always, as players, as fans, as broadcasters, we all have to remind ourselves with cricket, don't be premature how you judge a match. And that's what happened at Hove.
And we're all guilty of it from time to time. Down the leg side. Bit of extra nip there from Connors, who has a yard on him. Through to the gloves of Guest, who's the full-time keeper this year for Derbyshire. After the retirement, the premature retirement of young Hussain, who unfortunately had to give the game away due to a number of concussions in the last 2 years.
Second mention for the President already early in the broadcast, but Mike Selvey had said that pitch is as close to test level as he'd seen.
I completely agree with him. I watched your stream of that week. It was an away game, so I was at home watching it on the YouTube, as you can do throughout the season. And my thinking was that, yeah, sure, it's a flatty, but how many flatties do we see, fair income flatties do we see in county cricket these days? Not many. You do need a point of difference, especially later in the season. Look, this is no green top from what we've seen so far today, and that's a good thing too. We don't want to necessarily see pitches that are going to enable a team being all out for 100, as it was here in 2018, where Northants and Middlesex, I think they were both bowled out on the first day. You're not looking for that. But you do want variety from April through to September, and we saw that down at Hove, so yeah, no concerns on that front. On the clip here, Eskinazi retains to strike again. 7 overs gone, 19 for 1. The number 3's on 6. De Care's down the other end with 1 from 11 balls.
In most matches, even on the flattest of surfaces, there's always that little touch point, isn't there, where you think, or tipping point, where you think this is the moment, this is the chance. And as Middlesex racked up those runs, the things that were on my mind was this is a very young attack, and they bowled well. That was what brought me to this. As you mentioned, what a young side it was. They stuck to the task. Those were not gimme runs. They were, again, people watch from afar and kind of make an opinion or a judgment, don't they? That those runs, it was against a weak attack. Yeah, it wasn't the strongest Sussex attack they'll put out, but boy, oh boy, they made Middlesex work for it. It was a really strong performance. The opening pair, it was incredible, Robson and Stoneman.
Oh, I mean, this was a Middlesex team that made it to 300 3 times in the whole season. So, it's got to be all viewed in context. So, yes, we will keep an eye on what's going on down at Hove and other grounds across the course of the week. 7 other games. There are a couple of teams not starting until next week. We've got in Division 2, of course, the division that Middlesex and Derbyshire are in. We've got Glamorgan playing Durham over in Cardiff, Leicestershire, Worcestershire at Grace Road, the aforementioned Sussex Notts game at Hove. And then in Division 1, Essex playing Kent, Hampshire playing Somerset, Northants have got Gloucestershire at Wantage Road, and Warwickshire against Surrey, the champions starting their campaign at Edgbaston. Yeah, just coming back to Eskinazi, he's an interesting case study in a player who is known for making bulk white ball runs. Mentioned the blast, he was the second leading run scorer in 2020, and then last year made 399 of them again. But he batted for over 400 minutes for his first-class century last year. I think we're a bit quick to pigeonhole players in professional cricket. 4 slips here. Eskinazi facing Luckmail. Quick single, takes it on this time. De Cares to the danger end. Doesn't hit. I tell you what, had it hit, he was in a world of pain. It's the captain Godalman as well.
Yeah, gone by a mile, I think. To the naked eye, anyway, we'll have a second look on the replay now to give us a rough idea. But yeah, that when he grounded that bat at the end, it was a desperate stab, wasn't it? He knew he was in trouble all the way.
So heart-in-mouth stuff for this pair. A couple of mix-ups already. We don't have the benefit of the side-on view, but based on what we're seeing, yes, I suspect he would have been given out had there been a direct hit. So a missed opportunity for Derbyshire. And not a particularly high degree of difficulty on the throw either, it must be said. Got a good look. Runs for De Cares. Out to deep third. There'll be a couple. Up the slope. Might look for a third and they'll get it. Good running. He's up to 4. Middlesex 23 for 1.
It'll feel nice. Just have some runs away. Be back up the other end as well. Just take a moment's pause. After the heart rate would have zoomed up for that scampered single. Godalman will be disappointed. This has been a solid start from Derbyshire with the ball, but in terms of the oohs and the ahs moments, there haven't been too many of them just yet, have there?
Yeah, good grief. We mentioned it last over. Had there been an early run out after losing the senior pro in Stoneman and not having Robson, they'd be in some strife. But this pair are still there together. Eskinazi on the drive, out through point. Gets plenty of it. It's a long boundary, but gets there comfortably. His first 4, he moves into double figures. Middlesex 27 for 1.
Oh, that was sweet. That was really sweet, wasn't it, for Eskinazi? That'll feel good. Early season against Luckmail as well. Stroked away. Mention of another former Sussex man, Ben Brown, was on commentary with us a few years back and said one of the players that he hated most setting the field for was Stephen Eskinazi. He scores in the most strange areas, at the most extraordinary angles. You think you've got the field perfect for him, and somehow he manages to get the ball away. I mean, that was a lovely cover drive hit away in front of point by Eskinazi. But in general, though, we talked about those hands of his, the angled that he uses the bat, brings the bat down at. Really is highly regarded within the game, Stephen Eskinazi.
So out comes one of the catches. Living line. Nice carry there from Luckmail to finish. 27 for 1. I'll hand the commentary bats on over to Kevin Hand for the first time in the season. In doing so, I'll note that you can drop us a line at any stage on YouTube in the comments. Seb Gold's done just that. At the ground, feels damn cold. That seems fair to me. If you are at the ground and plugged in and using us as a replay screen maybe, I know a couple of people were doing that last year. Or if you're at home, of course, all the social media feeds, Middlesex CCC on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and you'll be able to keep tabs on what's going on and watch the enhanced live stream throughout the season. Fans there over in the Warner stand, just getting a sense of where they've been let in today. So, of course, the pavilion, the Warner stand, the grandstand. At last, we're back at the nursery end in the media centre.
Sharply into Cares, steered away. Yeah, it's a good number in today, isn't it? We were nearly blown away by the wind earlier this morning, weren't we? On the gantry downstairs to begin with. Then at ground level, there was no getting away from that wind.
We were somewhat inoculated by that last year, tucked away in the tavern stand. Look, I really enjoyed commentating in that corner of the ground due to the history of it all. That's where Test cricket was first broadcast on radio back in 1934, the Verity match on the roof of the old tavern. So there was that touch of history.
Push for a quick single. Fair old lump of the turf taken out by the dive of Dahl at backward point, but they are through for a single. Have to repair that quickly. The ground looking nice. Yeah, it was
a novelty. It was nice for a year. It was fine for a season, being in there with the doors open, not a skerrick of sun all day in that corner of Lords. But I tell you what, I'm grateful to be back in the spaceship in the media centre, behind the glass. I know that sounds like a privileged thing to say, but when it was 2 degrees out there last year, and Stevie Eskinazi said to me it was the coldest conditions he'd ever experienced on that Saturday of that first round against Somerset. We weren't making it up, but they were hard yards. So we're very lucky to be back upstairs now while the construction work's done at the new Compton and new Edridge stands.
Eskinazi right in behind that one again. Connors persevering, just a slightly shorter length. May have dragged his length back slightly here, Connors. Yeah, broadcast a few times over there, mainly when there was technical problems up here rather than it being closed, and had to switch quickly to where there were broadcast points over there, as you mentioned, historically as well. It was quite nice from an angle as well, just to get a different view, different angle, a different view here at Lords in particular as well, with the slope. You're looking up to the square, although when it was this far away it was a challenge.
Yeah, well, come to think of it, this is the 5th place where we've done the enhanced live stream in the space of not even 2 years. We started off, I can hear Ollie up the back, our director, laughing, up the top of the pavilion, which was, again, a privilege.
Yeah, I can think of 4. The 5th's eluded me, but go on.
A privilege I can think of so we've been up there. We've had 2 spots in the tavern, one that was the aforementioned corner there, and the other which was just beneath the old scoreboard, underneath Father Time.
Just down the leg side from Connors. Good bounce on that one, good claim.
And we also did a couple of games from down in the Allen stand, just in front of where the offices are there, beneath the newer of the 2 scoreboards on that side of the ground. So
that was the one I didn't know.
We've done a magical mystery tour. That was the night where, well, put it this way, the game didn't last too long. It was where Middlesex had a bad Friday night here against Kent, who had about 9 players brought in due to a ravaged COVID squad, and did the job pretty easily in the end.
Eskinazi again solidly behind that one. 28 for 1.
But all part of it, all part of the fun. So, yes, we are 1 over from, I suppose, what you would call the famous Test match special box. Kev, the one you're normally in doing BBC local radio here. The one that has the window that Peter Baxter, the long-term Test match special producer from the late 60s through to the mid-2000s, insisted upon when they opened this media centre back in 1999 before the World Cup. He said, OK, happy to move, but we need a window. We don't have a window on this side, but again, it's not such a huge concern in April.
I'm delighted to be in here without the window. I've got to tell you, it's freezing in there with that window open. You had to have it slightly ajar for the effects mic as well.
Yeah, you've got the T-shirt, and I went the thermals just in case. That might be something to do with my Antipodean blood, though.
Yeah, Irish blood here. This is
doesn't matter how many years I live in the UK for, and I've lived here for a long time. I'm never going to do too well in the cold.
This is a midsummer's day in Dublin.
Now I am quite looking forward to this.
Sidebottom.
I've called it wrong. I thought Sidebottom would come down from the pavilion end. He played a first-class game here really early in his career, so he is experienced with the slope. But yes, he's a veteran now, on loan from Warwickshire.
Bit of a loosener there, gets away with it. Low along the floor, full toss.
I'll tell you what, that's going to make for an interesting replay. That
I'm sure it was a full bunger, wasn't it?
I wonder whether it got squeezed. There was just a little bit of interest in the cordon after the fact. No, you're right, full bunger into the turf, but nevertheless, just that extra little bit of pace compared to Luckmail. Yes, but
and Godalming wouldn't necessarily have known. He did, as you rightly say. He kind of looked up quizzically, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a better ball. Comes sharply back in and guided away nicely down to third. Zaguez plays it very well indeed, and he'll pick up 3 for it. The slide goes in from Dahl down there, and Zaguez moves to 8, 34 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled, well negotiated. Yeah, I think when Ryan Sidebottom arrived, this was back in 2016, there was a sense of, hang on a minute, how could this be? that guy's finished. He's had his career. He's won a World Cup. No, the other Ryan Sidebottom, as he was known as mostly. And when he first rocked up, it was to play club cricket.
It's a fuller ball and put away nicely by Eskinazi, just offering, really bringing that bat face down. And he'll take 3 for this as the ball's retrieved by skipper Billy Godleman there down at a wide, deep mid-off.
Yeah, well played again. Yeah, he first showed up to play club cricket with no real professional aspirations. He had played for Victoria in the Sheffield Shield, but unfortunately he played 1 game in that competition and had a serious foot injury. He also had to deal with Ricky Ponting rattling off a brilliant century. It was deep into that season, if I recall correctly, in 2012-2013, just before Ponting pulled the pin.
Going back up the slope again, starting wide enough to be a comfortable leave.
So he came here, had a good season with Carlton in the Melbourne Premier competition. He might have been the Player of the Year, near enough. Came out to continue just being a summer-on-summer cricketer, not expecting much. Then Warwickshire were mindful of this. They knew what was going on. They said, hang on a minute, why don't you have a run in our seconds? That went pretty well. Took a bag of wickets. A couple of weeks later, making his first-class debut. It all happened very quickly for him. Well, not debut, but his championship debut.
Too much width on that one again. And put away nicely. That should rattle away down the slope and pop over the boundary. Hope it does. Dahl giving chase once more. But in vain on this occasion. De Cares into double figures. And yeah, nicely freeing up the arms there. The batsman will have enjoyed that one.
Early call, but wrong end, isn't he? I mean, he hits the seam and comes early call quicker than the other two. His natural stock delivery hits the seam and comes back to the right-hander. That just set up and asked to be cut.
You're going to bring me on to one of my bugbears here at Lord's. However, he'll go on and take an absolute load now. Lewis Rees, pavilion end, is that what they're thinking? I was wondering why they were...
Right, yeah.
I'm guessing I prefer the left armour at the nursery end. Rees did have a good spell in the first innings here last year. 2 for 84 he ended up with. Oh, comes back in again, full of length and nicely behind it to Kes. But I prefer, all the years that I've watched cricket here at Lord's, I always prefer the left armour at the nursery end. Ended he over 38 for 1.
I don't think he's fit to bowl after that shoulder surgery during the off-season race.
So is it Dahl?
I'm not sure whether he's... Yeah, to watch this space on whether he plays as a specialist bat, Reese. You're right though. Last year he did bowl from both ends, didn't he? And we were debating that on the stream at the time, which was right.
It's Lackmal.
It is
Lackmal's called the pavilion ends.
Around. Okay.
Which again was an interesting call this morning that the experienced pro took the nursery ends, and it's interesting now that what did he have? 1 for 14 from his 4 at the nursery and a turnaround quickly to the pavilion end. So yeah, whether it's something that's been settled on, because the other one was Dahl. Had a reasonable performance here last year. He picked up 2 for 52 in the first innings, Dahl, and 2 for 22 in the second. So I was wondering what it was, whether it was the deployment of the bowlers, because you say side bottom, you'd have thought was the more natural end, but it's seniority, isn't it, rather than angle.
As well, and I suppose he joined the club yesterday, so they may not know an awful lot about him. He only played a couple of games in the championship for Warwickshire last year. Injury has been an issue for the last 2 years, but going back a season or 3, he was a serious handful. I watched him net with the England team before a test match back in 2018.
Single for Eskinazi down to long leg.
And I was standing with then England national selector, I think that was his title, Ed Smith. And this was before the Jofra Archer change was made to make qualifications 7 years to 3 years. And I was saying to him, look, this will sound a bit rogue, but this guy's going to be eligible for England in about 4 years' time. He's doing his residency. He's got a British passport, worth keeping an eye on well down the track. Wouldn't rule him out. Then they made the eligibility change. He in theory, could play for England now, despite being very Australian.
That's a lovely ball. Nod of the head from Cares. Beats the forward defence. Perfect line and length.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful delivery back up the slope. And he proceeded to knock over Alistair Cook and who was Alistair Cook opening with during that? Keaton Jennings. A number of times in that net. It made me look like I was onto something there. But no, but yeah, injury's been a problem since. So now it's more a case of him getting his professional career going again. He's 32 years of age. Comes from wonderful sporting stock. His brother, Steele Sidebottom, has been one of the most exceptional footballers, Australian rules footballers, for the last 15 years or so.
Just throwing a little too close to leg again, and nice tickle for a single for Cares. Yeah, I was going to ask which football, but AFL.
Yeah, AFL. Steele Sidebottom plays for Collingwood. Great name, isn't it? Steele Sidebottom. He's still getting around doing his thing for the Magpies, but yeah, great sporting family. I think there are 4 brothers who have all had a good go of it in different sports. Yes, there was a window, I reckon, before he suffered from injury when he was on telly and being clocked in the mid to high 80s. I doubt he's bowling that quickly now.
Just gets away, down towards third, just a bit of the sting taken off it. Madsen will collect, and a couple more for Eskinazi. He moves on to 17. Yeah, great cricketing stock out there in the middle at the moment with Cares as well. Obviously, we mentioned his father, Michael Atherton, but grandson of Frank Cares.
I was going to say, no one ever talks about the fact that his great granddad played in one of the most famous Test matches of all time. We speak too much about his old man, not enough about great granddad Frank.
Right up there again, just asking a question. I think we were together for the game last year when Dean Headley was the CLO. Were they called CLOs last year, the cricket liaison officers?
Yes.
And so you had Headley and De Cares together. I don't know if anybody got the picture of the pair of them together, because of course
we should have done that. That's a great idea. Well, they both played in that Test match in Jamaica in 1930, which was the third and final test for Frank De Cares. But yes, that was the first ever Test match triple century. Andy Sandham, he's 325, and the last test for Wilfred Rhodes as well.
So Steve's away. Darling at point again. He's been scampering around. He's been busy this morning. Darling into the over. 42 for 1.
It's one that I've come back to a number of times over the years. It's a brilliant scorecard. A test that lasted about 9 days or something like that. England make the better part of 800. Then Headley, in response, makes a double hundred in his first series as an international, and I think they had to wrap it up because they had a boat to catch, I'm pretty sure, as was the case a couple of times for England away from home in that era. But yeah, fascinating seeing the cricket in that interwar period when all sorts of weird and wonderful things happened, and there were 2 England teams playing at the same time during that month in 1930, one in New Zealand and one in the West Indies, and down the track they said, oh, well, we'll make them both test status.
Sidebottom just bringing it back up the slope again, first ball. Cut away to backward point. Nadal really is in the action at the moment, which suggests they're getting it there or thereabouts. Derbyshire with their line and length. And backward point is constantly being picked out.
Well, yeah, this is not good, by the way. Sidebottom's not right. Sidebottom's not right. It's hamstring, I'm afraid to say. Left hamstring. We were talking about his injury problems before.
Godleman signalling.
Desperately sad news for the man on loan. It wasn't in shot, but I had my eyes on it as he, in his delivery, strode through his head back, reached for his hammy, pointed to his captain, went to the umpire, and that's that. He's done a pinger. Straight off the ground. And that, on the opening day of the season, when given the chance to bowl first in a 3-pronged seam attack, is far from ideal.
That's a bitter blow, isn't it? Bitter blow personally for Sidebottom as well. A great opportunity for Derbyshire here. He'll make his way off, and you can't really imagine the feeling. First day of the season, Lords, full of optimism, full of hope, and yeah, it's a really bitter blow for the player personally first and foremost, but obviously for Derbyshire as well now in this match.
Yeah, dreadful for Derbyshire away from home. They would see this as such a good opportunity for them. We haven't really spent much time talking about the visitors as yet, Kev, but winning the toss, bowling, both of their internationals in the team, the opposite, of course, being with Middlesex not having Hanscom or Shaheen Sharafridi available this week. You know, if they can take all 10 wickets today and get into the match, having not won a match until the final week of the season in 2021, they had 5 draws and 5 losses in the group stage, and it took them until that final week in September to register a win in 4-day cricket. To come here to Lords, they would fancy this matchup, and then to lose a bowler.
Thompson it is. And 12th over of the morning, spin into the attack. This is a really cruel, crushing turn for Derbyshire, isn't it? This is the absolute last thing, really, they'd have expected 12 overs into the first morning of the championship to have to turn to spin. And
it would suggest that Rees isn't bowling either, that injury I mentioned before. Otherwise, he'd surely be in the attack right now.
Yes, absolutely. Dahl's an option to come on for them. And again, I remember he had a particularly productive spell in the game here last year and impressed. It's dragged short and put away. Loosener midway through the over to Cares, capitalising that shorter boundary to the grandstand.
Yeah, help yourself stuff there.
But yeah, Thompson, I think he ended up with 4 in total last year. 1 for 13 in the first innings, picking up Martin Anderson, and 3 in the second. 3 for 71 off 17 with a spinner. Nicely flighted. A good response from Thompson.
Yeah, so fast bowling woes continue. No Aitchison this week, of course, who was a good all-round option for Derbyshire last year. Opened the bowling regularly, would stand at first slip, made some useful runs down the list as well. And no George Scrimshaw either, who was ruled out before this week with a side strain into the over 46 for 1. They lost Hudson Prentice back to Sussex last year. He went home, so that's why they've had to dig deep and go into the loan so early, opting for Iron Sidebottom, and yes, that's backfired badly. So the pressure transfers straight back onto the captain, Godalman. How does he manage the rotations and keep the spirits high, especially having taken that early wicket but missed that run-out chance? They need to make sure that they don't let this drift.
Yeah, there's a lot of optimism coming into this game for Derbyshire as well. Mickey Arthur in as coach, replacing Dave Houghton, former Middlesex coach as well. Here's Lackmell. It's drifting again down the leg side. Change of ends for Lackmell. Just have to adjust to the slope and get into the groove of it from the pavilion end.
And it feels like Thompson has a couple of roles to play here, remembering that Derbyshire's best player last year, Matt Critchley, left for Essex. Made an even 1,000 runs, took 32 wickets in the championship, 52 across formats. You know, kind of at the peak of his powers. He was not originally a Derbyshire prospect, but he'd been with the club since 2015. Had an opt-out clause and took it and moved to Division 1.
Again, leg side from Lackmell. More runs as the sun burst through at Lords. Yeah, vast expanse of the leg side for the right-hander with the bowlings from the pavilion ends. A fair bit of ground for a fielder down there. We'll have to alert ourselves actually to the sub now, I think of it, for side bottom. And of course we're being ever so slightly premature that is side bottom's match done, but when it's the hamstring, you generally...
It's just the way that he... You know that
physios as well will not take a chance with hamstrings.
A guy who's that age, who reacts in that way...
Got a ball, little inside tickle. He started to go up the bowler's response, perhaps the giveaway that he knew there was a little something on it.
Yeah, so Sidebottom, so he's been around a long time.
As he walked off the rope, I was writing him off for about 2 months. So that was what I thought. I probably should correct myself and say he could reappear, of course. But when it's a hamstring, you usually
rarely see it with a hamstring. And yeah, as I say, he's 32 years of age, and he would know what a hamstring tear feels like. But that's why they've got Saranga Lackmell, man of vast experience.
a few years back, the Derbyshire lineup that they had was pretty fearsome one. It was the game actually when Toby Rowland-Jones was out injured. I think James Harris and Tim Mercer also went down injured in that match up at Derbyshire, and it was a fearsome attack that they had, three-pronged attack. And I guess coming into this one with Lackmell, Sidebottom obviously now injured, they'd have felt pretty confident. And actually last year's attack wasn't too bad from Derbyshire as well. That has been one of the criticisms that were levelled at Derbyshire in recent years, was the strength in depth in particular.
Oh, it wasn't the bowling that was the problem with Derbyshire last year. Aitchison, 34 wickets at 23. Critchley, the aforementioned 32. Connors took 26. Hudson Prentice had 23 at 23 before leaving. It was the batting, wasn't it? So the fact that their strength, their relative strength, their fast bowling has been depleted to such an extent on the opening day of the season is a big concern. I must say, I do like the way that Mickey Arthur goes about it. We haven't quite heard the full story on how he ended up with Shan Masood. But yeah, it sounds like a chance meeting in an airport lounge or something like that.
Nicely put away. Lovely shot. Bring the full bat face down on that one. Eskinazi into the 20s. Slightly over pitched from Lackmell, and well, it would be doing an awful lot to come back up the slope and beat the edge at that length. So Eskinazi fully confident to go into this one. The 50 up for Middlesex. 52 for 1. Loss of Stoneman. The 1 wicket to fall in what nearly a first hour this morning here at Lords. But a good start for the hosts, having been put in by Derbyshire on a toss that both sides, I'm sure, would have been desperate to win this morning. Yeah,
great start. 52 runs in 57 minutes, and short losing Stoneman the way they did. Moment of frustration, but they've regrouped, and after that near run out, a couple of boundaries for De Caires and Eskinazi moving through the gears. Good opportunity here, especially against a depleted attack. And as you foreshadowed, Kev, it is going to be Dale getting his first chance. So Thompson just the 5 deliveries of spin. Now back to right arm fast medium or medium fast. A couple of slips and trying to come down the slope and find the outside edge of De Caires.
As I was searching for it earlier, because I remember he bowled a good spell and it was up the slope. Dale, he's got the build for it, hasn't he? He's a nursery end bowler. As you say, his pace, his height as well. He's not one of those 6'4", 6'5" that are desperate to run down the hill here at Lords. 2 slips in place for Dale to begin to De Caires. Oh, goodness me. A loosener from Dale, but very nearly fatal error from De Caires. He swung hard at a wide ball.
Yep, that's what he's trying to do. And look, his bowling came on last year. He's only got 20 first-class wickets, but 9 of them were last year. He's been used sparingly and now adds that to his game.
He's a better bowler than... well, he looked a better bowler in this game last year, this fixture last year, than what you'd believe looking at the card. Too wide again on that one as he sets himself up.
Had a great finish to the season with the bat. Went on a run of 49, 19, 106, 58 not out and 49 not out in that win to finish off. And that was his maiden first-class ton. Big partnership with Guest. So that next generation coming through. Also got a senior role now with the PCA. The new vice chairman this year. I think that was the role that Martin Anderson had last year, wasn't it? The vice chairman of the PCA. But Dale now performing that. He came on the recommendation of James Harris. So a good all-round prospect for Derbyshire, now 25 years of age. Originally came through the Nottinghamshire system.
Oh, edgily. Pass backward point from De Caires, who had that flashing drive first ball of the over. Just searching still a little for that one as Dale searches for his line. A little bit of width. High up the outside of the bat. That one felt for De Caires. His head snapped to one side, didn't it, to see exactly where it was going. A few arms threw up around the field. Particularly Godman at mid-off, but then he would. Desperate for another breakthrough.
Yep, nice shape. He's in the game early on. Nice and full. Gives it a chance to swing. As it does here.
Just going back to that match that I was talking about, saying that
Yeah.
bowling had been one of the areas, particularly in Division 2, it was what was put on Division 2 for many, many years. That I remember Mark Ramprakash actually talking about it. Once you get past the opening pair in Division 2, when he was still playing for Surrey, you get past the opening bowlers, there just isn't the depth. Run away, just searching for a little wide again at the moment to Cares. He'll get into the 20s, though, as he picks up a couple. End of the over, 56 for 1. And drink's going to be taken.
They're scheduled to be taken, we'll see. I should say, I mentioned before that people should get in touch with us on YouTube at any stage through the season. There is a bit of a scrap in there at the moment with a lot of bots tweeting a lot of gibberish. Please ignore that. We are sifting through that and we'll block all of the bots one by one systematically. New season, opening day, teething problems, you know what it's like. But it won't take long for the social media team to deal with that. You can communicate with us on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, and all the Middlesex places throughout the season.
So yeah, going back to that match at Derby, it's 2018. They had a really fearsome attack in it. Taking on from the Ramprakash point, I remember he said that circa 2008, 2009 about how the gulf between Division 1 and Division 2 was becoming too big. It has been addressed slightly now, because I won't say who it was, but one international bowler that was playing at the time said it's gone beyond that. In Division 2 now, you've got one good bowler.
Luckmal to continue. Nicely worked. Eskinazi wants to. De Caires says no. We're not going to go down that path again. We're not going to run the gauntlet. Moves up to 57 for 1. Eskinazi, 24 of those.
But it was almost though when a little bit cyclical that all of a sudden so much of the talent was sucked to Division 1, but so many of them were sat on the sidelines watching the game. And I think there was a realisation, and there was a spread back to Division 2 of bowling talent. I remember pitching up at Derbyshire 2018. Their bowling lineup for that game: Ravi Rampal, Hardus Viljan and Duana Olivier.
Bit of extra bounce there from Luckmal into his 7th over, bowled at both ends.
With Tony Palladino as the fourth seamer, which wasn't a bad fourth seamer, but it was a fearsome attack, and Middlesex very much up against it in that game. Sam Robson, having a chat with him about it, and he just said, look, that's a test level attack we've just faced.
Yeah.
Quartet as well, Palladino's still decent at that stage. To have him as a fourth seamer. Derbyshire won the match in the end by 101 runs.
Maybe just a little bit of variable bounce there, just on the basis of watching De Caires play it late under his eyes.
That was the second season down for Middlesex. 2018 had been relegated 2017. I think that was the match where it really dawned on Middlesex that actually, hold on a minute, Division 2 has upped its game a lot. That's what I say. Prior to that one, though, prior to that game, there had been, particularly on Derbyshire, I think there'd been a look that there just wasn't enough depth, there wasn't enough strength. Because even in that one, they were saying, look, this is a phenomenal quartet, but as soon as one of them goes, there's nobody else.
Better from the pavilion end, Luckmal, the man who has the wicket so far, that of Stoneman for 12. Yeah, that ongoing push and pull, how many teams should be in each division, how many games should they play? I know you've been a strong voice in that debate for a number of years, Kev. There has been the idea floated, and I know there was a statement that went out to kind of pour cold water on it last week, but floated at least in media circles around effectively culling 6 counties. De Caires again playing off the back foot into the offside. And maybe I'm being a bit reductive there by saying culled. What I'm trying to say is that there would be 12 counties playing for the championship and then 6 other first-class counties who aren't really part of the party anymore. But, I mean, we've had 9 and 9, we've had 8 and 10, 10 and 8. We of course had the divisional structure that was implemented in 2020 through COVID, which they kept last year, which I must admit I didn't mind. I mean, I was in the minority, but I thought it worked reasonably well. End of the 15th over here, 57 for 1 remains the score. De Caires 21, Eskinazi 24.
My biggest bugbear has been the number of games, a further reduction down from 14 first-class games. I mean, look, last week it was snowing, wasn't it, or earlier this week indeed. It was snowing, the torrential rain that there was in London yesterday. I got absolutely drenched at one point when I underestimated it. But the time of year, obviously, with the games that are played in April and May, if you reduce the number of matches further, it's not to say that you can't have a bad June, you can't have a bad July. And the reduction of the number of games is what has always concerned me the most. I do remember when I first started doing this back in 2005, it was 16 games for the championship. But there were 4 competitions back then. There was the T20 and then 2 List A competitions. And it felt too much cricket. It felt far too much cricket having 4 competitions, which is of course where we find ourselves again now, but 2 of the competitions overlap now. My biggest fear with the further reduction from 14 is you lose a serious chunk, and you know, over the years, I remember 2007 the team Ed Joyce was in it then. The month of June was gone, as memory serves.
Too full and put away accordingly. Eskinazi getting a chance to rock onto the front foot and timing it out through the covers towards the mound stand. He moves to 28. He's done so in classy fashion so far, 61 for 1.
And it's batters, I think, who suffer the most. I think bowlers, it's fine. Bowlers perhaps don't need the extent, the number of games. They don't need 14. They don't need 16 games a year, bowlers. But batters do in England. Pitches, early season, late season. You do need that density of games across the season, not just in small blocks for batters in particular. I know, speaking to a few of them over the years, as it went from 16 down to 14, all of a sudden, you know, the season had flashed by. A couple of games are lost to weather, a couple of games are lost to bad pitches.
Yeah, it feels like what you're up against with that argument is the South Africa, Australia, Pakistan models, which all have fewer games, which naturally are pointed to as a point of difference. It's that careful balancing act, isn't it? With traditionally 4-day cricket here. I mean, it was a reduction to 16 games. I remember, of course, there were many more games when it was 3-day cricket than the combination of 3 and 4, and then 2 divisions as we've known it for the last 20 odd years. It's never been one set fixed number of games. It has bounced around, and the challenge is finding what is the appropriate number of games now in 2022 and beyond to meet the criteria of having a competition with the same degree of integrity that it's always had, and preparing Test cricketers and how much do they get to play in the championship when they're in the running to play Test cricket. Not enough, really. Going back to what you referred to before, if you're on that next peg below, how much first-class cricket are you actually playing through a season? Not as much as you used to.
And again, in this country, how much are you playing with the weather? You know, how many of the games last 4 days? Much like Test cricket, how many last 5?
Yep.
It's how many days you lose in this country has always been my biggest concern. And then not only the days just to the overheads.
Shots. Eskinazi moving through the gears. That's his 5th boundary into the 30s. 65 for 1. Middlesex taking full advantage of the fact that Derbyshire are 1 bowler down. Side bottom off with a left hamstring injury, having to turn to their 4th seamer Dahl earlier than they would have liked. And this pair have put on 52 in just 53 minutes.
Yep, beautiful from Eskinazi, absolutely beautiful. Shot of the morning, and well, what a feel. I mean, the irony of what we're talking about at the moment, the sun's shining, first day of the season here at Lord's. And Middlesex 65 for 1, again, against a decent bowling attack here, albeit a man down now.
So the end of 16 overs, 65 for 1.
Yeah, just going back to that, if I may, I remember when John Embry was coach here and it was 16 games a season, and he said you've got to have enough bowlers for them to bowl 12 games a season. You can't expect them to bowl 16, not even 14. 12 apiece, he said, for the fast bowlers across the English summer. But it's the batters that I'm more concerned for. The games that do flash by in an instant, as well as the ones that are just washed out, or a heavily rain affected draw. We see so much of it that too many times you walk away from first class cricket, I think, in the summer now with 14 games where you just think, there goes another game, there goes another game, there goes another week, there goes another fortnight, and it's the batters, I think, who are the ones who miss out the most. With that spread as it is across the summer, or as it has been historically as well, all right, play earlier in the season and later in the season now, but the amount of first-class games, again, that you can lose a serious chunk of the middle of the summer, so if you put a block in there of first-class games.
A change from the pavilion end with Connors getting a second opportunity. Bowled 5 overs off the top, done for 14. Yeah, I think so much of this comes down to scheduling, doesn't it? So much of this comes down to how do you move the puzzle pieces in such a way, acknowledging, by the way, that for all the vociferous criticism, the 100 is here to stay. So people might not like the 100, and I appreciate that by even saying that, there'll be criticism of me in the comments for saying that the 100 is here to stay, but the 100 is not going to move. You just need to, we collectively as a cricketing community need to just play with the pieces that are there, as they're going to be there for a while. Defending off the back foot again, De Keers, as he's done well so far this morning. So with that in mind, whether you like it or not, there is going to be a slab of the season that's devoted to the 4th competition. So with that in mind, how do you get the other pieces moved around that to achieve the outcome that you're referring to there, Kev? I've long thought that part of the solution might be taking some of the season offshore, using the month of March, even using the month of April, to be blunt. I know today's not a dreadful day, but April being so cold. On the cut, through the hands of the man at backward point. Dahl in there, dropped opportunity. De Keers gets a life on 21, 66 for 1 the score. He gave it the treatment, hit it hard. Was a ball that was there to hit. And Derbyshire missed a chance to make it 65 for 2.
De Keers' reaction, as soon as he hit it, he knew he could have been in trouble there, and he should have been in trouble, he should have been gone. It's a big, big moment in what's been a more difficult morning for Derbyshire than we expected with the ball. Today the sideways movement hasn't been perhaps as pronounced as we thought it would be.
Back to Eskinazi.
That run-out opportunity, Godleman with the underarm throw early on. Those two feel like huge moments now for Derbyshire this morning.
The Godleman moment, it wasn't a high degree of difficulty by professional standards, because that's the drill they practice. As you know, Kev, we watch a lot of practice in the privileged position that we're in being cricket broadcasters, and that is the drill that they do over and over again, because they know if you're fielding at mid-wicket or cover, in white ball cricket, but red ball cricket as well, you might get one chance per innings like that. Easy single there with 2 men out deep on the leg side. 67 for 1. Eskinazi 33. 1 ball left in. This is the 17th over. So it almost becomes a specialist position, being the man at cover or the man at mid-wicket. So that's why you view it you grade it on a slightly higher curve than you might if it were another position on the field with a run out aiming at, say, 2.5 stumps. But yeah, just to finish off that point about scheduling, as Connors is blown off by the wind again halfway through his run-up. I do wonder whether part of the solution about trying to find more space for 4-day cricket in the heart of the summer comes down to accepting the state of play the way that it is, and moving some of the season, March especially, to places where they are playing friendlies anyway. Most of the counties are some are in the Caribbean, some are in the UAE, or some are in South Africa. Nicely steered away. There is a deep third in position. De Keers will retain the strike. He's 23. 68 for 1. Now the score after 17 overs. 79 left on this opening day of the season here at Lords. Middlesex up against Derbyshire in Division 2 with Adam Collins and Kevin Hand with you on the call. If they found a way to... This won't be popular, but I ponder whether this might be where it's at. The group stage of the One Day Cup. I know the One Day Cup has been a beautiful and special competition over the years, but the way it's been relegated, would we lose a tremendous amount playing that offshore before returning to the UK deeper into April? I've put maybe the bank holiday weekend to start May, and have a mega weekend to start the England season then, instead of in the freezing cold in April, where we wrap up the 50 over comp and get a clearer run at 50 over cricket, at 4-day cricket, not having to worry about the 50 over stuff. We know the blast is going to be blocked. We know the 100 is going to be blocked. Where do you find that space? That's just something I've been pondering through the winter. Dale starts a new over, leaving alone outside the off stump is De Cares.
Yeah, I know the Middlesex chief executive talked about it on the press day. I think it was in the Times. Andrew Cornish was talking about that being an option as well. It has been something that's been talked about quite a lot over the years, hasn't it? Whether it could be the season could be started overseas. The really interesting one would be, could you take the 100 overseas? If and this will be borne out by ticketing in coming seasons. If allegiances, as they so work in this country, which is obviously one of the fears for the 100, wasn't it? That you'll struggle to attract that new audience because people do stick so rigidly to their allegiances. If ticketing for the 100 isn't as successful as perhaps would be hoped, which will take time, it will take a couple of years to find this out, then perhaps the 100 would be the one that could be moved overseas and played. The only difficulty would be you couldn't really play it in March because of the IPL.
Yeah, I think the reason why the 50 over comp's attractive is because of the IPL, because knowing that there's going to be that natural clash, which where we have now as well at the start of the championship season, and that crossover with the 100, and there's the desire for that to be a bit of a gateway drug to cricket. I mean, it's worked with T20 cricket over the years, and whether it can have a similar effect over time over here. And you're right, there's no way we're going to know that in a hurry. It's going to be whether they win the decade, not whether they win the year on the 100, which had a tough inception with the pandemic and how hard it was for them to nail down what it was going to look like, and a lot of backlash from fans of the 4-day game.
Because I don't know about you, I didn't feel there was enough list day last year. I loved it. I really enjoyed it. I looked forward to it, the list day last season.
It's a great comp, isn't it? Yeah, and looking forward to covering it again this year. It's just whether, it's tricky, isn't it? It's just like if you're presented with a series of imperfect options, which is the least bad, I suppose, with scheduling.
I mean, my point being, could they have played more list day in August last year? And I think probably the answer is yes.
What, concurrent to the 100?
Yeah. They could have played more. And equally, if it is an expanded one-day cup, then perhaps it can begin abroad, as you say.
Yeah, that would certainly give them flexibility. I mean, the university fixtures used to start the season. The curtain raiser on the season was Sam Robson with a ton in March or whatever it was. The back foot here, nicely worked again. De Cares has played well through that region so far. Should get 3, does get 3. Moves to 26. Middlesex 71 for 1. End of the 18th over. Dale's had to bowl 3 of those, already conceding 15 runs as the 4th seamer, with Sidebottom going down with a hamstring injury.
But yeah, I mean, one of the great attractions, of course, of list A, and to not take the whole thing away, because that has been the one that's been talked about mostly, is take the list A overseas, is that you get to turn up and see, if you've got a favourite player, you want to see them play, there's every chance you will see them do something that day. All right, they might be out for a first ball duck, but
no, sure, absolutely.
That and it has been a vastly. I mean, I've been heavily critical of list A over the 18 years or so I've been doing it. I've been, in the first few years, the list A was reaching a wretched point domestically. As a spectacle, but they've settled on a perfect formula now for list A, I think, the way that the phases of play work. And I think it's a very attractive product in this country now, and it can be an attractive one beneath the 100. I'm quite happy with the placement of it, but whether it begins abroad, I think the one that would probably upset the most is if the championship were ever started overseas. I think that is the one that would really...
and you can play that out both ways, right? I mean, you can play that out both ways. You can say that the best place, and I'm not saying I'd advance this argument, but you could argue the best place for the championship is to start where they're practicing overseas. Why not give them a chance to play in different types of conditions? On the pull, struck with authority. De Cares into the 30s. That's in front of square, got plenty of it. Up the hill and to the long rope. He's in good nick, having faced 30 deliveries. The only real chance that he offered was when he was nearly run out. Other than that, he's left the ball well. He's defended nicely off the back foot. And a couple of boundaries in a couple of overs off Connors, up to 75 for 1.
And he's got the shots, hasn't he? And you see it there. That was a slightly manufactured shot. He had to adjust slightly, didn't he? Really well played. Not particularly one you'd think accustomed to this early in the proceedings, but played it really, really well.
I should have noted that it wasn't just a run-out chance. There was the drop catch at backward point by Dahl, but that was hit with some force. So, yeah, when he's going back to hit the ball, he's looking to hit it hard. Yeah, great opportunity here. I remember catching some of his first game at Lords at least 4 or 5 years ago now, when he was still a schoolboy. He made a half century here as a 15 or 16-year-old. I can't remember what competition it was. I was just here doing some filming and caught the fact that a young Josh DeKers from the Middlesex Academy was getting his chance, and thought I'd poke my head in and have a look. So he has got some experience at this ground, even if it is his first class debut at this venue. Play and miss. Haven't seen as many of those as you'd expect on morning 1 in April.
Yeah, it just hasn't been that sideways movement this morning, has there, as much as I think we'd have all thought. The pitch looks good, doesn't it? I mean, we really should probably start to heap a lot of praise on the pitch as well, because Derbyshire haven't done a great deal wrong, I don't think. There are mornings when you think, oh, goodness me, they could have been tighter to the off stump. The length was wrong, they're perhaps a bit too short, should have put it up there a little bit more. It hasn't felt, from Derbyshire's perspective, that they've done much wrong this morning.
19 overs, gone 75 for 1. A comment here from Kaiser Soze. Not that Kaiser Soze. Agree with moving some games abroad in March and April. We're quite happy now watching games online. I think that's an interesting part to this, is that if you were having this conversation 5 or 10 years ago, when streaming wasn't really a thing, or it was in its infancy, it would be hard to advance the case that was something that could be tapped into adequately by club members. Now, that's increasingly so. Not everywhere, not across all 18 counties. I'm not saying that the standard, as it is here at Lords, we're very lucky to be at Lords, is the same as it is at every ground and every out ground. But if you are playing overseas, in all probability you'd be playing on test venues. Grounds in the UAE or in the Caribbean or in South Africa.
Even Spain got a mention a couple of years back.
Yeah, absolutely.
La Manga out there.
Yep.
There's another couple of pitches further down around in Andalucía, but I know John Simpson, his family live out there, and morning to them if they're tuned in today. I remember speaking to him about it, and he said they're just not quite ready out there yet. The pitches, but what they do is spin an awful lot out there, and perhaps that's not the worst thing.
Yeah, another comment here. Get ready for a members' exodus if they move them abroad. Look, I think that there's a broad understanding that moving any cricket offshore is going to come with some dissatisfaction. The question is the setup at the moment and what we had in 2021 sustainable in the long term? It all comes down to that scheduling question, which is where you started. Thompson continues, or starts again. Shout the leg before and turn down. Just beating the inside edge there of Eskinazi.
Yeah, not the worst shout. We'll see a replay in a moment. Height's always a difficult one to judge up here in the media centre. Just got outside the line of off as well. Eskinazi.
Got 2 umpires here this week who, of course, are normally umpiring Test cricket together. Umpires Richard Illingworth in Kettleborough. I've done many, many Test matches where it's the two Richards doing their thing as a pair. And they're here this week, starting their season at Lords. Good for the players as well, having 2 of the best umpires in the world officiating this game.
Kettleborough Junior was on the Middlesex books in the academy at one point as well, before he moved to Northants.
And the match referee, according to the card I'm looking at, is Steve Davis as well, another man who has been very involved as a Test umpire for an incredibly long time. These days a referee.
Going back to what you were saying, I do wonder, is there a month that could be found? March wouldn't particularly work for the 100, but is there a month that could be found abroad? Because if it, the 100 is a spectacle, isn't it? And you'd want it to be. The point is, you want to get it to the kids as well. You want it to be a televisual spectacle. Whether it be at the end of the season rather than the start, then that it's the big finale for the domestic season in England, that it goes to October.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was always a view of Richie Benaud, wasn't it, that he could never understand why they didn't play cricket in October in England. That October was a far more suitable month than April.
Well, yeah,
climactically, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. So often the extended summers that we do have.
So Thompson in his second over of spin this morning.
Again, that's always been my, come back to what we first stumbled onto this, that's always been my reluctance or my resistance to cutting the first class game, is the unpredictability of the summer. In England, it really can fluctuate summer by summer as to when the bad months come. Yep. And if you've blocked that month to be the first class block and you have a wretched month, you're going to find batters desperately short of time in the middle.
Absolutely. And look, the comment here from COB saying county championship is to prepare cricketers for test level in all sorts of conditions. So starting the season overseas wouldn't be a bad thing on that front. That's where you get into that, isn't it? It's the... What are we trying to do here exactly? Start of a new over from Connors, his 8th from the pavilion end, all from the pavilion end for him, the attack leader. And using the months wisely and acknowledging that it's not straightforward. I think that occasionally the commentary around this can be so black and white, it can be so binary, it can be so aggressive. Either it can be almost evangelical. You are a supporter of red ball cricket in all its forms, in all its ways, or you are somehow committed some violation of the cricketing discourse, full and straight and defended. Like you're not. Balance is lacking a little bit. I don't think anybody who is involved at the upper levels of this conversation has some grand conspiracy to undermine red ball cricket. I mean, you hear this sometimes. The ECB are trying to ruin cricket. It's not about them trying to ruin cricket. It's about them trying to juggle so many different competing priorities. And I think what we all want is to see red ball cricket given the best chance it can to be as good as it can be across the summer. Shot again. Down the ground, Eskinazi. Third time he's played in that region today. This won't go all the way to the rope. They come back for a couple. He's 36, 78 for one.
He's brought that bat down with real authority today, Eskinazi, hasn't he? He's got nicely in behind everything. He's looked in a really good place. And again, for the time of year, this hasn't been an April, it certainly hasn't been a first week of the season match, has it? And again, we were starting to move towards the pitch at one point, weren't we? That actually this has played beautifully this morning, the pitch. The batsmen, the batters out there will be absolutely delighted. I think with the way the pitch has played, they'll have had no questions, no qualms, and that has been something that has been an issue here at Lord's.
Yeah, maybe not a bad one to lose. As it was 12 months ago. The first day of the season ended up being a pretty good track to bat on, remembering that Somerset hauled down the better part of 300 on the final day. Thrilling finish, that.
But they've had full faith, and I think you can see that in particular in the way Eskinazi's played. He's had full faith in the track this morning. Again, the authority with which he's brought the bat down, the assuredness and confidence, that'll be borne out of the pitch as well. They'll feel they've got a really good surface here.
Yeah, feature last year was so many boundaries struck on that first day from the blade of Robson. Made 165, but about 70 of them were before lunch on day one, if I recall correctly. And they've been able to leave a lot of balls go outside the off stump. Only been beaten a couple of times. The one dismissal was batsman error. Having struggled so badly here, the top order. In 2021, they'll be very happy sitting on that home balcony right now.
Was that stat that went around a couple of days ago, and I was going to come to it with Sam Robson earlier. Yep. Where the main HQs of each county were listed in terms of the average runs in I think the last three seasons, of which the Oval's top, an average of 40 at the bottom. Chelmsford, average of, if that blurred screen can be seen correctly, 25, 27 is Lord's second bottom, and those averages. And when you put into perspective Sam Robson's performance in recent years, that's why I think the conversation has been a little bit too quiet on Sam Robson, really, with what he has done with the majority of his cricket played at Lord's, where in fact he's had a very good record.
He should have been on the Lions tour over the winter, and I think he should have been right there in the conversation for the England Test team. Thompson new over his third. Well, in fact, he's bowled 1.5 because he completed the over of Ryan Sidebottom, who was injured, one ball into his second over earlier this morning. The fact that Robson had such a productive season here, 4 centuries, including a double. 4 centuries across the season, that is. But still, in a year where Middlesex did battle throughout, that he was able to do it so consistently relative to his colleagues. Having had Test experience, having grown up on Australian track, still playing club cricket in Australia. He averaged nearly 70 playing for Easts in the Sydney Grade Comp this winter. It felt like a no-brainer that he should have been at least available to England through that stretch of time. And I suppose he was, because he was in Australia playing grade cricket, but not formally part of the England squad or the Lions. That they missed a trick there. And that was borne out with how poorly their top order fared against Australia. And that's not to say it would have been radically different had Robson been in the mix, but frankly, it couldn't have been any worse.
Richard Johnson said in the warm-up match at Merchant Taylor School the other week that England have 2 ready-made England openers, Test openers, in Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman at Middlesex. And it's extraordinary to think 2014 was the last time he had a go. I put it to him on the press day the other day, actually, Sam Robson, that at the time when he was called up by England, he and Chris Rogers were opening here for Middlesex, and there was a great debate at the time.
Last ball of Thompson's over. End of 22, 78 for 1. De Keer's on 30. Eskinazi back on strike on 36. Thompson sent down 2.5 overs. None for 5 his figures. Adam Collins handing over to Kevin Hand to steer the commentary through to lunch.
Yeah, there was a great debate at the time as to who would get Robson first, Australia or England, and Andrew Strauss, having played here with Sam Robson, was a huge fan of his. I did put it to Sam the other day that, with all that at that time as it was, I remember George DeBell writing at the time that did they call up the wrong Middlesex opener beginning with R, Australia? Not that it was a slant on Rogers at all, but that Robson was clearly a really strong emerging talent. Actually, funnily enough, when he broke through, there were some similarities with Michael Atherton that you could really spot early in his game. Here's Connors. Right onto the money again at the start of the over. So I put it to him, did it come too early, the England call-up? But was it because of all of that bluster that was around at the time? Rogers and Robson, this great opening pair, both Australians, but one of them eligible for England. Was he pushed through too early, perhaps? Because to think that 2014 was the last time he played for England, they didn't have that bad a record. It's an awful long time ago, and again, his rise in the last few years, in particular, back towards the top, has been impressive. Oh, just nearly chopping down on that one.
Yeah, a couple of sliding doors moments for Robson. There was that almost a shootout with him and Jonathan Trott in the Caribbean ahead of the 2015 Test matches, when Trott makes a double ton and gets the chance, and they move on and they go to Adam Lyth, and so it is. And then probably in 2016 more acutely, he starts the season so well, a century, a double century. England don't quite know where they're going to land with Nick Compton, and they stuck with Compton instead of moving to Robson. And by the end of that year, Robson was struggling. He ended the campaign quite poorly, having started it in splendid form. And had they picked him then, well, that could be a different conversation. But in the end, Compton got 3 more Test matches against Sri Lanka, was dispensed with after that. They moved to Gary Ballance, and they go in a different direction again. So, look, there was a window there, even though Alex Hales was the opening partner of Alistair Cook and did quite well in that Sri Lanka series that I refer to. There was somewhere in the top 3 for Robson that could have been found, and they went the other way, and they haven't really looked back. I'll tell you what, they've gone around the Shires, haven't they? They've had a lot of players open for England in that 5-year stretch, but and not least since Cook's retired. We've had Jennings have a couple of opportunities, and even he in recent months, it's like, it's almost being out of the England team makes you a far more attractive prospect than being in it right now. And Hasiba Mead's had 2 opportunities and presumably won't get a third for a time now. Zach Crawley's open, but then he hasn't. Lee's in the Caribbean recently, looking like they might stick with him through the home summer to start with at least.
Gone at it again. This one goes down to deep backward point for 4, and Eskinazi in good control of that one as he was given that little bit of width. It was short. He punched it really off the back foot rather than cutting down onto the ball, but still steered it well, in good control of it, and flays it away.
Short boundary. That's experience and local knowledge, isn't it? Yeah, sure, up the hill, but gets a good piece of it, bounces a couple of times and gets himself another boundary. But yeah, the Rory Burns even, and Dom Sibley, I mean, there are so many players who've had an opportunity, or a second opportunity. And the one missing man in all of that has been Robson.
I remember end of the over 82 for 1, and we've got, 23 and a bit minutes to lunch here on day 1. Derbyshire winning the toss. We're talking about Sam Robson. He's not in the side due to a thumb injury. He was hopeful he was going to be okay for this one, but not so. They got a panel of us on, and I'm just trying to remember who it was on Test Match Special. It was ahead of a tour down under. It was an Ashes tour, and I think the 3 players in question were Robson, Jennings, who I think would have been with Lancashire by then, and Stoneman, I think, were the 3. I'm just trying to cast my mind back to remember.
Yep. So 17-18 that would have been.
Yeah. Nice bit of flight again on that one from Thompson. None for 5. Starts his 4th. A good start from him, bearing in mind he's been thrust in early on this first morning due to that unfortunate injury for Sidebottom. It looks like a hamstring injury that'll certainly take him out of at least the match. But yeah, they had us on, and that summer Robson had a really good summer. And funnily enough, I won't linger on it, but I'll come back to it. The September was a washout, bearing in mind of what we were saying. I remember that it was a really rough September, and Robson had such a good summer and he was in such good nick that you thought 2 more centuries, if he can get a couple more centuries, there's no way that they can't take him in that September. And September, I think 1 was a wretched pitch. Nicely punched away. A couple here for De Caires. He's on to 32. 84 for 1. Yeah, there was 1 rough pitch, I remember, and then a couple of washouts that September, and they didn't go with Robson, and it seemed as though they had to go back to Robson at that point. The chance to take him down under and play on all the tracks that he grew up on. Oh, now more so from the bowler, but nothing doing behind the stumps and nothing doing from the umpire, quite crucially on that one. He's got a lovely length at the moment, Thompson.
Good technique on the appeal as well. That'll earn him a wicket or 2 through the season.
As you said, it's the wily old pair standing in this one, sadly for Thompson. Behind that one, De Caires. Yeah, that it really frustrated me, actually, because I thought he was in such a good place, ready to go to Australia for that tour. They didn't go to him then. But it has been an upward curve, as we said, the last 4 years for Robson. He's been there or thereabouts, topping the charts. Inside edge on that one, backward of square, but no run. Fielder comes around at 45. End of the over, 24 bowled, 84 for 1.
Yeah, he reached his 10,000th run actually on this day last year. Where we mentioned the century, but there was also that big milestone on the way through. So in excess of 11,000 runs at 37. Comes back to your point from earlier in our conversation around what constitutes a good batting average in the county championship on the surfaces they play on, the way the county games evolve, the relative scoring patterns. Averaging 37 is quite healthy, and last year 1,047 runs at 40 across all 14 games, and those centuries that we've already referenced, including the big double down at Hove. It just struck me as bleedingly obvious that a guy who plays every single year in club cricket in Sydney, and it's club cricket, but it's the same kind of surfaces against players who are involved in the Sheffield Shield routinely for New South Wales. He's grown up batting on bouncier tracks, and sure, he's played here for 15 years, and thus his game would have evolved. But he's always had a toe in the water in Australia.
Dahl starting up again.
And how they thought they could sort of bluff their way through. I appreciate, by the way, that Hasiba Mead finished the summer pretty well, half century at the Oval, half century up at Leeds. Batting with Burns, it looked like they'd stumbled upon a half-decent opening partnership, and these things happen. But not to have someone with that experience in the squad to turn to if things went south. Even the fact that the Lions went home after one test match. I mean,
Watchfully stroked away.
They were there in Brisbane, in Queensland, playing a tour game down the road from the Gabba, and they were gone before Christmas. So even if they wanted to, let's say, go to someone like Josh Bohannon, who I don't think it'll be long before Josh Bohannon's playing Test cricket. He made runs in the Lions game. Well, he was on the plane home. That was it. So, yeah, they didn't quite execute the planning on that trip as well as they could have when things went south. And by the time they reached Hobart, I mean, I was there covering and commentating that Test match, and it did have the sense, and you get, I mean, every Test match matters, and you don't question their commitment to the cause, and you don't question their professionalism, but you do get the energy sometimes of, gee, can we just get on that plane? And there was a little bit of that in that final Test at Hobart, especially the last innings of it, which was all over in a couple of hours. It's a reminder of how quickly these things can fade away.
So looking back, 165 it was in that game for Robson, wasn't it, at the start of last season against Somerset. Middlesex went on to lose the game. Somerset were in desperate trouble on 89 for 9 that first game, all out for 172 in the end, avoiding the follow-on. 3 defeats in 4 it was.
We talked about sliding doors moments.
Yeah.
I think they took the 9th wicket. When they took the 9th wicket, I think I'm right in saying Somerset was something like 240 runs behind. The only real question was, will they enforce the follow-on? In fact, it would have been a no-brainer to have enforced the follow-on in a partnership of 100-odd between Jack Leach at one end, and you might need to refer to your notes for who was at the other end. That's Marchant Delunga, that's who it was.
He got 51, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
And hammered Middlesex everywhere, which gave them the chance to pass the follow-on, and the entire energy of the game changed, and Somerset was set 280 odd on the final day, and that was that. They win at Lords, and Middlesex have it slip through their fingers. And in that group structure, the way that it was, if you had a bad start with only 2 teams qualifying for the first division, you were in all sorts, and Middlesex had a bad start, and so it went.
My coffee-stained notes, which delayed me slightly. Gregory got 62 unbeaten in that as well.
Right.
Which is what made me just pause for a moment.
Yeah, that was the
second innings,
second
62
yeah.
was the second innings to see at home, wasn't it? Yeah.
With
unbeaten. Leach was unbeaten 28 in the first innings.
Yes.
That's a bit of flight again. Bartlett. Is it
That's
Bartlett
right.
and Gregory?
That's
76 right. Bartlett unbeaten and 62 Gregory unbeaten. I say was it in that I'm not trusting my notes.
Yeah, it was a fabulous game of 4-day cricket. Affected by rain on one day, bitterly cold on day 3. The lights were on for the duration of the 4 days. With the exception of when Somerset got chasing on day 4, that's when the sun came out. Perfect conditions for batting, and they were able to get the job done as a seasoned, experienced team. They'd lost that Bob Willis Trophy final here. Or should I say it was drawn here, wasn't it? That they didn't win the trophy back in 2020.
It's a little bit short, so tries to find some room to Cares to cut it away, picking out point, no run.
And they were able to draw down on that experience. And yes, the following week, Middlesex got abashed down at Hampshire in quite a stunning performance. So the veteran Pakistani seamer took 6 wickets in barely an hour at all, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had the 5 for him. What was it? 2 point. I haven't got it noted in front of me. It was 6 for 11 he ended up with, but
yes.
The 5 for I think was brought up in 2.5 overs for himself.
And in fairness to Middlesex, they bounced back against Surrey here and won here in 2 and a bit days. But yeah, that was a rare high point in a season that contained only the 4 victories.
It's a little bit. Just getting his flight on this is really impressive. Thompson just going for the 7 runs off 4.5 overs so far. I've been really impressed by him, actually.
You sort of mentioned before, full-time signing now. They'll need him to perform a couple of roles in this team.
It's a little too straight on that one.
I mean, principally as a spinner, but he'll probably bat at... Not sure where he was carded, Thompson, but I expect he'll bat at 8. And they'll need runs out of him. It's a relatively long tail. Been around the traps. He was a teacher, and he wasn't expecting to be a professional cricketer, and one thing led to another, and he was picked up and signed, and here he is a couple of years later as a 28-year-old as the number 1 spinner in the absence of Matt Critchley.
Turn to square leg. Yeah, again, that's one of my bugbears. We won't linger on it too long. We've done a lot on the scheduling. Players like Thompson, but more right at the top of the list, really. Alan Richardson, Gareth Berg at Middlesex didn't make his first-class debut until he was 26, 27. Cricketers are late bloomers. They can be. You do see in other sports players emerge at 18, 19, and yes, they may burn out, but more often than not in other sports, players emerge at that age and they go on. In cricket, it does have this flow where not necessarily the guy who's scoring all the runs through his teenage years goes on, or taking all the wickets goes on, and there is that evolution of a player through his 20s. To his dial, bowling at the stumps as he has been still, turned to short straight mid wicket.
Yeah, maybe sorry, Kev, to get that chance later in life too. I mean, when you see a cricketer who hasn't been a prodigy, hasn't been on the pathway in the academies, in the England under-19s, which is a fairly common refrain, former England under-19s player. There are a lot of those. But someone like Thompson has had to do it the other way, through the minor counties, where he played at Staffs, and last year played a few games, took 7 wickets, averaged 25. Just enough to show the club that there was some promise there. And I mentioned before that he was a PE teacher before he was a professional cricketer, so he knows what it's like to have a real job and not just be a cricketer. And then he was in form in the pre-season, took 4 for 59 last week against Oxford in their last warm-up game. And he's looked good so far today, albeit bowling before lunch on the first morning probably wasn't part of the Derbyshire plan. And
perhaps what the shortening of seasons, or the way, certainly where the matches are positioned, spinners are number 1, aren't they, really, in the spotlight? But spinners do develop that a little bit later in life, generally, or certainly historically in the game.
Phil Tufnell said to me once that you need to have a 3 in front of your age to know what you're doing as finger spinner. You go through a lot of knocks when you're in your 20s.
Let's cut down onto that one. Looking to drive square. Eskinazi, but only picking out point. Deploy in there now.
Which isn't to say that you can't get there earlier. There are notable exceptions. But Graham Swan only made his Test debut at age 29. And he stands out as one of England's most effective Test spinners ever. Took him a long time playing first-class cricket to be able to take the next step.
Even Andrew Strauss made his Test debut at 27, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, Alan Richardson, though I was mentioning, in terms of late bloomers, I remember when he left Middlesex, it really felt at the time, he got a little bit of a career in his late 20s, you thought, maybe, and he was unlucky with injury as well. Certainly in his time with Middlesex, but went on to Worcestershire, went on to be named one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year. That one's just caused a little bit of alarm for Eskinazi. Steered it though, managed to get over the top of it, angled the bat, and he'll pick up 3 down to the vacant third. He's on to 43. Middlesex 87 for 1. End of the over. A number that causes you any problems? 87. I remember.
No concerns there. I know that people say that's an unlucky number in Australian cricket, but that is the score in the 80s that Australian batters have been dismissed on least in Test cricket.
Is that right? Chris Rogers in his first season with Middlesex, and I didn't really know him at the time. Prior to that, they were playing a game down at Neville Road, Gloucestershire. It was one of his first matches for Middlesex, and he got out on 87. And he came around, and all of a sudden the commentary box door opened behind me, and the old Jessup stand then, that was quite the place to commentate from. I can tell you the angle, you could barely even see a scoreboard, the angle wasn't great. And in came Chris Rogers. I kind of looked around with surprise, and he said, "No, happily sit down and do a stint with you." And he was kicking himself, 87. He said, I knew it. Absolutely kicking himself, livid that he got out on 87.
He'll be watching. If I know one thing about Chris Rogers, is that wherever he is around the world, he's watching the cricket somewhere. Whenever I'm on commentary and Bob up doing something, he's in the WhatsApps having it on in the background. So good evening to you, Buck, in Melbourne, I assume, at the moment.
Yes, away down the leg side. It's drifted away, and they'll pick up a couple of byes. I don't think he got any bat on it, certainly. Whether there was a little bit, they're going to turn for a third. Whether there was any, there was a little tickle. Run signal, oh, no signal, so runs it is. It cares on to 35, 91, 4-1. Yeah, hello to you, Chris, if you tuned in. It was a mighty part of the revival for Middlesex in the last decade. Former Derbyshire man as well, of course. Moved to Middlesex, got them up in 2011 almost single-handedly with the bat. Talking about the batting woes of recent years, they've resurfaced. I've been there in the early parts of the century. Rogers came in and sold that for a few years. Got them up in 2011 as captain, kept them up for a few years. And very profitable, prolific time at the top of the order as captain for Middlesex. Speaking of cricketers waiting their turn, he had to wait a long time for that test chance, really. That's driven away nicely. Just a little bit of width, and Eskinazi in full control of that one as he pierces point and cover. He moves to 48, 95 for 1, with just over 6 minutes to go until lunch. Yeah, he had to wait a while for that chunk of a chance, Rogers, didn't he, in the Australian side.
Took advantage of it. 25 test matches in the end, 5 centuries. Yeah, he was a very consistent contributor for Australia. Played in 3 Ashes series between 2013 and 2015 and really made the most of that chance. Also made an outstanding 100 in Port Elizabeth. End of the over, we'll get a couple more in before lunch. 95 for 1, a wonderful start this from Middlesex. De Cares on 35, Eskinazi on 48. Yeah, and finished in great style too here in England in 2015. Made a century here at Lord's. He was quite emotional that night, Chris, when talking about it at the press conference. This ground meant so much to him as a player, and returning as a test cricketer and making an outstanding 100 in a test victory. One of 3 tons he made against England. No, it would have been 4 tons against England. 1 in Melbourne, 1 in Sydney, 1 at Durham, and 1 here. I had to scratch the head there and think about it for a moment. But yeah, his 400s were against England, 1 against South Africa.
It's answer to Cares. Just over pitch, but watchfully played to mid-off.
And these days, of course, the coach of Victoria, and Peter Hanscom's the captain of Victoria. They were involved in the Sheffield Shield final over the weekend in Perth that WA won by virtue of the fact that they were the higher ranked team, and they drew the game and they win the trophy for the first time in 23 years. So presumably that'll mean that we'll have Pete Hanscom in situ here at Lord's pretty soon, ready to go and lead the team again.
Solid defender once more. Yes, he and Shona Freedy should be in place in 2 weeks down in Cardiff for the second game.
That would be something. I've had the great pleasure of watching much of Shaheen Shah Afridi's test career so far, including the 3 tests in Pakistan last month in March. And when he's on song, he's about the most exciting cricketer in the world right now. I mean, that point of difference. We're watching Dale bowl here. No speed gun, but you'd imagine he'd be, in miles an hour, he'd be somewhere in the low 70s, maybe mid 70s, give or take, Shaheen Shah Afridi is a 90-plus guy, a serious 90-plus guy. Even his stock spells when he gets up and going, and we'll see this in white ball cricket. He's a phenom, and only 21 years of age, and fit, and he's got the best hair in world cricket as well. Gets around with that helmet on his head. He's personable.
It's his birthday the other day as well, wasn't it?
He's turned 22, has he? Okay.
No, well,
I knew he was 21 when he was playing in the test at Rawalpindi, Karachi, and Lahore.
no, I don't know. Maybe it was either side of it. I was just going to say there was an awful lot on Twitter about it. I think videos and
his bowling partner Naseem Shah, he's only 19. I think he's playing for Gloucestershire this week. As in, he didn't play in the test, and he's playing the one days rather, and he's come straight over. But yes, you're pretty much seeing. And look, I hate to be sort of cliched in putting it this way, but it's an avoidable comparison. You're seeing Wasim and Waqar all over again with these two. So it's very exciting that both of them will feature in the Championship and the Blast this year. And what a privilege it'll be to see Afridi here at Lord's soon enough.
It's turn fine of mid-wicket, quick single taken. They're getting around is Shan Masood. I can't see it now. Maybe I'm confusing who it was. I'm sure it was he. Maybe he retweeted it. There was videos of his birthday. I have managed to find a video of him having his hair cut quite recently, though.
Don't take too much off. We want him to have the big helmet hair here at Middlesex. They'll come from miles just to see it. Not a hair out of place either.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch him featuring in the T20 as well. Ajiba Rahman lining up for that one also for Middlesex.
Yes. We're seeing some in the comments here, the reminiscing on the Rogers-Warner partnership for Australia here from Robert Terrace. I always liked that it was Rogers who actually got off to the flying start. That's a very good observation, despite being known as a dogged kind of player. Rogers had a good habit of getting off to the flyer and letting Warner catch up. A very productive partnership for Australia over a couple of years.
Yeah, he always set the tone for Middlesex from the off. It was a really important passage that he had. And yeah, Derbyshire was first stop, I think, for him in England, wasn't it? Thompson's coming around the wicket now.
Yeah, he was a journeyman. He played at Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Northants, Middlesex, and finished at Somerset. His last season there, he ended up with 76 first-class hundreds, 2 of them coming in his final game. That extraordinary week where the championship was being decided here at Lord's, but for a moment Somerset were ahead. I'm sure you'd remember that well, Kev.
Yeah, what a week that was. Sure, there's a little inside edge on that, but I don't know who they're asking, whether it was actually pad first from Thompson. There was the match down at Taunton that year where Rogers quite rightly declared Middlesex went on and won the game, and he made the point at the press conference at the end that it was a very young Somerset side. He said that if these guys are going to develop as players, and you look at where Somerset have gone since, they're going to have to learn in the toughest of conditions. And to open up the chance of victory in that match, he had to open up the chance of defeat as well. Middlesex did go on and claim the victory, and obviously went on and claimed the title. So much is often made at Somerset. Had that declaration not have been made, Somerset would have won the title that year. Yeah. It would have been a draw that match. However, I do think that that's a rather moot point. Because just perhaps what they learnt in defeat that day wouldn't have seen them go on to take those other victories that they did, and that was Rogers' point, as I remember in the press conference at the end of that Middlesex game.
And of course, we always love a little bit of declaration bowling as well. A bit of lob bowling in that final game here, all part of the fun.
Oh yeah, that one was that one. There's been many stories that come out about that, and I guess we'll probably have to read about them in books in years to come. But we luckily hear some of these stories whispered on occasions of how that declaration came about, and how heavily it was negotiated between these sides, which then had rippled down to Taunton, didn't it, where they were upset about the declaration here.
So, a couple of balls until lunch. Thompson's been going around the wicket. They're going to bring out a helmet, I think, so they can have a close-in catcher. And so it is with the clock now ticking over to 1 o'clock. They're in no hurry here to finish the over. They won't get another one in.
Well, it's been Middlesex's morning, put in here by Derbyshire, and the visitors would have been delighted, I'm sure, to win the toss. Again, going back to the pitch, the colour of it, from up here, it's as pretty pale a pitch as you'd imagine for this time of year. We've seen some green tops, haven't we? And actually you can see it on the stream quite clearly there. It looks a lovely colour. It's played that way as well. It's been a flight once more. Those two close catches, leg slip and a slip in place for Thompson. They've got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. Last ball before lunch to Cares to face. Tucked in behind that one. They'll be tucking into lunch in a few moments. These two teams, a very, very good morning here for Middlesex. 96 for 1. De Cares 36, Eskinazi 48. The loss of Stoneman for 12 caught Masood off the bowling of Lackmal, and at that point I think Derbyshire really would have fancied that, having won the toss, there was going to be a real opportunity. No Sam Robson with that finger injury. A chance for them to try and get in amongst the Middlesex top order, but Eskinazi, who has really, well, for me, come of age in the last couple of years as a senior player for Middlesex. The championship runs haven't been there to the weight he'd have liked. He came back well last year, but Josh Davis, what a performance for him. That one chance offered on 21, put down by Darloff Connors at backward point. But other than that, it's been a pretty assured performance from these pair for Derbyshire. A consistent spell, but that wicket of that injury of side bottom, real blow and concern for them.
Yeah, getting a generous applause as they leave the field via the pavilion. Big smile on the face of Josh De Cares, who indeed having a laugh there with Eskinazi. They know that's hard graft. First morning of the season being sent in, and sure, it's a good pitch and the sun is out, but still it is April, it is the Duke's ball, and it is an attack that, on paper at least, for Derbyshire, looks strong, with Lackmal and Connors and Sidebottom brought in yesterday with that extra pace. But Sidebottom going down in his second over, they had to turn to the fourth seamer Dale far too early, and the spin of Thompson likewise inside the first hour. And only one breakthrough. That will be a dressing room that has to really regroup quickly for Derbyshire, because this can drift. This sure can drift. And with Eskinazi striking the boundary half a dozen times, and De Cares moving through the gears in the second hour of play, making it to 36, it's absolutely Middlesex's session. And what a contrast it was to a number of games that we saw here at Lord's last year, Kev, where Middlesex were in all sorts by lunch on morning one. Well, here they're in the ascendancy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at those bowling figures, that 1 for 25 from 7 from Lackmal. They're going to need a lot from him this afternoon, aren't they? I think a really important spell coming up from him after lunch. If he can get in amongst Middlesex immediately after the interval. Of course, they haven't really gone anywhere. All that hard work of the morning can be undone quite quickly, can't it? So I'm sure Mickey Arthur will be drumming that into them in the interval, that look, 1 or 2 Middlesex are missing. Robson, you've already got Stoneman, there's no Hanscom yet. There's going to be an opportunity to try and get in amongst. So yeah, they'll look to Lackmal after lunch, won't they? But I think the fear perhaps for Derbyshire is it feels as though they've stuck to the task very well. So whether they can find that little bit of extra something after lunch, we shall have to wait and see.
We'll take our lunch. You should do likewise. It's 96 for 1 on the opening day of season 2022 for Middlesex. Eskinazi on 48, De Cares on 36. We'll be back in about half an hour here from Lord's.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords for the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Derbyshire, the visitors, and winning the toss this morning, putting in Middlesex, but the hosts be mightily happy at lunch with their display this morning. Just the loss of Mark Stoneman, caught pursued off Lackmal for 12, and De Caires 36, joined by Eskinazi on 48, 96 for 1, marking a good morning for Middlesex. And the bad news this morning as well, that injury for Sidebottom, a hamstring injury that took him off the field after just one ball of his second over. A real disappointment for him, first and foremost, and for Derbyshire as well. Stuck to their task this morning, Derbyshire, but not with great reward. They'll certainly hope that a couple of early breakthroughs this afternoon will be able to jog them into this innings as quickly as possible. I'm Kevin Hands on the mic, alongside me Adam Collins, and Colin, it was a surprisingly quiet morning for the start of a championship season.
I think you can lose sight a little bit of, in a situation like that with expectations so skewed one way, just how good a start that was for the home side. 96 for 1 on a surface that only netted in excess of 300 runs once in the entire of the 2021 season. A team that only made it to 300 on 3 occasions in 2021. To lay a foundation like that with Eskinazi, who was in and out of the team last year, but now very much one of the senior pros, with Robson not there this week in increasing his importance, and De Caires, who's only getting his chance today because Sam Robson's not fit, and taking it so far with both hands. So 48 and 36 respectively. That's quite the foundation, especially in context. So, starting the middle session, Connors. Pavilion end. Eskinazi a couple short of another half century. One of myriad players to re-sign over the winter period, Kev. They actually got cracking on that just after the Blast competition went poorly last year. The club re-signed a number of their young talent. There was obviously a substantial restructure that's taken place in the cricket department through that stretch as well. There's been a change of coach, director of cricket the whole way through. Quick single not to be. Eskinazi looking to find his first run after lunch. Not on. Connors sprinting in, doing the work from his own bowling. So it started at the top, the change that was made to Angus Fraser's role 2/3 of the way through last season. The players who were re-signed, and then they went to work putting together a new structure. It's quite a big overhaul, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. There was a magnificent 7 out of contract last year, wasn't there, for Middlesex? Tom Helm was one of them as well. Nick Gubbins obviously departed. Stephen Finn and James Harris going on their ways as well.
Shot. Bit of pace taken off the ball there at point by Dale, but it'll make it almost all the way to the rope. Just dragged in. Looking towards umpire Illingworth, Kettleborough rather, to see whether it was 4. It wasn't, but he gets a couple of runs and moves to 50. Stevie Eskinazi, 7 boundaries. He's brought up the milestone in 80 deliveries, batting for 108 minutes, but it's been the class of the knock so far. Chanceless coming in with Middlesex losing an early wicket, that of Mark Stoneman. Pressure right on the number 3, and so far he's turned it straight back onto the visitors. 98 for 1, Eskinazi, 50 of those. One of the players to re-sign last year was Stevie Eskinazi. He was looking to be loaned out when left out of the team, then had a big Blast campaign, and they got his signature locked away until 2024, and reinforcing why he's such an asset, not just with the white ball.
Yeah, it was in the opening match last season. He got that 50 against Somerset, which is why I felt so desperately disappointed that he was for him, that he was the one that was dropped by Middlesex for Hanscom's arrival for the 3rd match.
Oh, through. Good shout. Feels close. Turned down. Well, that can only be on the basis of the slope. First impression, albeit not completely behind the bowler's arm where we are this week. But that felt like it was doing plenty right from Connors. Make for an interesting replay with Eskinazi on 50. Well, again, even on the replay, it's not quite right behind the bowler's arm, but that looked very good. Eskinazi survives and now prospers with a clip down to deep fine. Moves to 51, 99 for 1 the score. I'm not wrong in thinking that was the type of decision that ordinarily would go with the bowler.
Yeah, that looked that looked like real trouble there for Eskinazi. Connors, I think, will be muttering about that one all day long, or for as long as it takes him to get a wicket, or for Eskinazi to be dismissed. Very, very good shout.
So Eskinazi, there was Bamber, Cullen, Cracknell, Simpson, Murtagh, Anderson, White. I mean, that is quite the group of players who've said we're going to stay with Middlesex, especially...
Those are the extensions.
There's the extensions, and there was the rookies that they went and added time to as well. I mean, they've just gone on a signing spree. And that's not easy to do when you're struggling. Let's remember, Middlesex were bottom of the group in Group 2. They came second in Division 3, but that was after the Lord Mayor show, literally, last year. So when it comes to being in a position of strength to re-sign players, that probably wasn't the time for it. Didn't do well in the Blast, didn't do well in the Royal London Cup. Yet that's a real vote of faith from a group, from a core of players who are all on the younger side. Lucknow to start after lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. In the last one, sign of the 7 that were out of contracts, I think of those that you mentioned, the ones that were up, that we haven't mentioned, Souter was the other one, wasn't he?
Yep.
And the last one of the 7 to sign was Tim Murtagh, who was announced as club captain, I do believe, at the end of season lunch before he'd even signed the contract. So it was a fair hint that a contract was on the way.
He has compared himself. I mean, it's very easy to think older cricketer around England and say Darren Stevens in the next breath. And he even offered that kind of comparison himself, didn't he, in the media day, saying that I'm not sure if I'll be like Steve-O still playing in 5 years' time, but having interviewed him a number of times over the years, and his longevity always comes up, he's not thinking about necessarily having a retirement year or anything like it. I mean, this is the chance for him to lead the club, albeit briefly before Hanscom arrives, but still, it's going to keep him young.
Yeah, and through the winters. I mean, it's a big job, but especially this winter just gone by, there was a big job as club captain. Richard Johnson's appointment coming late January, joined middle of February, didn't he? And that meant that Alan Coleman, along with Tim Murtagh, really was steering the ship through the winter. So he said there were a lot of meetings that he was involved in, and indeed, I think he was part of the panel that interviewed Richard Johnson.
Yeah, it speaks to his seniority, doesn't it?
Yeah.
His 15th year at the club.
I look forward to asking Jono about that, being interviewed by Tim Murtagh. I just kept a tad low on him, that one, didn't it? Yeah,
more runs out to the short boundary, just one of them. Eskinazi 52, and it brings up the Middlesex 100. 100 for 1, this pair coming together when the score was 13. Eskinazi 52 to Carey's 36. They're laying, as I said when we came back from lunch, a sturdy foundation is exactly what you need to do on the first day, especially when the early April wind blowing as it is, the pitch here, which was so challenging last year. But they're making the most of a situation where Derbyshire are one down with their seam attack. And more runs here. Nicely worked off the back foot. Softer hands out towards the rope. Up the hill. Has work to do. And gets to the boundary. De Cares to 40. Middlesex 104 for 1.
Just going back to some of the youngsters that signed, I think one of the biggest frustrations really were the ones that got away, especially around that 2016-2017 period, where there were strong pros in the side. But 2017 obviously was a relegation, and the one that always comes top of the charts when this is mentioned is Ryan Higgins, of course.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Middlesex have been keen not to repeat. They don't want to let any other young talent slip through their fingers.
Yeah, so Higgins and Lace have gone on to have quite productive careers elsewhere. 32 overs gone, 104 for 1. Yeah, at a period of time when the club was so strong, winning the championship in 2016, limited opportunities for those coming through. I mean, you can understand how it happened, but yeah, you're right. At the other end of the table now, I mentioned before how poorly it went last year in 4-day cricket and white ball cricket. It's no easy thing to keep the group together, and they did come through together. Remember that 70% of the first team squad are from the academy, are from the production line, have been there with Alan Coleman mostly from the time that they've been under 10s or under 12s, and now he's, well, effectively their boss. Good start this after lunch, batting with purpose. Middlesex single there in front of square. The care's up to 41.
Yeah, and I've certainly made a lot of it. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe too much the amount of youngsters at Middlesex. Because you look at this side, and obviously there's, I think one of the stats ahead of the season as well was the average age of the squads. And Middlesex were probably surprisingly high up. I mean, Tim Mercer alone probably drags that number up. But, Toby Rowland-Jones is 34 now, John Simpson 33. I mean, Sam Robson 32. Which, to some extent, he's coming into his prime, isn't he, when you think of Robson in particular, but Stoneman 34 as well.
Yeah, so plenty of experienced heads, and combined with players who are probably a year or two older than we think in a way, but White, and the reason why Eskinazi was left out last year wasn't because he was his own performance as much as it was they needed to find room for Robbie White, who'd had that one opportunity during the Bob Willis Trophy. Came one run short of a maiden century down at Canterbury, rattled off 4 half-centuries in a row in the early part of the season. He needed to be retained. They couldn't risk him becoming one of these players that left the club for better opportunities. And someone like Martin Anderson, who's now into his 5th year as a professional.
Yeah, it was Max Holden that kept his place last year, wasn't it? I think probably the toss-up going into that third game when Eskinazi was dropped. Holden had 4 and 1 and 2 and 19 in the first 4 innings of the season, whereas Eskinazi got that 53 in the second innings against Somerset, which is an extremely tricky second innings for Middlesex.
Mentioned before, it was freezing cold. I still can't quite fathom how Jack Leach was able to bowl Middlesex out. How he felt his hands and was able to turn the ball was beyond belief. But yeah, that collapse was what gave Somerset a chance, but Eskinazi stuck fat the whole way through and got to a half-century, and then dropped 2 games later. Having performed serviceably through the Bob Willis Trophy as well when he was captain the previous year. Of course, Peter Hanscom wasn't able to come out during 2020 because of the pandemic. So now back very much as a senior player in the team.
Yeah, and again, I think that was his argument, wasn't it? That I've been in and out as captain, happily done it time and time again, and then 50 in 4 innings, 150 in 4 innings at the start of a season to be dropped, third match, and dropped out of sight. Really, wasn't he? He was gone for a while then. Got back in against Leicestershire. Of course, he had that match at Merchant Taylor's School where he batted in the second innings against Leicestershire and had a hamstring injury, I think it was, a calf injury.
Yeah. He then backed it up with 100 at Cheltenham, wasn't it?
But yeah, I think the overall point, Middlesex desperate not to let those youngsters disappear. 105 for 1 at the end of the over. They want to make sure that they get their chance, and there is enough of a spread of the older players at the moment for them to play around, whereas I think that was probably the fear before, that if they ditched 1 or 2 of those older players for the youngsters at the time, did they have enough of a spread? As it was, the older players were coming to the end anyway. So
yeah, and off the field they've got that group of coaches who know these younger lads so well. I mean, Rory Coots is the club coach. He was working with Alan Coleman in the academy. Take a player like Robbie White. I mean, he's been in this system the whole way through. Blake Cullen and other. They know their games inside out. Trusted, senior, solid, sturdy individuals. In front of point, finds a gap. Not a lot of room to work with there for Eskinazi, but he's able to manufacture a couple of further runs. He's 55, 107 for 1 is the score.
Yeah, we'd expect him to come in next, wouldn't we? Robbie White, Max Holden at 5, Jack Davis at 6 on the card that we were given. That's probably the way we would expect it to fall. Richard Johnson took over for the second half of 2018.
Yep.
And the first major move he made was immediately to call Robbie White into the side and gave him the gloves, and John Simpson was done for the rest of the season. I don't think that was anything particularly aimed at John Simpson at all. I think it was just a case that Johnson, who had worked with a lot of them in the second team, they'd all come through the academy into the second team, he felt their frustration that there were those numbers around then. That was around the time of Ryan Higgins leaving. He felt their frustration that you've got to somewhere get these youngsters into the side. It just so happened that giving White the gloves and giving Simpson the break at that time obviously was the choice that he made. I don't think John Simpson has to be alarmed at all that Richard Johnson's back as coach. Simpson's had a good few years, hasn't he?
Yeah, great all-round year last year across the formats. Probably the red ball was where he was least productive, but yes, played for England, of course.
But yeah, White was the man that Richard Johnson first turned to of all of those youngsters. And he is, what is he now, 26, Robbie White? So he's the senior statesman of the kids, isn't he? Yeah,
that's right. Maybe you're with White and Holden, and Davies who's coming through. So yeah, that group have been together for a while. A lot of second team cricket together as well. Tila Molaloita, who's now part of the locally qualified player group. He was an overseas for the last 2 years, but that's now been updated, thankfully for him. Not in the squad this week, but will be through the season.
That century he got last year that we watched here, the celebrations in the dressing room, they said were amongst the biggest that there have ever been for a century at Lords for one of their teammates. They were all so desperate. He'd come so close, hadn't he, White? There was 3 90s. There would have been 4 other half centuries at least that come to mind. And after clearing that hurdle, made another 100 the following week. London buses and all the rest. Yeah, looks a very organised player, either side at point especially. Andrew Sampson, I think, helped me out with the stat, still Test match special scorer. He and statistician, because White went on that run, wasn't it? Something like 4 or 5 consecutive matches. He got a 50 in each of them. So my question to Andrew Sampson was, what's the longest run a player's gone for consecutive 50s in matches without having a first-class 50? I think it was 7. I can think of one player we were talking about earlier who has the longest run of Test half centuries in a row without getting to 100. Inside portion of the bat, spits out towards long leg. Better bowling there from Luckmal to complete his 9th over. 1 for 33, his figures. 34 overs gone. 108 for 1. Middlesex have moved along from 97 for 1 at lunch. In the 15 minutes since, they've looked good for the most part. Eskinazi 56 to Cares on 40. And it was 7 consecutive half centuries for Chris Rogers between across the summer and into the 2015 Ashes before he, of course, came here and made a wonderful century in the second test of that series. But yeah, I think it was 7 times that Rogers was out between 50 and 100 in a row in Test cricket. So that would have been in that Andrew Sampson list, I suspect. Connors again towards us, towards Eskinazi, who takes one easily out to mid-wicket. He's turning the board over at ease at the moment. 57 for Middlesex's number 3, 109 for 1 the score. Just trying to dig out who it was now. I think it was a Northamptonshire player. The sort of record that you don't really want. And what I don't think I'll be able to answer, even if I do dig it out, is whether he actually got the first-class century in the end or not. I don't think he went on to have a prolonged career thereafter, so possibly not. The more the record you want, the one that Sangakkara had here a couple of years ago. Was it his 5th 100 in a row that took place here at Lord's, 4th or 5th in a row, something like that? Was that in the Surrey Middlesex game? Yeah. Did he get one in each innings? And twin tons here, having made twin tons in the previous game, then knocked off one at Chelmsford as well. What a great way to finish! What a great way to finish his career with 9 first-class hundreds. Yeah, and two at Lords in your final appearance at Lords. Nicely played again. De Care's looking good. Got a couple of games last year in the middle of the season. And a handful of games across the Blast and the Royal London Cup.
but seen as a long-term prospect. Very organised, as he is again here, picking out mid-on, but nothing wrong with that shot.
Can't find the stat. I'll come back to it.
No, that's fine. This is the pitfalls of working as a two-handed operation. We can't kind of call out to the statistician as you might be doing if you were working with Andrew Sampson.
I might just send him a text and ask him the same one again.
He's the kind of guy. Look, I said that Chris Rogers is a frequent watcher of streams and listen to tour of commentary around the world. So is Andrew Sampson. There's half a chance he's watching us right now. Down there in Johannesburg. Squeezed out there by De Keers. It's better from Connors, using the slope to his advantage.
Got it. I was worried it had disappeared into ether somehow. So White was heading to a fourth 50 in 4 matches, and my question was, what's the longest run of consecutive 50s in matches by a player yet to reach a maiden ton? It didn't take long for Andrew Sampson to come back with the answer. Let me see.
So Connors has a couple of slips. On the hook in front of square. Beautiful shot. Josh De Keers has really stepped it up a notch since lunch. He's 44. 113 for 1 after 35 overs.
Second time he's got that shot away today, isn't it? This time he was a little bit more rushed on it. A quicker ball, dare say, from Connors, but still controlled it well, didn't he? And got through the shot nicely. The answer was Tom New of Leicestershire. That's a 100 partnership up as well. 100 partnership coming up for the second wicket between De Keers and Eskinazi. I'll tell you the number of balls in a moment faced for it. But in the meantime, the English record was Tom New, 7 consecutive matches scoring 50s without ever having scored the century. Leicestershire player of 2006-2007.
Okay. That was 188 balls for the century stand, this pair, batting together for just over a couple of hours. Luckmal away from us, nursery end. Eskinazi finds a gap at cover, another single. He's in one-day mode since lunch. Looking to score off every ball and break up the field.
Yeah, they've been on top, haven't they? And again, this was the moment that you thought Derbyshire, if you could put 2 on the board now, then all of a sudden 120 for 3, it puts a lot of the morning behind them, doesn't it? Still an opportunity for Derbyshire to do so, but these two have settled well after lunch. The overall record, Mutaki Hassan, Hyderabad and South Zone, Pakistan, 1961-62, 8 consecutive matches, scoring a 50 without getting to a first-class ton.
Ouch. No ball called there. Umpire Kettleborough officiating at our end. Although it is difficult to identify their faces, they've both got their jackets pulled right up over their mouths, given how chilly it must be out there. Ooh. From the off stump. Had to get down quickly to that one. Just came back off the seam up the slope. Good bit of bowling there from Luckmal, who's bowling from the nursery end. He's now bowled 4 spells, 2 from either end.
Tom New did go on to get a first-class ton. He got 2 of them. Played for Derbyshire as well, of course, I forgot. Tom New, wicket-keeper batsman.
Yes, umpire Kettleborough. I second guessed myself there. He's wearing the, what do they call that? They wear it when that's snood, and the old-fashioned sort of flat cap as opposed to the wide brim number. Better from Luckmal. You also see umpire Illingworth at square leg wearing the snood as well. I quite like that Richard Kettleborough has moved to the flat cap when standing as you don't see that too often these days. I think there's a standard issue hat that they have to wear when overseeing international games. They can show a bit more sartorial flair when doing the domestic stuff.
Beautiful day now here at Lord's, and beautiful scoreboard as well for Middlesex. You see the numbers that are in today, probably about standard for, I'd say, this stage of the season. First game of the season. The Warner stand away to the right open, the Middlesex room and the Allen stand there to the left of the pavilion. Tavern and the Mound stand shut, so to the Edrich, which is below us to our left, but everything to the right of the ground as you look across there is open today.
They've done a great job with these two new grandstands, haven't they? The new Compton and new Edrich. Oh, shout for leg before. It's inside edge onto pad. Luckmail not interested, nor is umpire Kettleborough. The way that the grandstands are able to place the media centre between it. It used to be such a striking part of the design here at Lord's was the media centre. It's an award-winning piece of architecture back around the turn of the century, but it feels as though the stands don't detract from it. It just seems right. They're not completely symmetrical. One's slightly bigger than the other. I think it's the Compton.
I've said a few that.
Yeah, I could have done with it being symmetrical. That's just the way my brain's wired. Luckmail ends the over. 36 gone, 116 for 1. We might go a bit wider on that shot and we'll be able to see that the Compton stand, so to the left, is a little bit bigger than the Edrich. But anyway, I'm being. We'll see if we can get this done in real time. Here we go. So, working away from the left, that being the Compton, you can see that the top of it, there's a bay that's outside that doesn't get captured by the lid or the very edge of the roof. And if we pan to the right, maybe not. I was maybe asking for a little bit too much there.
Did manage to speak to a couple of the camera people at lunch, and apparently that wind out there is unbearable, and not just for the cold of it, but also for the control of the camera. I say it is really buffeting the wind.
I'm sure it is. That camera gantry beneath us in the media centre is a tough spot at the best of times. Connor's here, new over. Again, almost a bit of interest in a leg before shout, but bat and pad close together, sliding down the leg side for Eskinazi on 58. Still got a long way to go today, 60 overs, so there'll be extra time here. I can't expect without Thompson getting through a lot of overs that Derbyshire will make it to 96 in a timely enough fashion. What they don't have this year, though, is the COVID pit stops. We became quite used to... I've got a few views about the COVID pit stops, as Connor just knocked off his path for about the fourth time today from the pavilion end. They never really squeezed the sanitizer in. If you watch closely, they just ran the bottle around, pretended to squeeze it in, and went straight back, and it had an effect on over rates. But we received a briefing yesterday from the ECB, and this year they've wound back the COVID stipulation, so no more sanitizer pit stops. Teams will not be wiped out due to close contacts, as what happened to Derbyshire last year in a game against Essex when the game was punted after a day and a half. Now, if you are crook with COVID, sure, you're out, but it won't mean your dressing room's wiped out, like it was with England and missing upwards of 20 players before that quite extraordinary one-day series against Pakistan, where the replacements did the job 3-0. John Simpson part of that. Tom Helm also part of that squad from a Middlesex perspective. But yes, it won't be quite as stringent as we've been used to in 2020 and 2021. In hindsight, it feels quite odd, Kev, that we did games here where there was just nobody here. I mean... You can kind of, add your jokes in the comments about the attendance of county cricket, sure, whatever. But just having nobody here at Lord's for a blast game, and that was the case in 2020. So much of the blast is the colour and movement, but having none of that through that season. Thankfully, fans were back for the blast last year, and they were able to come in for the last two games of the championship here at Lord's 2, the Derbyshire and Worcestershire fixtures, but. a very different feel when walking in the ground this morning.
Yeah, it was the blast that was the starkest contrast, wasn't it? And it is a game that needs an audience, really. The blast, when you've got the game going at such a high tempo as it does out in the middle, to have nobody in the ground was an extraordinary feeling.
Again, looking to get on the drive. That's not where Eskinazi wanted the ball to go. It looked like he was pushing out to mid-off, but ends out at mid-wicket. Another single. He's 59, 117 for 1.
Yeah, those hand sanitizer breaks, it was almost like a trip through a department store, wasn't it? There was just randomly things being sprayed aimlessly in the air.
I think they started off with sound intentions. That first Bob Willis Trophy round, for example, those weeks out at Radlett, where I think they genuinely thought we better do the right thing here, and everyone to wash their hands every 6 overs. The same goes with the ball, by the way. The ball won't need to be sanitised every however many overs as well. Connor's knocked off target again, twice in 1 over.
Is it fake news to say that it turned out that it was never a vector of disease? The passing it on via touch wasn't the...
Yes. No comment. I feel like whatever I say there, I'll get in trouble. But it was a curious moment back in 2020, ending the over here with a push off the back foot. Once a single again to Careys, but sent back, 117 for 1, the score after 37. Yes, the vector of disease was the Prime Minister's observation when... Was that the bit where we were allowed to have nets but not... no recreational cricket, wasn't it? It was no recreational cricket because the ball was a vector of disease. See, I'm not sure if we... ever had that. It was just a nice turn of phrase, I think.
Yeah, but it turned out, after it all was said and done, that actually it wasn't really transmitted through touch anyway, didn't they? Say we could all stop washing the fruit and veg and stop sanitising the cricket ball. I
think in the fullness of time, there'll be a lot of things that were said and assumed about that part of our lives, and we're all part of it, that now we look back with bewilderment, including not wearing masks until about July of 2020. Where for the first 4 or 5 months of the pandemic we were told, no, they don't make a difference anyway. Anyway, if I go any further down this line of conversation, I'll start getting abused by anti-vaxxers. So I'll keep the bat and pad close together. There's enough of that on Twitter. Right, Thompson. He's bowled 6.5 overs because he had to complete side bottom second, who's injured. Nice drift. Nursery end. Thompson signed full-time from Warwickshire over the winter. Been here previously on loan, and they've got Mark Watt, who was a revelation in the T20 World Cup, the Scottish off-spinner. I say a revelation, he's probably 28 years old now, but only for the blast. Took 8 wickets in that competition. But yeah, the big change at Derbyshire through the winter was losing Matt Critchley. Would have been devastating for them. 1,000 runs, 32 wickets. Completed his 1,000th run to finish their season, actually. They needed 30 odd to win that final game. He was 15 not out, opening the batting. I'm sure it was because he was on 985. I haven't asked him this, but I assume that's why. And he ticked over that milestone, one of only 5 players to reach 1,000 last year across the country. He was second in the PCA's medal. He was in the PCA Team of the Year, and posed that dual threat as a top 6 batter and a leg spinner too. Thompson bowls and chipped into the offside by Eskinazi, but no concerns in that direction at the moment. But they get Wayne Madsen back, who missed much of the season with that bung hamstring last year. He's made 31 centuries for the club in 13 years. Forward again in defence. Of course, we already talked about Harvey Hossain having to retire at age 25, a dreadful story, that very sad story. That was before the end of last season. Likewise, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who went back to Sussex. But yeah, a fair bit of volatility there for Derbyshire. Off the field, they've made a big change too. Thompson completes his over. 117 for 1 remains the score. Kev, I'll hand back to you to lead commentary as we continue to talk about Derbyshire and their changes. And Mickey Arthur, I mean, in some respects, he might be the biggest recruit around the country, full stop. I mean, this is a guy who I would go as far to say he's a celebrity coach. He's the kind of guy who, when he comes on the market, everybody takes a look at across the T20 franchises, international jobs, of course, led South Africa, Australia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and here he is bobbing up, looking after Derbyshire. And he said that the question to him at the media day was, "Why Derbyshire?" And he said, "Why not?" He loves a challenge. He loves a project, and Derbyshire had a dreadful 2021. So, what better time to start a brand new project and one that takes him back to the UK?
Yeah, and Ian Bell in as well as batting consultant. It's quite. I was going to say, it's fair to say, and I think you've answered the question already. It's fair to say it's quite the coup for Derbyshire to have got Mickey Arthur. I think
he's an ideas man, to say the least.
Do you like an ideas man?
I do. I do. I've watched Mickey in the nets a fair bit over the years, and the way he talks to his players, it's going to be fun. They're going to love him, and some of them may not love him. He's going to divide opinion, but he tends to, for the most part anyway, from what I've observed, have a very gregarious, intense kind of way about him. He's very involved, very much on the tools. He's not the kind of coach who'll sit back with his arm crossed at the back of the nets. He'll be in there with them, with the players. And maybe that's what you need with a squad that has been unfashionable. I mean, I say unfashionable, that's a bit of a cliche throwaway comment, isn't it? But a side that hasn't been able to seriously compete for trophies in recent years. And he's recruited well too. Including Ian Bell, you mentioned before, named as batting consultant yesterday. I know he did some work over the winter, but that role was formalised yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's him on the right there, isn't it? A pretty distinctive shape.
Yes.
No sign of Mickey Arthur. They perhaps keep him warm in behind those doors in the away dressing room. Firmly shut, as is the home dressing room as well. But Bell, an amazing signing, really.
Wonder if he's available to come out and bat for them.
I think that must be a huge frustration, mustn't it, for Derbyshire? If they were to have a slow start with the bat, it would be quite the temptation, wouldn't it, to convince him?
Oh, there's a topic. Great first-class comebacks.
Well, the two batting consultants, as single takes to cares to 45, it's Mark Ramprakash of Middlesex, isn't it? Played on.
Ramps, have you got your spikes?
Played on for a long while in West London. I think it was Stanmore that he finished with.
Yep. And, I suppose there'll have been over the years some pretty. I mean, the county game was a very different beast after the war. There was some very unusual signings immediately after World War II, but there will have been some pretty extraordinary comebacks with players in their 40s. One jumps out. Another single here for Eskinazi moving into the 60s. 119 for one. The late. I'm just having one of those moments where my brain isn't. My brain's going faster on one side than the other. Bear with me on this one. I'm going to come back to this.
I was trying to think. Fred Titmus obviously had that comeback, didn't he, in the 80s?
Ray Illingworth is what I was going to say. Ray Illingworth, who came back and captained Yorkshire for a couple of years as a 49-year-old. I mean, but there'll be others. There were cricketers that played into their 50s. We touched on Wilfred Rhodes earlier today, and that test that he played in along with Josh De Kerr's great-grandfather back in 1930. The fact that in the case of Rhodes, his test career started alongside W.G. Grace in 1899, and it finished just before Bradman came over here in 1930. Played first-class cricket against Bradman, so he spans Grace to Bradman in the space of one career.
It's a nice looking shot. I'll get away for four, short of boundary. Would have got away the other side as well, despite the size of the boundary. It was a lovely shot by De Kerr. He moves to 49. 109 deliveries for him. Eskinazi will have strike on 60. 123 for one at the end of the over. I was just looking at that span of Fred Titmus. 1982 was that year that he was rolled out alongside. It would have been John Embry back then. Edmonds would have been playing in that. First class debut, 1949 to 1982.
Incredible. It's when you do that, how many cricketers do you require to bridge the dawn of time, so to speak, and now how many players you need to make that link. I think Mike Selvey, the club president, wrote a piece in The Guardian about this some years ago, but Fred Titmus invariably gets a run in that.
His Test debut was he had a 20-year span in Test cricket. 1955 was his debut. Here's Thompson. Just be a single for Eskinazi out to deep mid-wicket. That England side, Tom Graveney, Dennis Compton, Ken Barrington, Brian Statham, Fred Truman in that 55 side.
Yep, handy.
I just feel I need to tell you the result of that game now. Make sure England
did
win.
So, yeah.
Won by 71 runs against South Africa.
Okay.
His last was in Adelaide, 1975. That England team.
Gosh, that didn't go well.
Australia won by 163 runs. That England team. Dennis Amos, David Lloyd, Colin Cowdrey, Keith Fletcher, Tony Gregg, Alan Knott, Derek Underwood amongst the names, Bob Willis.
Well, speaking of comebacks, that's the great Cowdrey comeback, isn't it? His 6th tour of Australia. Flown over to face up to Lillian Thompson.
Yep, the bowling attack, Lily Thompson, Walker, Jenner and Mallet. Of course, Rob Marsh in that side as well for Australia. Who was very close to being the Middlesex coach. Circa 2007, I think it was, perhaps. Certainly Middlesex were very interested in getting Marsh in. Never happened though. Left alone outside of off, end of the over. 124 for 1. De Care's 49, Eskinazi 61. He'll take the strike, just the single off the over.
In terms of bridging first-class cricketers from the start to now, a chap I spoke to during the first lockdown in Sri Lanka by the name of Swanji Madanyaka, who is still playing first-class cricket now in Sri Lanka, made his debut as a 16-year-old in 1991. And we later worked out that he wasn't really 16 and he was 18 then. The Cricinfo had his birth date wrong for 3 decades. We got that updated, but he's still getting around playing in domestic cricket over there. He played years of league cricket in Liverpool and other parts of Lancashire as well, I think, but especially the Liverpool League. And yes, he's played alongside some of the greats of Sri Lankan cricket, many of whom were world champions in 1996, across about 10 clubs. And his day job the whole way through has been a bank clerk. The bank's always let him do his have leave from work to come out and play. And when I spoke to him for The Guardian, he was mostly trying to hawk himself around to be a bowling coach or a batting coach over here, given all his experience in Sri Lanka and in England. But yes, you can track it back to there. If you go from 1991, someone who played a long time before then, I suppose Graham Gooch would be one that would be obvious.
I was just trying to look up Tim Mercer's 1999. See who.
Yes.
Who's in his debut?
He's played. It was the university's game he started, wasn't it, with Mercer?
Yeah. When he was an all-rounder. Batted at 7 when he arrived at Middlesex. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
I stumbled upon his highest score a couple of days ago. He's 74 not out. A game at the Oval in 2004 where Jamie Dalrymple made 244. And Mercer, having, of course, at that stage playing for Surrey, smashed a quick 74 not out to get the party started there at the Oval.
Nicely played. Full open face at the blade, pushed back up the track. I did say that, when he arrived at Middlesex, his average was around 27 when he arrived at Middlesex, Tim Mercer. It slipped to 18 now, 11 50s in 333 innings. I just said it will always be a tragedy if he finishes his career. Tragedy is the wrong word, but you know what I mean. If he finishes his career without a first-class century.
I think that ship might have sailed.
Gone a long time. A long, long time ago. I've been saying that for many years, but he kept on thinking that was his last year. Must be runs. Down to third it goes. And Eskinazi moves to 65.
They've worked the ball really well behind point, both of these players, both of these right-handers. And not only to the short boundary either. They've been happy to open the face. Invariably there have been 2 or 3 catching men behind the wicket, but maybe it's the pace of the track that they felt comfortable getting on the back foot and steering, playing with soft hands, and to that corner of the ground, between the grandstand and the Compton stand, it's been a most productive scoring region, especially for Eskinazi, who moves to 65.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to Tim Mercer about 10 years ago about this, and I said, "Well, are you feeling fit?" He said, "I can't play forever." He said, and that's 10 years ago now. But he said the other day that certainly, there's a hope that he'll at least still be playing next year. So you'd want one more crack at the at Division 1, wouldn't you? Before you.
How many 40-somethings do we have left? Stevens, Merter, Berg. Any others? Maybe tell us in the comments on YouTube. Any other 40-somethings in the championship this year?
That's the classic throw-out, yep.
I'm sure someone will know. Of course, Trescothick, until a couple of years ago, pushed it back to 1993. He made his first-class debut alongside Chris Tavares, who started back in 1975.
The year that Titmus played his last test.
Absolutely.
75.
There you go,
How far back do we go to this?
And Gooch likewise. He's first.
End of the over, Lackmal's 12th, one for 46, the only man to make a breakthrough today so far for Derbyshire, and again it's not for the want of trying. I mean, that over was pretty much there or thereabout, but they're not getting much out of this pitch or out of this ball, are they? And those overheads that we talked about first thing this morning on winning the toss, it's pretty much broken cloud up above us now, so plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine beating down, and it feels more like an afternoon, a mid-season afternoon. Alright, we haven't got the Arctic conditions in the commentary box here, but in terms of the picture and the feel of the day and the pace of the day, it feels more like a midsummer's afternoon than start of the season.
If this were a midsummer afternoon and there was a bowler down, we'd be saying, gee, they're missing out on their rotations here, and even though they've got Dale to bowl some useful medium pace, he's better than part-timer. It's just not the same as having a third frontline seamer. And of course, Sidebottom hasn't been sighted since his 7th delivery of the morning. Left hammy, reached down straight away. It didn't quite come up on our stream, on our vision immediately, but he grabbed his hammy, looked up to the sky in despair, pointed straight at Billy Goldman and said, "I'm done." Straight down the race, so to speak, up the pavilion, and away he goes, and that's what puts him in such a tough spot now, lacking that rotation.
Dial back into the attack, and there's 50 for De Caires. Moves to 53 from 115 deliveries, 7 fours, and an incredible effort from De Caires in tough conditions coming in this morning, replacing Sam Robson. De Caires will be mightily pleased with his return in this partnership, worth over 100 now with Eskinazi. Just that one chance put down on 21, but other than that, this has been a dominant display for a young man early in his career. Yeah,
what a lovely way to do it, Sue. We've talked about his back foot play behind point, crunching away there, never in doubt. His 7th boundary. So much said of this young man due to who his old man is, but he's forging a career in his own right here, no doubt. His first half century as a Middlesex player, his first game at Lord's as a first-class player as well, getting the opportunity because Sam Robson's unavailable, and taking it with both hands and making sure that he's making the most of a great chance to start the season. And now against a depleted Derbyshire bowling attack, he has every opportunity to bat all day and make this a very special afternoon.
Oh, inside edge onto the pad. Just quickly had to spin around and make sure that it didn't rattle around in the wrong direction for Cares. Yeah, he just played the 2 first-class matches last year, didn't he, at Cheltenham and Northwood. It's Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. His highest score just 17, as we mentioned earlier. A total of 28 runs, but he hit 14 in a T20. It wasn't many, but it just all of a sudden showed, oh, hold on a minute, this is very different to what we've seen before. And 43 in a list day last year as well, one of 3 list days that he played. But that first-class 50 will be a very, very good feeling. Yeah,
it just strikes me that temperamentally he's well suited to this. Just talking to him briefly this morning on the way through after netting, had a big smile on his face, knew he was getting his opportunity. Probably didn't know until last night for sure.
No ball calls. Cares will pick up a single just wide of mid-on.
And maybe there is something to that. The fact that he, until, let's say, 2 or 3 days ago, in all probability, Sam Robson would have been doing this job, and he would have been running drinks and part of the squad, sure, but biding his time. Second 11, maybe some white ball cricket later in the year and see what happens. But now, just 19 years of age, let's remember, and so many eyeballs, so many people watching his career and his progress.
Nicely taken single, mid on just a little deeper there.
And that 100 last year against Yorkshire for Leeds Uni, that was striking for the fact that it was against David Willey. So you could see already that he had the ability to score against high-quality international level attacks, or at least an international bowler in that case. So the fact that it didn't go well last year for Middlesex.
Drop the bat down on that one, really. Pick up the single down to third.
I don't think affected him too much, or it shouldn't have affected him too much. Only 18, 19, coming in, getting an unexpected opportunity, being thrown in the deep end to an extent, opening the batting. Well, it comes off or it doesn't, right? But now season 2, with that experience, that investment they're putting into him. We talked earlier about the importance of getting games into younger players. Well, it's paying off already here with him.
Nicely played up to mid-on, into the over, 137 for 1.
And having another thread to his life as well, studying economics up at Leeds, and which of course is the same. He's doing the same course that Martin Anderson was doing up there too. He's not just doing cricket. I think that's, as a young man, developing and finding his way in the world, that he can play a bit of cricket, but not just have cricket. Not only be doing this right now. That can only be good for giving him a little bit of perspective. And what a great opportunity this now presents for him. 55. On the opening day of the season, who knows what might be possible over the next few hours. Yeah,
there would have been some who'd have come in this morning though and felt under a huge amount of pressure though, and indeed succumbed to it with just a top score of 17. What was it? A total of 24 runs last year, 28 runs in the 4 innings. Yeah, you're given an unlikely opportunity like this. There are some that would have succumbed to it. Cut away, and third won't get no third back, so it's going to be 4. Third wouldn't have got around to it anyway, I was going to say, because it is a short boundary there to a deep backward point. And 4 more. That was a confident shot. 59 he moves to Cares, 141 for 1. He said he was up against Willie in that match for the university, which wasn't. We should just inform it wasn't a first class. It didn't hold first class, as the universities don't hold first class standings anymore for those matches. So sadly, didn't get the first class ton yet. Swansea's to backward point, no run.
Yeah, sniffed her unlucky there, and to not get that recognised as a first class ton for many years it would have been.
But an innings that, again, there aren't many that would have grabbed the headlines, I guess, from a university performance against the counties nowadays. I think one of the famous ones was Middlesex playing a universities match against young Nasser Hussain, who I think back then was pretty chirpy against, that was the Middlesex side of the 80s, of course. It's going to be 4 more. No, it's not. Thirds plugs. Apologies, I missed it on the desk. They have gone down on this occasion. Just a single ball. It would have been late 80s, maybe early 90s for Hussain at that point. A very chipper young man, apparently, who was in that universities match, Nasser.
I like it. Well, they came through together, didn't they? Atherton, Hussain, Ramprakash played the England schools together.
Yeah.
All made their test debuts within about 18 months of each other as well.
It's easy to forget, I think, for Hussain as well, that he was pretty unlucky in the early part of his England career, that he suffered a pretty similar selection policy to that of Ramprakash, which was not particularly supportive, shall we say, for Mark Ramprakash. But similarly, I remember Hussain in those early days was in and out as well, which is obviously wreaking havoc with the confidence of young players making the step up. But Hussain, of course, managed to forge a fine career at test level, as did Ramprakash, of course. But I think anybody nowadays would certainly recognise, with the right support, not only in selection but the way that players were supported off the field, Ramprakash would have had an incredible test career.
And much of the conversation about the suitability of county cricket for test cricket and the way these existential conversations have reared up generation after generation. Well, back then it was about central contracts, wasn't it? There was no such thing as being an England cricketer. You were employed by your county and you received match and tour payments accordingly. And that's the era that you're referring to, where Ramprakash was just before that all changed around the 99 World Cup, shortly thereafter, when finally there were central contracts and a bit more support and stability for senior test cricketers.
Nice bowled again. Good defence from Eskinazi. Yeah, it was a frustrating time as an England cricket fan watching on. Even Angus Fraser succumbs a little bit to it, that selection policy at times. I say selection policy, the way selection was carried out and how supportive it was of those that they were bringing through. Speaking of fine international bowlers, Lakmal's sticking to the task here, isn't he? End of his 13th, 1 for 53 from 13. It's toil at the moment for these bowlers. There's an indication of the wind for you on the on the camera, just how blustery it is.
Well, they're trying everything with Lakmal. It's his 5th spell across 13 overs, 3 from one end, 3 and 2 from the other. So 3 from the pavilion and 2
That's
from the nursery.
Me. That's intrigued me, the way that he's changed ends and he hasn't settled on one end. Again, I wondered, was it something to Stoneman, to the left-hander this morning, because he went so early around the wicket to him. And I wondered, was that something that they'd picked early this morning? Of the Mickey Arthur, Lakmal himself, all of the videos, I mean, these wonderful streams. Now, Middlesex have been pioneering the excellent camera work, but even since the days of the static camera, says Dahl, loses his run-up, running into the wind up the hill, Dahl. Even since the days of the static camera, the research that opposition teams in the county championship were able to do on others, you were picked up pretty quickly. If you had a little bit of a fault or a little bit of suspicion, just drifting onto the legs, he gets away with that one. Picked up at mid-wicket. So yeah, that was my thought this morning when Lakmal was then switched to the pavilion end. Had he done his job? Had they done their homework on Stoneman, perhaps?
And now they're subject to a long day, a really long day. 96 overs, of course, and 53 to go. And we've already mentioned there, one rotation down, another easy single there for De Keers. He's on 61. Nearly caught up with Eskinazi. He got off to a flyer, 145 for 1 the score. That if this pair are batting in an hour, that is a huge problem for Derbyshire, and they don't have the extra quick to turn to. They're relying on the finger spinner Thompson to do far more work than you ordinarily would be expecting on April the 7th at Lord's. Sun's out. Pitch looks pretty flat.
Yeah, that's the thing. 44th over already. And again, we started the day, all the talk for Middlesex has been top order runs and top order runs in the first innings. It is with Robson's absence, Hanscom not arriving till Middlesex's second match. Slightly depleted side at the moment, so having removed Stoneman, there were nerves. We felt it up here. I'm sure you did as well, Colo. That having that been Middlesex's Achilles heel, first innings runs, you just thought, oh dear, this could go wrong now with Stoneman going early. But this foundation that these two have given it will be a chance, won't it, for White and Holden and Davis in that middle order. Something that the middle order haven't benefited from much in recent years. Oh, inside edge from Eskinazi onto the boot. Falls away harmlessly, fortunately for him. And that was the great sympathy I had for Pete Hanscom last year when he came in. So often he was arriving in the middle. Never mind the score, 16 for 3 it was when he fell in that first match to Reece Topley, wasn't it? But match after match, never mind that it was 15 for 2, 16 for 3. It's a little inside tickle on that down to long leg. Eskinazi onto 67. They'd probably cracked away 3 or 4 boundaries pretty early, because it was pretty much the third over. It wasn't 16 for 3 after an hour. It was 16 for 3 after the third over. And this was case after case after case, and Hanscom was walking out from the Shield into some pretty tough tracks and not having that support, really, of those up above him. The wickets were falling too quickly at the top.
It was cricket played in fast forward week after week. I mean, the games weren't reaching the 4th day. They were seldom getting to Sunday early in the season. And look, partly that's a function of how hard it is to bat here, or how hard it was to bat here for all teams. We've been getting some pretty consistent feedback on the YouTube comments today that this looks a much better pitch than last year. Well, maybe that is, and we'll see it play out across the next 4 days. But certainly it hasn't played the way that it did. I think about the Hampshire fixture here. Would have been about the 3rd or 4th home game Middlesex had last year. Luckmale Pavilion end, and Eskinazi's able to shoulder arms. They got on a little bit late. And it was Abbas and Abbott, wasn't it, for Hampshire? And they bowled out Middlesex, in a couple of sessions. It was a rain-affected first day. They were all out by roughly lunch on day 2, there or thereabouts. But in addition to the 10 wickets, they would have beaten the bat 40 times. It was ridiculous. Now, they're 2 high-quality international seamers, but it felt occasionally here last year where if you got it on the dance floor, it was going to do something every time. It was an absolute landmine. It was filled with landmines rather for top order players, and the Duke's ball, the nice high proud seam, was aiding that. And a player like Hanscom coming from Australia against the comparatively flat Kookaburra on tracks that are suited to a different kind of cricket, it was just the worst possible collision here at Lord's last year. It's not always been that way here, of course. Go back to 2016 when it was draw after draw at this ground. So yeah, these things can go in cycles a little bit, but yeah, it felt like a bit of a perfect storm for Hanscom last year, and when he gets here soon enough, he'll be doing so, having averaged 50 at first class level for Victoria this year, on the back of leading Victoria to another Shield final, albeit an unsuccessful one at the Wacker last weekend. But a player of serious quality, and he'll be desperate to make amends after last year. 2 slips for Luckmal.
What do you think on the argument that certainly in April and May the Championship should use the Kookaburra ball?
I'd resist that. I'd resist that on the basis that I get what you mean about this has been something that goes out of fashion and in and out of fashion in Australia as well, by the way, about when the Duke's ball should be used in the Shield. For 4 seasons it was, because they wanted to win the Ashes in 2019, and as soon as they retained the Ashes there, they didn't win, it was 2-2, but retained the Ashes there, they went back to the Kookaburra full time and never used the Dukes in the Sheffield Shield. But no, I'd resist that. I think the Duke's ball keeps the balance between ball and bat, and I appreciate that what we're seeing in English county cricket is a decline in batting averages, and you referred to that before in all your years broadcasting cricket here at Lords, that averages have slipped and it has become easier for seam bowlers. But the Duke's ball does stay better for longer. Why would you want to move to an inferior product? Shot. Finds the gap. Doesn't quite get all of it, but enough to the short boundary that will need to be a good piece of fielding from Godalming, than it is. They keep it to a couple. Eskinazi ticks along to 69. It's 148 for 1. They came together with the score on 13. They put on 135 with 45 overs now gone. Still 51 left on this first day. And a pair of set men for Middlesex. We didn't say that too often in 2021.
Just made me think of the scores elsewhere, actually. I haven't had too much of a chance to keep across yet today, but
let's go around the grounds.
Well, wickets went to plenty. There's a few rain delays as well, so we're very lucky here in the capital with the weather today. Somerset won the toss, elected to bat. They were reduced in Division 1 to 61 for 5 at Hampshire. They're 115 for 5 now. Hildreth with 56 and Van der Merwe with 22. How did Hildreth be? He's not knocking 40 just yet, but he's on the way there, isn't he? Abbas, Barker, Abbott and Hollands.
That's a very good attack. Looking at it here. Yes, all 4 of them are high quality bowlers. What a luxury to have. Well, it was your 4th seamer as Holland, who will probably up in the batting as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he went well against Middlesex last year, didn't he? Just kept on hitting the top of off stump. And Barker, of course, it was his performance with the bat here at Lords that actually turned that game. Yeah, took full advantage of the short boundary on the Tavern stand side of the ground. That's the direction that this cut shot's going from De Caires. Behind point. Long boundary up the slope, doesn't matter. Moves to 65 with the 8th boundary. And it takes Middlesex beyond 150. 152 for 1. And this pair are ticking over very nicely after lunch. It was 97 for 1 at that stage. And they've added 55 runs, and they've been chanceless in the hour and a bit between lunch and tea. I remember in the Derbyshire match last year as well, it was being weighed up at one point as to which side had lost more games, or what higher percentage last year. With 2 sides that had lost more games than anybody else in the country, weren't they? Once Derbyshire pitched up here at Lords. I think Middlesex, with COVID abandonment, had played a game, 1 game less. More runs. And again, accessing that quadrant of the ground behind point. Doing so with a minimum of fuss, deep in the crease, opening the blade, in complete control. He's 67. 154 for 1. He's threatened to overtake Eskinazi a couple of times. Can he do so here and win the race to 70? He's faced 4 fewer deliveries as well. Thompson to him. Well, this time it goes past the edge. Haven't said that many times today. Again, he was trying to go deep. The wind is blowing very loudly here up in our commentary position. Just see the wind's blowing so strong it's managed to open the window in the commentary box next door. It does happen when that wind really gets going straight into that window. It can lit it, and it's heavy, that window as well. You mentioned it earlier that it was put in retrospectively. After this media centre was completed, that window was put in at the request of Test Match Special because they felt that they needed to feel the effects of outside, the sounds of the ground. Do you know the cost that it was put in retrospectively? What was it, 1999, wasn't it?
Yeah, the media centre opened for the '99 World Cup.
12,000 that window cost.
Wow.
Back then.
Round the wicket now. On the cut once more, but can't beat backward point.
That'd be at least 1.3 million nowadays, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that's only in the last 6 months inflation.
So you're saying that window cost
10,000.
Blimey.
Yeah.
I think the Glacier's seen that it's the MCC, they can afford it, and whacked a zero on.
The BBC were a bit richer back then as well. I don't know which one of the pair ended up paying for it.
Cloud cover again at Lord's here. End of the over, 46 gone, 154 for one with Eskinazi, 69. De Care's on 67, his maiden first-class half-century. Making the most of this chance in the absence of Sam Robson. Just a speck of rain on our window here in front of us, so the rain delays that you've talked about around the country. Most of the day it's been sunny here in northwest London, but can't guarantee that it'll remain dry for the rest of the afternoon. The light towers aren't up today as yet. They are...
Oh, that's another one, isn't it? When the wind's so strong, you can't put them up. So we're in luck today that there is some good light. And I'd imagine that this wind must be there or thereabouts in terms of once it hits a certain speed.
Hang on. Are you telling me?
Yes.
That the wind hitting a certain speed precludes the Lord's lights from going up?
Yes, we had a game here last year or 2 years ago.
Please. Here we go. New over. Dale on at the bowling crease. And he's been spun around to the pavilion end. So Dale has bowled from both ends after lunch. 8 overs, or 8.1 overs now, none for 30 his figures. He conceded 15 from his first 3, so he's tightened up since then.
Oh, it was infuriating. So the they certainly could have played. We were all set up here in the media centre. The last few years mergers, this could have been 3 or 4 years ago now, but as memory serves, it was within the last 2 years. But
okay.
I mean, there you can see the wind buffeting the sheets down below. They've blown over the advertiser. Well, that could have been the ground staff running for lunch, to be fair, but yeah,
they better put them back up. Time is money. Let's look after the sponsor. LV doing a great job supporting county cricket. Eskinazi back on the front foot in defence. So look, there were games here at Lord's last year, and look, we referred to how challenging the conditions were. There were games played. The Gloucestershire game here, where the lights were on for the entirety of what was all over inside 3 days. There was not a single ball bowled where the lights weren't on. And that was effectively the case for the Somerset game, the Hampshire game.
I'm going to have to look it up now. And again, it could be that my memory's failed me here, and maybe this was 3 or 4 years ago. But the last few years, for various reasons, obviously have blurred into one, especially that shortened season 2 years back. But there was a match which came to it was at a pretty critical point as well, and the players were off the field for bad light, and the floodlights were down because the wind was too strong. They couldn't put the floodlights up and turn them on, and it was it was an infuriating one. Let's look it up. I'll have written it for Wisdom that game. I remember writing
feel like
it.
It just sounds like one of those things that we've been told and can't be true.
Well, I hope it is, because I put it in Wisdom, so I hope it is true.
Oh, look, that's fine. That's fine. There's an entire section at the back of the good book where they can update things retrospectively, believe me. Dale strikes Eskinazi on the pad, but he's on the gallop down the track, so no appeal for leg before. The one that I like, and I think this is the Jim Maxwell. Although I stand to be corrected if Jim's watching. You know how we have the hover covers in the UK, which are quite common, even at club level. The covers that you roll on and a slanted roof with an apex, and the rain spills off either side instead of sheets. Doesn't get all of this. Eskinazi looking to drive. End of the over. 47 gone. Nearing the halfway mark of the day. 154 for 1. De Cares 67, Eskinazi 69. A couple of tidy overs here for Derbyshire after Middlesex really got away from them in the third hour of play. But we don't have them in Australia. And Jim once put to me, the reason we can't have covers like the one you're looking at on the screen here, maybe not specifically that, which is quite sophisticated, but having the roof on the cover, is because rain in Australia comes down at a different angle to rain in England. The rain in Australia comes down in a more sideways direction. Thompson, new over. Defended into the onside by Eskinazi. By De Cares, sorry. That means that it would be futile because the rain would get in underneath the rolled-on cover. I've never heard anyone explain why the rain comes down at a different angle in Australia to England. Maybe I've been had, but as I say, I'm pretty sure Jim said this on air. And knowing Jim as I do, I doubt very much he would say it unless it were true. Unless he had it on good authority, put it that way. So if you're a meteorologist and watching the stream, can you add some meat to the bones of this? Why the type of cover that you would see on a club ground in England would not be suitable in Australia due to the direction of the rain or the angle of the rain. Thompson back to this round the wicket angle to De Cares.
Is this in the same line that the toilet bowl flushes in the opposite direction down
Now
under?
we're talking. Now we're talking. If this has got something to do with the magnetic pull of the way that it works in the southern hemisphere, that'd be a perfectly suitable solution or perfectly suitable explanation. Trying to push it across De Cares here, but a packed leg side field. He bisects a couple of men there at mid-wicket, moves to 68. One behind Eskinazi, who's 69, 155 for 1. A partnership that has moved along to 142.
Confirmation, the floodlights are not available due to the high winds.
Well, I'm glad you're right. Otherwise, we would have needed to have written a letter to the editor of Wisdom. I tried that on recently. Next delivery from Thompson. He's pushed into the onside by Eskinazi. I gave this a red-hot go for this year's edition of the Almanac for reasons that I won't bore you with and reasons that reinforce why I wasn't so popular at high school. I worked out that Jeff Thompson's bowling average is incorrect. So Jeff Thompson's bowling average, wherever you look, 28.00, 28 on the dot. Reverse sweep. Have some of that. Eskinazi into the 70s with a boundary, down to deep third. And they like that on the balcony. Beautifully played. 159 for 1 becomes the score. Eskinazi has found the boundary now on 9 occasions, same as De Cares. They've had a good day, these two. End of 48 overs. They're halfway there, halfway through the first day of the season. 159 for 1.
How, when, and perhaps more personally, why did you stumble across this?
Well, I just kind of saw, when looking through something or another, that the runs he conceded was an odd number. I think it was a 1. And I thought, hang on a minute. If it's a 1 on the end, then how can it be 28.00? By definition, surely there's a, and looked into it, and my suspicion was proved correct. It was 28.005. Now, what do you do with the third decimal point when it's a 5? The convention is that you round up. Dale starts a new over. Or inside edge? No, not quite. Guest was interested. Not to be. De Cares stays. So 28.005, I thought, well, okay, that surely then, therefore, this has just been printed incorrectly somewhere, and so it goes. So you go to Wisdom, I had a look in the Almanac, you go to Cricinfo, you go to the other websites that catalogue these bits of information. Better from De Cares playing it late under his eyes out to point. And I made an inquiry to Wisdom. Surely we're rounding up from 28.005 to 28.01, not 28 on the dot. And the response I got was, if this were I guess, normal application of decimal points, you would be right. However, in the almanac, and therefore in Cricinfo as well, because they've got the same convention, they just take the first 2 decimal points, whatever they read.
Okay.
They just take them whatever they read. So even if Thompson's bowling average was 28.009,
Yep.
it would still be 28.00. They wouldn't round it up.
Are you at ease with that?
No. I'm not at ease at all. I told you before how my brain is wired. I see something like that. How many other players have been done an injustice in such a way? There must be a number of them. Because for whatever weird reason, we do operate in 2 decimal points with bowling and batting averages. We shouldn't. It's ridiculous. What does it matter? I don't know why we ever consider it more important to be 42.13 versus 42.1. But so we do. But on the second decimal point, it's not acted on by the third. Beaten outside the off stump. Second time in the over. The Dale has gone past the edge, once past the inside part of the blade, one past the outside part of the blade.
You've kind of answered, I guess, really, because you came to a different answer on it, but my next question was going to be, did you ever tell Jeff Thompson?
I haven't had a chance to. He's actually being helped out, isn't he? He's being looked after by the convention. End of the 49th over, 159 for 1. De Care stays on 68.
You've never taken the opportunity to storm up to him and say, by the way, Jeff,
I want to add a mark to your bowling average. Yes. Even now, I suspect he'd be terrifying to face. You hear about that summer where he played here, and of course we've already referred to the 1974-75 Ashes and what he was able to do to England then. Robert Terrace on the comments here saying that 1 decimal point looks incomplete. Another comment here saying, I'm guessing Bradman must have calculated his average in the same way after his final ball duck. Now we're getting in the weeds, but I suppose you're right. 99.94 does have a certain ring to it. Otherwise, it just would have been 99.9. Which, in a way, might have worked better.
Round it up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't round up from 99.94 to... No matter how you want to do it, that doesn't get you to 100. 4 runs short. Thompson, fresh over. Stick with us in the YouTube comments. I know there's still a lot of bots in there messaging gibberish. Try and ignore them as best you can, and we are trying to sift through them as we go.
Is there almost something brilliant in it that it was 99 though, not 100? In that nobody ever did it. 99 was as close by a very, very long margin. So it keeps that barrier there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, had he hit the winning runs in the previous Test match when they chased down 400 in a day, he was down the other end when there was 4 to win, and I think it was Neil Harvey who walked out and hit the winning runs. Had Bradman hit the winning runs, he would have already been at 7,000 runs before the Oval Test match, and thus it wouldn't have mattered that he made a duck at the final time of asking. He still would have averaged an even 100, but not to be. And I think you're right, though, the quirk, I think for the ABC...
It's a mysticism.
Yeah, the ABC in each capital city in Australia, I think their PO box number is 9994, or is it their call sign or something like that? It's a very important number in Australia. Beautifully played through mid-wicket. The placement there is perfect from Eskinazi. Moves along to 77. And it may not look like a high degree of difficulty just because of it being such a full delivery, but he had no room to work with there, and it was the short boundary, and he nailed it. The 150-run stand is up. This pair have been batting together for 281 deliveries, and, well, they'd laid a foundation by lunch, and now they're in a position, if they can keep cracking on the way they have since lunch, to put Derbyshire out of the game by stumps tonight. They've been out there for 50 overs, 46 to go, so Yeah, so much of the spade work has now been done. Eskinazi, who was nearly overtaken by De Caires, puts a bit of gap between them. He's 77, De Caires 68.
Nicely played in behind that one. I was just looking up the last 10 overs actually, because you'd mentioned a little while ago that De Caires, they were both in a race to get to 70, weren't they? Whether he was going to overtake him or not. Eskinazi's just got away a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs, but prior to that it feels as though they've been in touching distance, the pair of them, with 70 for quite some time now. So I'm just looking at the last 10 overs to see. Thompson certainly tied it down a little bit.
Yeah, nicely worked again behind point. De Caires up to 69. Such an important part of the modern game, isn't it, being able to score behind point. We see it with Joe Root, mostly off the front foot, but at test level, when the bowling steps up a notch and you're trying to play balls more on the hip height more often and trying to keep the cordon out of play, but you can't just ignore that quarter of the field. You need to still score. And De Caires has shown so far today that he's got that club in the bag. Past the edge. Guest now up to the stumps, nicely taken.
Yeah, good from Guest. Stand up. Derbyshire have got to try something here, haven't they? They've got to find something different. 20 overs till tea, another 13 after this. Again, something you said, if these two are still here in an hour, and that was roughly an hour ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's always that second chance just at the start of a second session of a match to try and get back at a team.
Good cricketer, Brooke Guest. They like him. He was inches away from being an Australian player as well at junior level, and instead got an opportunity over here, and here he is. He came through with Josh Philippi, Jai Richardson, Tim David through the WA junior ranks. Played grade cricket for South Perth, first grade. Played a bit of club cricket in Cheshire. Eskinazi up to 78. Easy single at a deep backward square. 165 for one. Scored a truckload of runs in club cricket over here in the Cheshire League, and got the chance on loan with Derbyshire the year after that. So I suppose relatively unexpectedly, if he was over here just as a club pro, and then gets his chance last year to be formally signed by the county. Then of course we know what happened to Harvey Hussain. Dreadful as that is, but it did create an opportunity for him behind the stumps. Shot again in front of square, De Caires this time. Another boundary, his 10th. On the front foot, square driven to the short boundary, doesn't need to overhit it. All timing and placement. He joins Eskinazi in the 70s. 169 for one.
One of his best of the days. One of his best of the day for De Caires, I think. Lovely looking shot. Eskinazi's got away some sumptuous drives. But that from De Caires, it almost made me double check that it was him and not Eskinazi, the way he played it. Certainly likes to feel bass on ball, doesn't he, De Caires? He's paced this in is nicely. Eskinazi's usually scores at a reasonably good lick, doesn't he? The pair of them first day of the season. They've played this extremely well, keeping all the pressure onto the visitors now.
Batting with that Gray Nichols bat as well, Josh De Caires, and I note that of course because that's what you saw his dad use for so many years. He was one of the sort of iconic Gray Nicks players in the 90s. That would have been one of the easiest signings they ever had when Josh was signed for Middlesex.
Yeah, plays up at Radlett, doesn't he?
Yep.
One of Middlesex's favoured outgrounds now. Second 11 home, Radlett Cricket Club in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, it's a great little white ball ground, isn't it? We've enjoyed quite a few blast games out there in the last couple of seasons. Royal London Cup, it's been the home there for a few seasons, and you can see why they've backed that in as the main outground for the time being. I know that Merchant Taylors hosts the first class fixtures, but for the white ball games, when they get a few more people in. And it did a good job in the Bob Willis Trophy, I thought, as well as the host ground when Lords was out of action.
Yeah. Yeah, they were worried for a while that Radlett was going to be too small to host a T20 and that they'd only ever be able to hold first class and List A games there.
Played again, Eskinazi across the square, out to the rope and into the 80s. Whether playing to the big or the short side of the ground, it's been all about timing for Eskinazi today. Just rocking onto the front foot, trusting his swing, picking his spots. He's 82, 173 for one. Both men within striking distance of three figures now.
Yep, having said they were both nudging towards 70 for a while. Eskinazi's now rattled straight through them, hasn't he? But into the 80s really is a fine innings for him.
And I've mentioned it a couple of times today, but it does highlight the absence of Critchley, doesn't it? The leg spinning option, the fact that he can turn it both ways. He was really important last year. 52 overs gone, I should say. 174 for one. This pair coming together when the score was 13 for one. They've been at almost complete ease thereafter. One dropped catch at backward point. Dale putting De Caires down on 21. About an hour into play, but smooth sailing thereafter.
And also Lewis Rees, I hadn't realised that he was still restricted at this stage, but the absence of him, especially here at Lords, where a left-hander can be so effective, as we've seen over the years. So he's a real loss to this one. I was surprised actually that Lancashire let him go. Lewis Rees, very handy player, isn't he? Always, when watching him for Lancashire or Derbyshire, thought that he was a real talent. Averages 31 with the bat and 28 with the ball.
Yeah, there were times last year when Rees was opening the batting and opening the bowling. I think he did so here against Middlesex from memory.
Pretty sure.
So having to do a lot of heavy lifting. Didn't have a great season with the bat. And then, over the winter, knee and shoulder surgery to get himself right, so only playing as a bat in this game. Made a ton against Oxford last week in the final warm-up game for Derbyshire. Great diving stop there. Lewis Deploy had ample work to do moving to his right. Saved at least a couple, might have saved a boundary.
Looks like they're back playing in all the games in Division 1 now. Never quite managed. We got stuck on the Somerset score, didn't we? They're 6 down now, 144 for 6 against Hampshire. Van der Merwe, the latest to go for 28, bowled by Fuller, formerly of these parts, James Fuller. So that's a 5-seam attack of Abbas, Barker, Abbott, Holland and Fuller.
Yeah, that's going to be hard work for any top order this time of year.
Essex 130 without loss, entertaining Kent at Chelmsford. Brown on 66, Cook on 51.
As he does. Predictably, I saw some calls from some parts of social media saying, can we please ask Alistair Cook to come and play for England again? Speaking of comebacks, I can see absolutely no reason why he would entertain such a thing. Good again. Mentioned that Eskinazi, mostly in the first 45 minutes after lunch, was looking to take his singles inside the one-day international ring, so to speak, the fielding ring. And playing white ball cricket and breaking up the field. There's only one catcher left behind the wicket, and that's a slip.
Speaking of comebacks, actually, the first time I ever got to interview Shane Warne was at the back of the grandstand during a test match here, which I'm thinking would have been 2009 then. It was 2009 when they had the back-to-back Ashes that then it went almost
13.
virtually.
That was 13, yeah. So 4 years on.
So it would have been 2013 when I interviewed him at the back there, and then it was straight to Down Under. So he was done by then, wasn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't quite finished as a T20 player. He's still getting about in the Big Bash, but yeah, he was finished as a county cricketer by then.
But I remember, during a Test match here, wandering around and grabbing at the back of the grandstand. The lovely part of that actually was, nervous as I was, youngish at the time, but it's Shane Warne. And you ask him if you can have a chat. Hi, I'm Kev. Hi, I'm Shane. Of course you're Shane. It's like, hi, I'm Shane. Well, of course you are. it was a mark of the man, though.
I think so.
That he introduced himself when I was asking him for an interview. It was really sweet, and it just instantly puts you at ease as well when you're speaking to somebody. But that was all the clamour then was for him to make a comeback, wasn't there, for one more Ashes?
Yeah, that's right. There was definitely a moment in time where there was a sense that Australia should go back the other way and pick Warne again, which I think it's reasonable to say that he didn't dissuade people from arriving at that conclusion. When Michael Clarke was captain, made the occasional comment or two, not saying that he would make a comeback, but I seem to recall Michael Clarke saying something relatively offhandedly around how good it would have been to have had Shane Warne about, and that put Nathan Lyon under a little bit of pressure, and Mitch Starc responded as a younger player in the team. Then change of bowling, we're going to see Deploy get an opportunity for the first time with his left arm doorknobs. So really into their rotations here, and spin on paper at least is a weakness for Derbyshire this year in the absence of Matt Critchley. And now we're seeing their second tweaker of the day. But yes, it was Mitch Starc who came out and said, "No, actually, we're all good. We've got a spinner. His name's Nathan Lyon, and we're all set. Shane Warne had a great career, but we found our guy, and that didn't go over too well." Yeah, good hard running, prompting the misfield there, and they get back for a second as well. That's sloppy. That's the overseas Saranga Lakmal down there at mid-on. Not only did he let it go through his legs, but from there he didn't hustle back after it, so they got back for an easy two. Eskinazi up to 86, 177 for one, the score. Great opportunity for both of these players to punch the bruise here now, isn't it? With part-time spinner on, Eskinazi 14 away from 100. He can get there quite quickly here. I suppose that'll be what Godalman's thinking as well, that a bit of a break in concentration might be available to Derbyshire here.
Just rattling through those other scores, I didn't mention the Essex 135 without loss. They were put in by Kent at Chelmsford. Much as Derbyshire put in Middlesex here. Gloucestershire 35 for 3 at Northants. There's been obviously a fair bit of rain. Surrey 119 for 2 at Warwickshire again. There's a slight rain delay in that one. Division 2 in a moment. They're off at Cardiff, where Middlesex travel to next. Week off next week, and then off to Cardiff. Glamorgan 153 for 4 against Durham. Starts late due to a wet outfield at Grace Road, Leicestershire, Worcestershire. And Sussex 164 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. Notts having won the toss at Hove. And 164 for 3. Orr and Haynes had put on 110 for the opening wicket. Patterson White with a couple, and Hutton as well. Just bringing it back slightly for Nottinghamshire. One of the favourites for this Division 2 title. Finished so well last year.
Yes, Notts have some pretty useful recruits on the way as well, don't they? Start of a new over. Dale into his 13th. Namely, James Patterson. James Patterson having finished up as an Australian cricketer. They've got a pretty long relationship with Notts, don't they, the Patterson family, with Darren having won the championship with them way back when. James played here last, I think it was about 2017, and one of his many comebacks to the Australian squad. Glamorgan in Division 2 have another Australian coming in Marnus Labuschagne. He's on his way from Pakistan. I heard Marnus talking about this recently, I think when we were over in Pakistan actually, and he was saying that he wants to play for Glamorgan for a decade or something like that. He loves it.
Isn't that because it's the only part of the UK that can pronounce his name properly?
Yeah, this is becoming a little bit tricky for Australian broadcasters, because he has said that he actually told us this before his first test in the UAE in 2018. He said, if you can pronounce my name the Afrikaans way, you should do so, and if you can't, Labuschagne's fine. So, being the way we're built, we just kind of go with Labuschagne, the path of least resistance. But as time marches on, another single for De Keers at the deep backward square. He's 74, 178 for 1. We're in the 55th over. I ponder whether we should get our act together and get some elocution lessons and learn how to get the, I'll do a poor job of this, but the Labuschagне out properly. See, that's why we don't do it, right? But it can't be beyond us. If they can do it in Wales, if they can do it in Karachi, they loved pronouncing his name. He became a bit of a cult hero there at the National Stadium. Past the edge here. Better spell this from Dale. Getting a little bit of precipitation in the air. Not enough to threaten the players and any chance of them coming off, but just on the glass in front of us here we can detect a few drops, even though it is sunny at Lords at the moment. And Michael Nisa is the other recruit to Glamorgan. He's a gun.
Come right saying Ed Bevan was part of the Sky commentary team when they took the stream down at Cardiff last year. I can't remember who they were playing against. It went from here, didn't it? The Sky stream to the Middlesex stream, and then went to Cardiff.
It was down at Cardiff for the Yorkshire game, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's a man who can pronounce it.
Okay,
so there next week. I'll get Ed to give me a few lessons.
What's your Cardiff away day like? That must be a good night out. 4 days in Cardiff. You must have it well plotted all your years on the circuit. You know, you'd have a restaurant and a bar earmarked for each night of the match.
What goes on tour stays on tour.
What's that Friday night student night in Cardiff? Maybe I'm living vicariously through you in this respect. Home matches only for me.
I do remember when I first started in 2005.
Deploy second over, left arm spin. Quick single. In the end, doesn't need to be too quick a single because they're just ambling in the field. Derbyshire have lost any pizzazz or buzz they had a couple of hours ago as they realised the task they have ahead of them is going to be a daunting one. Only one wicket taken in 55.1 overs on the first day at Lords. That's grim. Carving away here to deep point, doing it with ease. Eskinazi moving to 87.
It wasn't Middlesex, but I won't name who it was. There was, it was a very, very different time, 2005, for the way that professionals approached county cricket back then, which is an irony, bearing in mind that we're talking about standards are so much better then and we're not producing the players now. But goodness me, it was a very different era, that.
Ball toss.
There was one county in particular, I remember their media man saying it to me, that basically any away trip is an 1830s holiday for them. But the early days it was amazing. It was as the tales of old were. It was away trips and finish up at the ground and straight to the bar.
Disciplined there from De Keers. He saw a couple of full deliveries in that over and he missed out picking out cover, and then just a bit of extra flight from Deploy, a fraction wider. That could have easily been one that he threw his hands at and ended up at first slip. Good batting. And good batting again, knocking that on the head. So 180 for 1 at the end of 56. De Keers there on 75, his highest first class score. Eskinazi 87. And with 8 overs remaining until tea. back over to Kevin Hand to steer the ship.
But I thought you were going to say to drop a few county cricketers, isn't it?
If you want to.
I'll tell you some of the good ones. I remember Ed Joyce and Jamie Dalrymple. You mentioned Dalrymple in that Merthyr match, where he got his highest first-class score. They were some pretty disciplined guys. They really were. The Middlesex were far from the worst when I first started doing it. They really were. But I even remember, though, when Angus Fraser took over end of 2008, 2009 was his first season. The first thing he did, though, was implement a curfew. Sorry, word had eluded me. Introduced a curfew. I think it was, look, 2 bottles of beer, fine, no problem, but back in by 10. And
but what year did Gus take over as boss?
Careful where you're going to go with this next question, Collar.
I'm just going to
stop it.
Just going to do some mathematics here.
There were exceptions to that rule, of course.
If you were the overseas player, I'm tipping it didn't count. In the air.
It's away. And mid-wicket's got his hands on his head because it was in the air for a while. A straight mid-wicket may have had interest. Mid-on retreats to collect the ball, but it's 4 more for Eskinazi, who's on to 91. 184 for 1. An Englishman born in South Africa, of course, with an Australian accent, Eskinazi, so should mention the 87 he's just left.
True enough. Yeah, true enough, did play. We were talking about Brooke Guest playing age group cricket for Western Australia, as did Eskinazi, albeit a generation before.
Yes, 2009 was the answer to your question.
2009, okay. Got it. One of the great circuiteers. Early in the season, I'm assuming.
So away again. This time the other side of mid-wicket, and 4 more. Eskinazi's on to 95. 188 for 1 Middlesex. And Connors just needs to get back to that line and length, which they've gone out okay. You've only taken 1 wicket. The scoring rate's not going to be as you'd want. It's not down at that 2.5. That was the Stuart Law mantra, wasn't it? 2.5s. That's what he wanted all his bowlers to go at. It's been up over 3 all day, the scoring rate here for Middlesex. He's going to switch the field from a 6-3 to a 5-4. I'll put a deep square back, and mid-wicket will move around that a little bit straighter now, where he may have been in play for a catch for that previous ball. And take 2. Eskinazi's on to 97. 3 balls to go this over. And there was some thought as whether he'd do it before tea. So whether he'd do it before the end of the over now.
Well, when I said about 5 minutes ago, well, he might motor from 80 odd to 100. I didn't expect it to happen as quickly as this. 10 runs in 3 balls.
And not off Connors. Off to Ploy at the other end, as you say. It was almost the tempter, wasn't it? Ploy's only gone for 4 off his 2. Nice ball. Good response from Connors. Back on the spot.
I would suggest that we've only seen... We'll put it this way. You can count on one hand the number of balls that gone past the outside edge from seamers today. And sort of drawing that contrast to last year. Maybe not so much on the opening day last year, but the first group of 5 games that Middlesex played here when it was hard work. Very different conditions today.
Clips away, he'll pick up a couple here. If the fielding's good, it'll be no more. In fact, if the fielding's very good, it'll only be 1. Excellent return. And Eskinazi's on to 98. 1 ball to come at the over. Yeah, going back to Gus's curfew. The famous football one was Sir Alex Ferguson and Eric Cantona, wasn't it? It's, there was a rule for everybody else, but not for Eric. It's a single for Taquares. He'll keep the strike. End of the over. 192 for 1.
It does seem like that translates from sport to sport, country to country. Rules for some, rules for others. Or should I say, rules for everybody, then rules for the superstars.
Name and no names.
No.
But yeah, it's it is fast forward to where we are now, following the game as we do around the country and around the world. It is an incredibly changed game to the one that I first started covering. I mean, look, we all watched it as kids, didn't we? But when you actually cover it, you kind of see behind the scenes a little bit more. I guess the fitness and conditioning coaches were perhaps the biggest change. Players are really put through their paces nowadays, aren't they? And a couple of years into the last decade, I guess, when I was trying to think exactly. No, it would have been before that. It would have been around that 2008, 2009 period. I was trying to picture the fitness and conditioning coach, whether he was here before Angus Fraser arrived, and he was. So yeah, it would have been 2008. Luke Woodhouse was the fitness and conditioning then, and there was a real push through that last decade, wasn't there? The cricketers became extremely fit. It's Thompson. Oof. Really got himself into a spot of bother there. De Caires just trying to give himself a little bit of room. Tucked up by it. He plays a shot with a straighter bat rather than the little jab down he had, which looks more on a attempted a late cut at first look. Oh, the throw goes to the non-striker's end. They are through. Direct hit always makes it interesting, and Lackmal, the dead eye there, hitting the stumps, but De Caires through onto 77.
Yeah, just probably 1.5 stumps to aim at there for Lackmal, and yeah, positive running from De Caires to get through.
Thompson bowling into that wind, single by Eskinazi down to 99, onto 99, sorry, as he pushes the single down to mid-on. He's bowling into that, head-on into that wind, the spinner, isn't he? Which
it's
tossing
perfect.
It up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably blowing across to his left shoulder. So from the Warner stand, perfect for bowling off spin.
That ball's clipped away by De Caires. He'll pick up a single. I don't know if that's what did for De Caires. I watched it, the actual pitch rather than the stream, so I didn't see it in line. But the way that he looked as though he was giving himself room, it was almost as though that little bit of drift that he's getting on that wind made him think he had more room than he did as the ball pitched and tucked him up a little. Here's Eskinazi though on 99. He ended his long wait for a century last year. On ball scare the over. Still a long way to tea though. 6 overs after this. There's a change in the laws actually that nearly eluded me ahead of this game. I'll come to it at the end of this over, which I just wanted to remind ourselves of because we haven't spoken about it yet today. You've probably spoken about it a lot of late actually, but we haven't today.
You might have a ton here first, mate. We'll see. Last ball of the over.
So I'm tiptoeing through it. Oh yes, he gets it away, and a punch of the air from Eskinazi. Cut to backward point, and there was a hand placed on it. He was worried for a moment, but as he then did complete the single, he run up the pitch, punch in the air, lifts his bat to the home dressing room and to the grandstand. 176 balls and 13 fours for Eskinazi's century. 219 minutes. And when he arrived at 13 for 1, Middlesex could have been in real trouble on the opening day of the season. That's a magnificent knock from Eskinazi, who on the first day of the season pretty much settles down. Any of those thoughts, those afterthoughts of last year when he was dropped from the side? Fabulous knock.
Yeah, a roller coaster 2021 for Eskinazi. Signs on long term for the club, mainly on the basis of what he did against the white ball. But remember, when they won the comp back in 2016, he was right at the heart of that. He went on to lead Middlesex in red ball cricket in terms of runs scored in 2017 and 2018. Couple of lean years, but given the captaincy armband at different points through that stretch in 2020 and 2021, a genuine senior pro around the club now, walking out at number 3, losing the early wicket, not having Robson there. Well, here he is nearly 4 hours later with 100 not out next to his name and starting the season in wonderful nick.
Yeah, brilliant from Eskinazi, and I'm pleased for him because he's a good man. He's joined this the committee that we mentioned earlier today, the EDI committee at Middlesex, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion committee, and it was really off his own back as well that he chose to get involved in it. He's a real leader on and off the fields for Middlesex, and it is good to see him back to his very best. Single for him. It's a 101.
Yeah, and it's when he found himself in that strife last year, that will he, won't he, might he leave, might he be loaned away and all the rest of it, that it was hard not to think back to 2016, that century against Yorkshire, wasn't it, that put Middlesex in a position to win the competition, knocking off the winners in 2015, and then kicking on, maybe not to quite the same extent as people expected that he would, but showing enough through the years that followed that he would be given the captaincy through that pandemic stretch. And then to have a bumper T20 blast in 2020, second most runs in the competition.
Oh, edgily. Down to third, a single for Cares.
It kind of came from nowhere that he'd find himself in that situation. To bounce back the way that he did, we mentioned the century he made out at Cheltenham, but also the big double ton in the twos, the runs that he made in the blast last year, that incredible week here at Lords where he was untouchable in the Vitality Blast, earning himself another contract in what should now be the most productive part of his career. 28 years of age. Let's hope this is the start of a special period for Stevie Eskinazi.
It's his 8th first-class century. Average of 32. 116 innings with 7 centuries, 14 50s. You want to get those last 2 columns up, only the centuries and the 50s.
Yeah, and one of only 4 Middlesex players to have a century in all 3 formats of the game, which reinforces his versatility, and you've referred to those leadership qualities as well.
That was the point we came to earlier, I think, wasn't it? The modern day cricketer, if you're playing in 3 formats like that perhaps you do just need, and perhaps that's what he felt, you do just need that little bit of understanding and support if one of the 3 falls away on you, particularly the first class game if you're scoring heavily in the other 2. It's a ruthless business though, isn't it, sport? But yeah, it's great to see him back in the runs. He was unlucky actually, his first 2 efforts, you mentioned the 2016 century scored against Yorkshire. His first class debut was the year before, so his first 2 first class matches were consecutive years against Yorkshire, who obviously at that point under Jason Gillespie were as strong a county outfit as you could imagine, having won it in 2014 and 2015 and only denied the triple in 2016 by Middlesex on that last day here. But yeah, he scored a century up at Scarborough's. Really was looking the part from the off. I remember Izzy Westbury actually, former Middlesex captain who's been on this stream many times. Both her and I think about 3 years ago, jinxed him when we said he could be a dark horse for England this year. The 2 of us were talking about it, and of course that was the start of the low scoring runs in first class cricket for him.
Well, he did quite astutely qualify for England. It's a bit more complicated than what people think. I've seen a little bit of this online recently. Oh, England have missed one in Harmer. Simon Harmer's playing Test cricket for South Africa. Why is he not playing for England? He's the missing link, and you see a bit of this. It's not that straightforward qualifying for England. It requires having access to a British passport to start with, and Eskinazi did, which meant that he was able to start his qualification which these days is 240 days in a year. You need to be in England for 3 consecutive years. So we kind of jokingly said this in reference to Ryan Sidebottom earlier today, that unexpectedly he became eligible for England. Well, it wasn't unexpected for Eskinazi. He knew what he was doing.
It's a single. He's away back at a point. Cares on to 80.
Yeah, Eskinazi knew that he needed to meet that criteria while still playing cricket in Australia as and when in Sydney. But the point was he needed to clear that hurdle. And when the Jofra Archer, and I call it the Jofra Archer ruling, it's a bit more complicated than that, but when it went from 7 years to 3, suddenly he was in the frame, theoretically at least. Because when he started his career, you're talking about 2015, 2016, it was 7 years. And it wouldn't have been until, well, now that he would have opened that window for England eligibility. Well, he's been there for a couple of years now, so, I mean, of course, we're nowhere near that point in his career. I mean, he's batted beautifully today, but it'll be a body of work which would need to be put together over a couple of seasons, perhaps. But, yeah, the fact that he speaks with a broad Australian accent, well, maybe not so broad, maybe not quite as broad as mine, but broad enough, won't be an imposition.
And the over 199 for one. Thank you to Pierre, who's just tweeted me that match that was affected by the winds. It was 2018. There you go. It's 4 years ago. It was me thinking it was last year or the year before. And the opponents were certain Derbyshire. Bad light brings an end to the day's proceedings with strong winds stopping Middlesex from being able to raise the floodlights. This was the 20th of September 2018. Still a chance Middlesex could force a result tomorrow if the weather conditions improve. Middlesex 4-2-3 and 199 for 7 in their second innings, leading by 327 runs, with Derbyshire 295. So yeah, that was the match where there was huge frustration because, well, Middlesex would have been desperate to be out there. Here's Connors. Oh, he's gone. Taquez has a little dabble at that one. Connors, decent pace, nicked off through to the keeper. Taquez has gone for 80. A wonderful innings from him. A wonderful partnership between these pair. And Derbyshire, well, they eventually get their second wicket just before tea on the opening day. Guest with the catch. Connors, the wicket taker. And Taquez gone for 80. Middlesex 199 for 2.
Yeah, there haven't been many that have moved off to straight today from Connors, but that did, and De Cares followed it with his hands and he threw his head back. He's been smiling all day and really enjoying his day out here at Lord's. His first half-century for this club. His first opportunity to bat in a professional game at Lord's, and he really has made the most of it. In the absence of Sam Robson, he's just laid a little marker there today, making 80, raising his bat to the pavilion here as he crosses the rope. I'm sure he'll get the chance to do that many times in the years to come. As a 19-year-old, he is one for the future and showing today that he's a player of some class.
Yep, I think he's more than done his job for the team. He's definitely done his job for himself there, hasn't he? With Robson out, De Care's given an opportunity that he may have had to have waited a fair while, bearing in mind this is almost... an eliminator for, well, it is an eliminator for 2 players this match, isn't it? With Pete Hanscom arriving and Shane Afridi for the next match. 2 have to drop out from this side. So De Cares has done himself the world of good, picking up a very, very fine 80. Robson will return as well, so as such it's going to be 3 to return if Robson's back in 2 weeks, as I think he will be. Given that he was optimistic he was going to be available for this, or maybe overly optimistic there, Sam. But yes, I think Cares has done himself a timely world of good there at the start of the season. Yeah, I just detect the body language from the members there as De Cares was passing them back through the long room and into the dressing room. They were thrilled for him, but they were gutted as well. They all wanted to say, I was there the day that Josh De Cares made his maiden first class 100. Maybe they'll be here later in the year when he does something just like that. But no, it's a noteworthy performance early in his career. A reminder, he's only 19 years of age and a player we're going to see plenty of over the next little while. Robbie White, the new batsman. We've had a fair old chat about him all day today, hasn't he? Scored that ton in the first innings of this match last year, Robbie White. Interesting that high quality. Yeah, interesting that he's coming in ahead of Holden. I just half thought that maybe Holden as an opener they might look to, but when Holden came back to the team after being dropped
last year. It was down the list at 4 and 5, so that might point to where they think Holden might be better suited through this year, getting the chance today.
White's off the mark. Get a couple here as long leg comes around, deep square. 200 up as well. Batting point on the board for Middlesex. Again, first innings run's been a big talking point. 201 for 2, looks good.
But White's part of that production line. We've said it before, 7 out of 10 players, or 70%, I should say, of the first 11 squad come through the system. Well, Alan Coleman has been instrumental to Robbie White being where he is at the moment. Coached him in under 10s, coached him in under 12s for Middlesex, and all the way through he's been part of it. And the reason I raised that, of course, is now that Alan Coleman is the boss here at Middlesex and overseeing all the cricket operations. But there's this group, isn't there? And the fact that White was able to advance from being a player of promise, who'd been loaned out before. He'd spent his time at Essex when they were in need of a wicket-keeper a couple of years ago. You talked about 2018 when there was a sense that he could become the senior gloveman here at Lords. But then they went back to Simpson. He could have easily slipped through the net. It's not hard to conceive of a way where, in the absence of proper first-team chances, that he could have gone somewhere else for a better opportunity. But he stuck it out. He effectively saw off Eskinazi last year when they had to make that decision.
Sweeper backs are just a single.
Rattled off 4 half-centuries. Then did have a slump. Did get dropped. And I think the character that he showed after being dropped at the midway point of last season, to come back and to make that century on Bank Holiday Monday here at Lords. It was the first day that fans were let back in for a 4-day game. There were lots of people here that day. To get through after 3 90s, to push to 3 figures, to make a century the following week at Hove as well. It just felt like he ended that campaign, 2021, as a proper established player, and now he walks out in the key spot at number 4, and you can kind of see that this guy, Robbie White, is the type of player they can build around for a decade.
Temperament's incredible with him, isn't it? And if we cast our minds back, Robbie White was the player who, I think on Middlesex debut, was bowled with the Spectator sign in the background.
First day of the 2018 season here, yeah.
And of course that did the rounds, didn't it, for quite some time.
It is one of the best cricket photographs I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The off stump uprooted on day 1 of the season with him shouldering arms, first ball of his career here at Lords. He can joke about it now, of course.
He can now, but he admits at the time it hurt him, didn't it? It hit him hard.
Yeah.
That he suffered a bit from that because it was, he was the butt of the joke, and as you say, all of the build-up that went with it.
It was Ben Sanderson, wasn't it, the bowler?
But what a player. He's got on speed. Hit that 99 at Canterbury a couple of years back when Middlesex were in deep trouble under leaden skies at Kent, and that was the one, I think, that really, even though he was 1 run shy of the century, that was the one that announced him and nailed him to it.
Yeah, got a couple of starts in the warm-up games. He made 31 and 29, so coming into round 1 with a little bit of time in the middle, noting that it was at the Essex game they lost 16 wickets or whatever it was. So tough conditions at Merchant Taylors, which was designed to make this a little bit easier at round 1 here at Lords.
Sun absolutely belting down here at Lords now. It's come right around in front of the media centre where we're sat watching. Glorious day for batting. Good time to come out to bat for Robbie White. Obviously it's just before tea, so he's got to negotiate this little period now.
Yeah, compared to this time last year, it's positively balmy. That first round here against Somerset was dire, but yeah, sun's out at Lords. We're probably the only game in the country that hasn't been interrupted by rain today.
I am quite rightly being corrected. The sun may be belting down, but that hasn't affected the temperature. It's still freezing outside.
Hey, through the glass we're fine at this time of day. We've endured, I say that with privilege. We were in the tavern last year where there wasn't a ray of sun for the whole season, so the fact that we're the beneficiary of being at the nursery end and the sun beating through the glass, no complaints.
Yeah, it looks the part out there at the moment, but it doesn't feel it though. Although one of the camera crew did say at lunch that the sun had just crept around to whichever part of the ground they were on, was just starting to hit them, which was giving some respite, some, not a lot. A couple perhaps down to third. I'll think about the second, but now it's gathered cleanly, nicely, and swiftly returned down below us by Shan Masood.
If you are in the grandstand and watching us or second screening with us, let us know. How cold is it? Where are you sat? Grandstand, Warner stand, pavilion. Maybe one of the handful over there in the Allen stand as well.
It's the ground staff who have it hardest with their huts in the wind tunnel down below as the legs of this.
And they have to wear shorts, of course. It's part of the ground staff code of conduct. If you wear trousers, you're out of the club.
Yeah, postman as well. Stat Dan has done us proud on Twitter.
Okay.
Middlesex's highest opening fixture partnership for any wicket since the Runfest at Taunton in 2007. We try not to mention that one, Stat Dan. 193 by Godalming and Nash was the partnership on that one. That Runfest at Taunton, I was on my own all 4 days for that game, and something like 900 played 700 played 600 for the loss of about 7 wickets across the day.
Yuck.
It's a long 4 days.
I was going through a scorecard like that a couple of days ago, actually, from the test match that had the highest average runs per wicket. It was a test in Pakistan between India and Pakistan back in about 2006 or something like that. 137 runs per wicket across a test match. Nasty. The balance between bat and ball wasn't quite there. It's like the test I was at Rawalpindi a few weeks ago. I'm tipping the pitch at Rawalpindi. That was the first test of the series I just returned home from. It'd be about day 27 and it'd still be fine. It never was going to break up.
Well, funnily enough, that 2007 match, Middlesex beat Glamorgan in an absolute belter at Swansea, but it was done in 5 sessions. Ball's going sideways. It wasn't really going up and down. There was a little bit. You mentioned Ed Smith. Remember, he was captain of that game. Chris Silverwood, I think, picked up a fair old few wickets in that one. So Middlesex won it in 5 sessions. I'm trying to remember now, actually. Did Glamorgan... Middlesex won it in 5 sessions. Glamorgan docked points for a bad pitch. And the contrast between... There was barely a month between those 2 games. The contrast in the entertainment, the quality was low in the Taunton game because it was. Sadly, on that occasion, there was just nothing in it at all for a fair bowling attack as well. Mercer played in that game, suffice to say. That's how far back that was. It's his first year. I think Richardson and Silverwood were around then. Andy Caddick was still bowling for Somerset.
Speaking of social media feedback, David Lee's got our back on 40-year-old cricketers in the championship this year. Michael Hogan's having another crack at Glamorgan this year, 40 this year. There's a few of them. There must be more, though. There must be more than 4. Murtagh, Berg.
Fast bowler, I should say.
Hogan. Who do we have before? Murtagh, Hogan, Berg, Stevens.
Was as far as we got of what was left, wasn't it?
I think that might be right. I asked
Steve,
Steve...
5 for 2.
How long we got till do? 1 over till T. I asked Steve-O about this last year, about the playing to 50 thing. Yeah. He is committed to playing till he's 50, so long as they keep giving him a contract each year and his knees hold out. So.
Well, yeah, Mercer had said, as long as the body keeps going. He said, I think what he said is basically they always just look at the first 2 months of each season, then how do you feel after the first 2 months? And each year so far, I think it was when Gubbin scored those big runs at the Oval a couple of years back. I think it was the COVID year, wasn't it? I remember saying to him then, he'd picked up 5 or 6 across the match. How do you feel? And he said, I genuinely feel like I'm still 18, which not bad when you're clocking up the years. just nudged 40. Tim Mercer, but yeah, that's the other thing about this one, isn't it? We've talked about how well Derbyshire have stuck to the task today. It hasn't been easy for Middlesex, but they've just batted incredibly well, and that'll be the test of the pitch once we see Middlesex bowl on this one. Change of bowling before tea. It's going to be was Thompson? No, it's Thompson continuing.
Yep.
Last over for him, his 17th. I thought they'd thrown it to somebody different just for an over before tea to try and draw a mistake, draw an error.
Yeah, and this again, at the risk of repeating myself, this is what happens when you're one down in your rotation. Not having side bottom means that the off spinner, who in an ideal world wouldn't have bowled at all for Derbyshire today, is bowling his 17th over before tea on day one.
Don Shelley, who texted us to tell us the floodlights aren't in operation today because of the high winds. He'll remember that match down in Glamorgan, the 5-session one. He'll certainly remember parts of the night of the second day of the trip down there.
If it's over in 5 sessions, you're probably staying the night on night 2.
Oh yes.
You're not jumping on an early train. You're going, I'll go back morning 3.
That was the most vicious fines meeting I've ever known at Middlesex. Yeah, it was. That was a permissible night out. Even back then, in the days of many permissible nights out.
Any danger of a catch around the wicket here? Thompson has got 2 balls until tea. We've got a slip. That's fine, but get a helmet or 2 out there. At least put some degree of pressure into the game. They've let this drift so badly since lunch. They've conceded 111 runs, and not quite make that 108 runs.
Gets it away, and could be another boundary. It is another boundary for Eskinazi. He's on to 108, 209 for 2, and well, yeah, I think certainly before tea, it probably is a bit where they might have just dozed a little here in terms of just make something happen. Which is to say, at the start of the over, I thought they had thrown it to somebody else to bowl the last one. Tough day so far for Derbyshire since winning that toss this morning. And there it is, pushed back up the track by Eskinazi, and immediately turning to walk back to the pavilion. 108 for him, 3 for White, 80 for De Caires, 209 for 2. An excellent session, an excellent day for Middlesex so far. Certainly, I think everybody around the ground, when there was heavy cloud cover this morning at 10:30, were a little bit worried about that toss and Derbyshire winning it, but the batter really has fought back throughout the day. Yeah,
Derbyshire had their opportunity. They win the toss and bowl on opening day at Lords, a pitch where only one team was able to make it beyond 300 in the entirety of the season. Well, Middlesex are 2/3 of the way there by tea on opening day. Yes, they're down 1 seamer, but they haven't been able to beat the bat consistently. They haven't been able to build dot ball pressure, and they let Middlesex advance from 97 for 1 to 209 for 2 in that session. Along the way, Eskinazi reaching his 8th first-class 100, only his 2nd since 2019, but back into the side late last year and making it count. The wicket to fall at De Caires, as you say, caught behind for 80. But a sign of things to come for the young man, playing his first professional game here at Lords, and he's going to play a great many of them over the years.
Yeah, I think for Derbyshire, I'm sure Mickey Arthur will be saying at tea is get to that new ball, see if something can happen, but get to it cheaply. Don't let it get away from them. What's the run rate? 3.2. It's not horrific for Derbyshire. The run rate, it's much higher than they'd have liked. But as well that they're doing this with the bowler down, Ryan Sidebottom off the field with that hamstring injury. It's been a tough day, a tough day for them. But they've just about managed to keep it respectable, haven't they? In fact, the highest of the economies so far, Lakmal 1 for 55 from his 14, so his economy of near 4 and over actually is the most expensive.
Yeah, and he's their overseas signing, Suranga Lakmal, a man of vast experience. He's played 2 test tours over here. He's been to England a number of times with his country. He's led Sri Lanka over here, so he knows what's required of him. But yeah, he'll I'm sure consult the coach Mickey Arthur at tea and come up with what will be Plan C or Plan D or Plan E. And when they come back, it'll be with Middlesex 209 for 2. Eskinazi 108. Robbie White, the new man, on 3. We'll take our leave here at Lords for about quarter of an hour, and then we'll be back on the Middlesex Live and Heartstream.
And welcome back to Lords, everybody. The afternoon session of the opening day of the season, and it's been a very, very good opening day as well. Middlesex 209 for 2 at tea. Stephen Eskinazi with an unbeaten century. Josh De Cares with a magnificent 80 out earlier this morning. It was Mark Stoneman for 12. Caught Masood off Lackmel. 13 for 1 that was, and then De Cares falling. Nicking off to Connors for 80 after a brilliant stand with Stephen Eskinazi, which put Middlesex in a very, very strong position on this opening day. And well, as they take the field, the sun is still out. That'll be very welcome for Middlesex indeed. Those overcast conditions that we saw at the toss, 1 or 2 spots of rain throughout the day, but nothing to ever really affect the play. And fortunately, this bright blue sky as well, because the wind so strong today that the floodlights that you can see there on top of the tavern stand, we can't put them up today here at Lords because the wind is too strong, so fortunately not needed at the moment. This is the Middlesex live and enhanced stream. Myself, Kevin Hand, Adam Collins is alongside me, and it's been a very, very strong day for the host. Plenty needs to happen in this session for Derbyshire, but again, they win this session, they could actually put themselves back into a reasonable position by stumps. Yeah,
it's such an important 2-hour stretch this for Derbyshire, and you wouldn't normally think that about the third session of a match, and indeed the third session of a season, but they need to fight back and fight back hard. They've got their little opening, the new man White on strike to start the session, and Connors and co need to get busy. And Connors is starting from the pavilion end. He sent down 17 overs so far, 1 for 56 his figures. He was the man that struck in the middle stanza. Josh De Cares caught behind for 80, just bending at a ball that nipped away ever so slightly off the seam, brought him forward, followed it with his hands and taken safely by the wicket-keeper Guest. The wicket to fall in the first session was Mark Stoneman, caught at mid-wicket by Shah Masood, the Pakistan international, signed by Derbyshire over the winter. That was from the bowling of Lackmel, the other overseas signing for Derbyshire, when the score was 13, 186 added between Eskinazi and De Cares. That second wicket falling with the score on 199. This pair have added 10 since, either side of tea. And Eskinazi, the star of the show so far. 108 chanceless runs. His 8th first-class century, and you suspect, far from satisfied, he's well and truly in. It's White on strike here. And that's the chance now, isn't it, for Eskinazi? It's one thing to reach 3 figures and to lay the base. It's another to take full advantage of it and turn it into a big century.
A daddy ton. Yeah, I think that was what I was going to say to you, actually, was if Middlesex have, or one of the problems that Middlesex have had the last couple of years, and go back to the match that you and I were both at Radlett, when Middlesex played Hampshire. It was the second game of the COVID year, the shortened season. Middlesex were pretty happy with all but 1 hour of that match, and that hour they felt cost them the game, didn't it? Where they had a collapse. The first innings collapse 6 for 74, second innings collapse of 8 for 77 in that match against Hampshire. And I'll give this as hope for Derbyshire watchers of this game. That's been the problem for Middlesex for the last 2 years, and that's been the great frustration, really, that there have been moments in those 3 defeats in 4 to start last season. Middlesex could and probably should have won 2 of those 3 that they lost, and then you're looking at 3 wins from 4. I see played away. Apologies, Adam.
No, not at
all. Picked up a single. It's the post-tea blues.
It was a look when you frame it up around the opportunities that Middlesex had on 3 occasions. They were defending in excess of 282 in the 4th innings. So on paper, the worst performing team in the country in the first half of the season, or the first stage of the season, but recovered that towards the end. It wasn't as though they couldn't get into winning positions, but they were doing it in the first innings of games with the ball, and they were just doing enough to stay afloat with the bat. They weren't dominating games. They weren't going big in the first innings. They never did, with a couple of exceptions away from home. And then in the divisional stage, end of the first over after tea, 65 bowled by Derbyshire, 210 for 2 the score. Eskinazi 108 and White's on 4, the 1 run to come since tea. But across the board, they made bulk runs here in relative terms against Somerset and didn't finish the job. They batted really nicely Gray Schroed in the first innings and didn't finish the job because they weren't able to go huge. And here's what they have the opportunity to do over the next, let's say, 3 sessions or 2.5 sessions maybe. If they can really lift the run rate, which has been suitable as it is, but if they can close tonight in excess of 300 and they can hoover up all the bonus points, well, then they're away and they can boss this game and they can take advantage of their main weapons, which is going to be Murtagh and Bamber bowling with that new ball and doing as well as they did last year, experts on the slope. But this time they should have runs to play with. They already do. 210 for 2 as Lakmal bowls the first over after tea from the nursery end.
Yeah, the 4 or 5 day game, it'll always have sessions and days that go one way or the other, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? You know, an innings even goes your way, the second innings goes wrong. But the problem, I think, for Middlesex was that when it went wrong, it went so badly wrong, didn't it? The collapses. But even with the ball, which was unusual for Middlesex last year, you know, they'd let Passages get away that Somerset chase here, down at Somerset as well, actually, in return. Likewise, when Goldsworthy was the young man who came in and saw Somerset's a victory down there. When it went wrong, it went badly wrong. You know, a session that you lose, they were losing it too heavily.
Really well placed by White there. Almost no room to work with. A couple of covers in position, bisecting them and getting 3 as a result. He moves up to 7. 2-1-3 for 2.
The lesser spotted scoring shot in front of cover by Robbie White. His
Yes.
wagon wheels are extraordinary when you look at his innings. Such a vast majority of his runs come backward of square, backward of point. Very few down the ground.
They've got a few players that profit behind point, don't they? So we've already seen De Caires today likes to hit the ball hard through point, off the back foot especially, although he did play one splendid square drive out to the short boundary, grandstand side of the ground. Oh, that's a close shout. Umpire Kettleborough keeps his finger down. Just nip back off the seam, back up the slope. Just held its line, and the decision goes the way of Eskinazi. But watching it back, just outside the line of the off stump, good decision.
Second big shout of the day against Eskinazi. That first one from Connors was much the better shout, wasn't it, than this one?
Absolutely. He was very fortunate when Connors was turned down earlier today by, I think that was umpire Illingworth up the other end. That's better in behind it.
Well, yeah, and even
and Martin Anderson, sorry, the other player I was going to note, that he slaps balls through point. He stands up. It's not so much square driving or cutting. He gets up tall on the balls of his feet and pumps balls through point, almost white ball style. But it's with a degree of control. That was the defining aspect of the 90 odd that he made out at Radlett in that Hampshire game that you referred to a couple of years ago in the Bob Willis Trophy. Still yet to break through for a first-class ton and injured this week. But a player of some promise, Martin Anderson.
Yeah, he's got high praise from the last coach, didn't he? Stuart Law was a big fan. He felt that Anderson was the one who could really, if he hit the right note, could go a long, long way.
Yeah. Yeah, I've written as much a number of times now. I think Stuart Law compared his timing to Mark Waugh, which is some...
And Jack Callis, yeah.
Which is some compliment. And on balance, he was the quickest bowler that Middlesex had on show last year. End of the over, 66 bowled, 2-1-3 for 2. He's got that extra yard, Martin Anderson. Doesn't mind using the short ball, so less about finding the outside edge or hitting the front shin, which is the case with Murtagh and Bamber, and more about that length that can get the batsman jumping around a little bit. Looking forward to seeing him. He's out this week with a side strain, although we're told it's not the kind of side strain that has you missing weeks. It's just a precautionary measure.
And of course a week off for Middlesex next week, but for Derbyshire it's Sussex, the visitors next Thursday.
Shot. Easing a single down to deep third there, White, moving to 8. Yes, so Middlesex's run, they go on. They have Glamorgan away in a couple of weeks. Then back home against Leicestershire. Down to Hove against Sussex. Then back here against Notts. And then finishing the stretch before the Blast block against Durham here at home. So a good opportunity to get on the board here. Get deep into the season with a couple of early wins, which they weren't able to do last year. That's a good start. I mean, you talk about a good draw and a bad draw. Getting Derby first up, a team that was similarly in the doldrums last year. Then Glamorgan second, albeit away from home, but a team they would fancy their chances against. Pending Derbyshire and Nisa being available, that might make it a fraction harder, but time will tell. And then Leicester here, who they played at Merchant Taylor's last year and beat. Oh, great shot through mid-wicket, Eskinazi. Out to the long boundary up the slope, but he's timed it well enough that it'll run into the rope here. Again, a couple of mid-wickets, or maybe a wide mid-on and a mid-wicket. No concerns whatsoever. He's 112. Middlesex, 218 for 2.
Yeah, I put that to Alan Coleman the other day, and I said to him that start last year, 3 defeats in 4. How important is it to get off to a good start this season, especially the relatively favourable beginning to the season. It's a while before they meet the 2 favourites for the division, Nottinghamshire and Durham. He said, look, there'll be no panic. If there's a couple of results that go the wrong way in April or May, of course that is the nature of this time of year, that you can be out. You can be on the wrong side of a bad day with the weather, a bit like today, perhaps a good toss to lose for Middlesex. So, he wasn't overly concerned, but for sure you would feel there's an opportunity there, especially with Afridi showing Afridi next week. Pete Hanscom in as well, returning Robson and Anderson, as you mentioned, of those injured. Blake Cullen's the other one who missed out on the squad for this one. He could have been in as an option for this game, another express bowler. He was the 14th man in the squad.
Yeah, he might actually, on reflection, I said Anderson was the quickest Middlesex bowler on show last year. That was probably Cullen. Oh, that's an even better shot, Eskinazi. Driving nearly on the up, out towards the Plum Warner stand. With control, with authority, with timing. He's looking to make this a big one. He's 116, it's 2-2-2 for 2.
So the depth that they've got, Middlesex, the options. I guess what they would say is the depth they've got is youth, but it's depth nonetheless, isn't it? So I think that's why, even though Durham and Notts will probably start Division 2 as the favourites this year, that Middlesex will feel if they can get off to a good start, it's a season that they could grow into.
Oh, nearly through. Inside edge. But equal to it was Robbie White racing through to the danger end. So Eskinazi busy over. Up to 117. Retains the strike. 2-2-3 for 2. 8 for White down the other end. Yeah, it felt like, we referenced it earlier, but had they stuck the landing against Somerset on the opening round last year, I know they get resold at Hampshire, and that can happen against Muhammad Abbas in form like that. That's just, that's just a part of county cricket in April.
Yep.
It can happen to any team.
Yep.
And they recovered somewhat in the second innings of that game and rocked up at Lords in round 3 and thumped Surrey in 2 and a bit days. So if they beat Somerset and then they go on to have the victory against Surrey that they do, the energy around the season would have felt a lot different. It was that they let that slip through their fingers, and then by that stage you're already playing catch up with only 2 teams advancing to Division 1 from the group stage. That was probably the downfall of the division stage, was that if you weren't in the top 2, and it became pretty clear who the top 2 teams were going to be in 2 of the 3 groups quite early in the season, it did slip away. On the other side of it, it meant that you had to be good early on. There was no room to ease into the season. You needed to be fit and firing in April in conditions that didn't always suit the batters.
Division 3 did feel a little bit, I guess because Middlesex, they had an upturn in results, it meant something to them.
Yeah, and that's how they framed it, wasn't it? It was something to build from, and it was the time I mentioned before when they were re-signing a slew of players who were out of contract. I mean, it wasn't just how they played in the county championship. They had a dismal blast and Royal London Cup. It was a confluence of factors. I mean, there were these big structural changes where Angus Fraser's role was changed, where Stuart Law was reporting directly up the chain, where there was volatility around whether he would be staying. It was a challenging time all round, and they managed to get some important parts right through that. And so straight there that it hits the non-striker stumps by Eskinazi, playing well down the ground today. And that was signing players up, and it was having a couple of wins at home, which they'd struggled with here at Lords, just to finish the season feeling as though they had a group of players who could get it done. They just needed to have another year under their belt and maybe some support from some overseas pros via what they expect will be this year Hanscom and Afridi.
Speaking of overseas pros, it's a big old spell for Lackmell, isn't it?
Oh yeah, his sixth spell.
Second new ball's up 12 overs away after this. Whether they would take it straight away, their bowler's been out in the field a long time, so they say a sixth spell already for Lackmell. Whether they'll try and find some control by that point, hold it back a little bit, maybe the last 8 overs of the day, keep it pretty fresh for tomorrow morning. Bearing in mind their bowlers are going to have a lot of overs in their legs.
I think they're going to have to take it.
Take the gamble.
I think they're going to have to roll the dice. I'd get Lackmell off pretty soon and just get back to Thompson and dry it up best they can. I appreciate why they've started with him after tea, but you're going to have to hold him back. Bowled well.
Yeah, he has. And I think, turning to Derbyshire, that we had a little natter before the start of play, didn't we? And said, Derbyshire have got a real opportunity because Middlesex are missing Robson, Hanscom, Shane Afridi. There's no better time to play Middlesex than this match. I mean, barring an injury crisis later in the season, Middlesex are missing 3 very, very big players for this game, and Anderson as well, but obviously the other 3 all coming with test standard behind them. I think that will be a great disappointment for them today, having got Stoneman so early, not to have been able to follow it up at that point. Because even if there isn't as much in a pitch as you'd like, that first passage of play of a match, that first go at a new ball, removing the big man Stoneman and having young De Caires there, Eskinazi early season, the opportunity to perhaps get at that middle order, which relatively inexperienced, I'd say now, White, Holden and certainly Davis then following him. But White and Davis, in terms of number of years and seasons spent out in the middle, it's still relatively young.
Yeah, and I think that performing with the ball in a situation like this will provide, if they had to perform with the ball, that is, would have provided confidence for a batting group that on 11 occasions last year were bowled out for under 200. I mean, we're talking about Middlesex's batting woes. They were just as bad for Derbyshire, which is why they were right down the bottom of Division 3 by the end of the season.
A slow bike race, wasn't it, by the time they met in September, these two last year?
Yes, it wasn't the main game, put it that way. Nicely worked. First ball of the over. White back off strike. He's done that 3 times since tee with singles to that part of the ground. He's 9-2-2, 4 for 2 Middlesex in the 69th over. Yeah, I still liked it though. I mean, for all of the challenges that were raised around how it worked and how it did dilute talent, and I think there's an obvious desire for the top flight of English cricket, however you want to frame it, Division 1 now, but if there was a recasting of that in the future, they want to concentrate as many high quality players at the top of the pyramid. Bit of extra movement back towards the right-handed Eskinazi there, left alone nicely close to the off stump. Even though I respect and understand all of that, I quite like the idea of each of the 18 counties starting the season, in theory, being able to win the comp.
Look to the quality that was on display. As I say, it was a slow bike race between these two at that stage, but actually some of the players on display, Critchley, Madsen, Godleman.
And I just sort of ponder less about the Division 3 part of last year, but more generally, thinking about even Division 2, I mean, I know promotion relegation forms a big part of the incentive structure, and you want to get to Division 1. You want to be a destination club. You want to be in a situation that Essex were in during the off-season where it was there where Critchley signed. And why did Critchley go there? Division 1. What does Division 1 mean? A greater chance of Test cricket. Carving away. Picking out the sweeper. Eskinazi 118, 225 for 2. Those you missed out there got a good look at that and plonked it straight to where the sweeper was positioned. Yeah, I sort of feel as though there's a balancing act here between making sure the integrity of the competition with 18 counties is such that everybody believes they can win, and you don't end up in a cycle where you can't be a destination club and thus you can't get out of Division 2. Leaving alone again. And I know that different clubs have different stories and different journeys on this front, but Derbyshire are a pretty good example of a county that has struggled to make the jump up. It's brilliant that North Hats were able to at the end of 2019. Likewise, that Gloucestershire have built so nicely there and recruited in a really savvy way. A lot of goodwill for Gloucestershire last year. They won more games than any team in the country, didn't they?
And you think, the way that they've recruited heavily from Lords.
Yep, they have.
Tom Smith,
yep.
George Scott, Tom Lace, Ryan Higgins is that number one, of course, but Lace was a big frustration as well. His is a slightly different story, wasn't it? Lace is a little bit further on, because again, he didn't play that first match of the season in the COVID year,
yes.
Which resulted in the transfer request, where the contracts that he had with the county allowed him to move on. But you look at what Gloucestershire have done, and again, that goes back to the 18 counties, really, doesn't it? Those guys weren't getting their chances at Middlesex. They've gone to Gloucestershire and had good careers. Tom Smith's still a key performer down at Gloucestershire in all formats for them.
Yeah, part of the reason I was drawn to last year's structure, that it was an elegant way of keeping 14 games. That does worry me a little bit.
Reducing?
That you could build... I, like you, am a fan of keeping it at 14 games. And I'm a little bit worried that you'll be able to help bolster the case for reducing games because the draw's inelegant, because you don't play every team twice. Because it's not whereas last year, by definition... first 10 games, home and away, then the back four. It got you to 14 in a fair way. No ball there signalled by umpire Kettleborough, wearing the flat cap. Up to 227 for 2, 70th over of this innings. So I think that's a consideration. It's how do you best construct a competition that can stay at 14 games. I know you've made the case that they should go back to 16, and I mean, I don't think anyone who loves 4-day cricket would argue against that. The probability of it happening, regrettably, is zero. So it's more about how
unless one of the competitions goes abroad.
Yes. Oh, chance taken. Yeah, really nice bowling from Lackmal. Needed to open up an opportunity, and so he does. And it's a big wicket too. Eskinazi isn't able to turn this into a massive 100. It was a splendid innings. He's batted beautifully. From the moment that he walked out at 13 for 1, he's done everything right. But the chance taken at first slip, Eskinazi's 118 included 16 boundaries across 264 minutes in the middle. 216 balls, did everything right until the moment that his outside edge was found by the Derbyshire international and taken by the veteran Madsen at first slip. 227 for 2 the score.
Yeah, good catch. Good wicket for Derbyshire. Very good time at the start of this evening session to pick up Eskinazi. If he'd have got in and gone big, as we discussed, then it really would have been trouble. And Lackmal, who has been the more expensive of the bowlers, he's picked up the 2 big wickets. Stoneman and Eskinazi carries with the fine 80, the youngster. But this is the opportunity now, especially with that new ball 10 overs away, for White, Holden, Davis slightly less experienced, right? De Geer's at the top, very inexperienced, but a middle order that will be looked at the moment. If Hanscom coming in, were Robson to play this game and De Geer's hadn't have featured, then Hanscom most likely is taking one of the positions of White, Holden or Davis. So there'll be a little bit of pressure here now, and this is the opportunity we talk about, and that's what we were saying for Derbyshire. And Days and sessions even themselves have their own flow, don't they? This is a session that they need to flow towards them, and this is definitely an opportunity now with White on White on 9, joined by Holden, who we wondered whether he'd be higher up the order, I'll tell you what, whether it does influence them to keep Lackmal on just that little bit longer.
It might just do that. Yeah, this spell after tea's been a good one from the nursery end away from us, and getting a look at Holden here, who had a dire 2021, passing 50 just once. He was dropped after 6 innings where his highest score was 11. He did come back well at the end of the season, though. His first ball, well forward. He was brought back not opening the batting down the list, got a couple of starts. And look, that came after a 2020 season where he was the second highest run scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy for Middlesex and made his maiden blast century, a 60-ball 100 down at Essex, and of course a former England under-19 skipper, so no doubting his pedigree. But yeah, at this stage of his career, it's been his white ball numbers that have been far superior to his red ball, averaging just 26 across 53 games, which is a fairly substantial sample size now, so he needs to start delivering on the promise. Indeed, his best form was probably when he was loaned out to Northants in 2017. Now, we're going back some time now, but it just gives some flavour for the idea that he's a young player, a capable player, had plenty of opportunities. Now at number 5, they've laid a foundation. Derbyshire, a one bowler down. This is the sort of opportunity that he can't have slipped through his fingers.
Again, he's another example of, we're talking about with Eskinazi, because in that time, he has had his woes in first class cricket. Hasn't got the weight of runs he'd have liked to make the impression that he did at Northamptonshire, but he's proved himself in T20 at times.
Yep. Lackmal now around the wicket, changing the angle almost straight away.
And he's also Middlesex's record scorer in List A cricket, taking Strauss's 164. I think he got 167 at Canterbury with Ross Taylor, who played his last game the other day, didn't he, for New Zealand? It was. There's no doubting. Again, as we say, former England under-19 captain Max Holden.
Yeah, they just want him to take the next step, don't they? He's off the mark here to mid-wicket. Quick single through. Oh, gee, I tell you what. Had that throw been on song, he might have been in a degree of strife. But he gets through, deploys throw, doesn't reach its target. So a successful over for Derbyshire, picking up the wicket of Stevie Eskinazi for 118. It's 228 for 3. 2 new men at the crease. White on 9, Holden on 1. Derbyshire get a bit of an opportunity with 10 overs until the second new ball. And watching back the final delivery of that successful set, Holden would have been, he would have been home. You never really know with a direct hit, no third umpire. Yeah, hard to know without it. But I suppose what you are looking at there is Richard Kettleborough, who is the many would argue the best umpire in the world. So you would back his judgment on these matters. They're going to stick with seam. It's going to be Dale returning to the attack from the pavilion end.
What I think has been really put in a spotlight and analysed a lot, really, I think it is for the youngsters coming through for Middlesex for the last few years. In particular, I think someone like Max Holden, they haven't had a Chris Rogers, an Adam Voges. They haven't had that kind of player at the top, and they've got one now in Mark Stoneman. And yes, Sam Robson now as well, but we're talking back to 2017 with Max Holden. At that point, Robson's still a 26-year-old, isn't he? So hopefully now with the signing of Stoneman, it will help the youngsters at Middlesex just bed into the first 11 a little bit better.
Runs through the cordon. Deep third in position for just that shot. And get back for a couple. Looks like he was in some degree of control. Holden 3. 2:30 for 3 the score. Dale, who really bustles to the crease. Round the wicket. A cool but sunny afternoon here at Lord's. Squared up again, a couple of times in the over. That was the sub-fielder Harry Kame in action, who's been out there for the majority of the day because Ryan Sidebottom pinged his left hamstring in his second over of the morning. The man on loan from Warwickshire. A punt that has not worked out. Guest up to the stumps now for Dale, as he's done a couple of times today. Helmet on.
Kane played in that game actually at Radlett against Hampshire. Only managed 4 with the bats. It was, I think it was Organ though that picked up all the wickets, didn't he? That was the match where
a funny old game that, wasn't it?
Dawson went down injured, didn't he, batting? He backed up in the crease and landed on landed awkwardly, didn't he, on his ankle, and it was out for...
Yeah, so Dawson did an Achilles when batting on about 50 odd.
It was the Achilles, that's
and,
right,
and
yeah.
missed the rest of the season. Poor old Ryan Stevenson run into a marquee and ended up
gash, yeah.
a gash that went all the way down to the bone of his leg. So they were effectively down to 9 players. And walking out at number 9 was Keith Barker, who's about as good a number 9 as you're going to see. Still with 40 odd runs to find to reach their victory target of what was about 230 odd or something like that. And they went for it. He played 3 reverse sweeps, end of the over, 71 gone, 231 for 3, and got them over the line. What we didn't know then was that Stevenson wasn't fit to bat. So, on reflection, that's probably as close as I've ever been to witnessing a tie in first-class cricket, because at no point did it look like Barker was going to... I mean, they were way too far away from the finish line to consider batting out a draw anyway, but they were really going after the runs in a hurry. And had he fallen with the scores level, they wouldn't have had the chance to have sent out a number 10 or a number 11, and that would have been that. The game would have been 8 out, all out, game tied. What could have been, Kev? What could have been? The previous tie that Middlesex were involved in, I should say, involves someone that we've chatted about a couple of times today. It's going to be Luckmail round the wicket to the new man Holden, but loses his run. Sure enough, Selv was involved. Mike Selvey, the club president, took 6 for in a tie that I couldn't tell you what year it was, but I know it happened. One of, I think, 67 ties in
late 30s, early 40s.
I think there have been like 67 ties in first class history going back to the 1700s, and yes, Middlesex were involved in one where Selv took the final wicket. Well forward there, Holden.
Came close to one at the Oval a few years back. I actually missed the final day. I was called away to go and cover a football match because somebody had gone down injured in the commentary box. So like, quick, can you leave there and get to here because we're short. So I missed it, but I remember listening to afar from the end of it, and I think Sean Udall was the captain. He was in such a bad state, pretty much like Stevenson, that he got wheelbarrowed out to the middle virtually. It was that bad to come out, and try and save the game. If memory serves, he hit a 6 and all of a sudden it was so close. Obviously he's come out, hit a 6 out of nowhere, and he thought they're going to win this. Ended up in a draw. But then there was some debate as to actually was it a tie and not a draw. I'm going to have to draw up the scorecard to get the exact reasoning, because again I wasn't there on the final day, so it doesn't sit right at the front of the memory. But yeah, I think that's about as close as I can remember seeing it.
Yeah, there have been a couple in the championship in the last decade or so. There was the one that Dom Bess was involved in. I'm pretty sure he might have been the culprit, dancing down the track and trying to pop a ball onto the moon to win a game and exposing the number 11. Seems to ring a bell. Yes, but very much few and far between. All the more special when they do happen. 2 in Test cricket, of course. Brisbane 1960 and Chennai in 1986. There was one man who was involved in both of those, Bob Simpson. He played in 1960 and he was coach in 1986. Nicely worked. Just in front of point, short boundary. Holden gets his first 4. Moves to 8. 235 for 3. In control there, all the way along the carpet.
Yeah, it'll feel good for Holden. No doubt in the potential and talent in all formats, as I say that. Where he's it's such a confusing one for a young batsman, isn't it? You want to play T20. Holden came through and, clearly, look, this guy's a good first-class player, let's get him into that side. But the youngster wants to be in the T20 sides, trying different shots in the nets, trying different elements of his game to, forge yourself into that T20 side, because that's what all cricketers want to do. Although the first-class game and Test remain number 1 for virtually all players, perhaps later in their careers less so, but that's the pinnacle of the game for everybody still, isn't it? But there's no doubt the pull of T20 for all players nowadays as well. So I have some sympathy for his plight since 2017. He's a guy trying to make his way in all 3. Perhaps slowed his first class.
And I think this is the point with Holden, isn't it? That if he were a player that there was less belief in, maybe he wouldn't still be here. But there's an underlying sense that over time he's going to end up being a very productive player for this club. I mean, he's been on Lions tours. They rate him up the chain. In fact, it was against Derbyshire that he made his first 100 for Middlesex, wasn't it, back in 2018 here at Lord's? Batting at the moment with his old housemate Robbie White. Ooh, Luckman on his follow-through. Threatens to throw it back at the stumps, as he's more than entitled to do. End of the over. 8 until the second new ball is due. 235 for 3 the score. 24 overs left on the opening day of the season at headquarters. But yes, that group of players that came through together. So Holden was living with Robbie White, Jack Davies, who's next in, and Tom Lace, who we were referring to before, through lockdown at that clubhouse in Edgware. So they're all good mates. They've all been doing this together for a long time. They're all, I suppose, involved in each other's journey as well.
Well, he was given that backing, wasn't he, last season, as you say, after the first 2 games. He'd had 4 innings, hadn't he? So had Eskinazi. Eskinazi had returned the 50, but it was Eskinazi who was dropped. So there was the backing that he was given, even last year. Max Holden to keep that place and drop Eskinazi for Hanscom. So clearly there's a want for him to be given every opportunity. I think he's shown enough, as I say. But what he's done in List A and T20, I think he's shown enough in all the formats to be able to say, look, that's fine. One of them you'll be one of them you'll make your own. I think he'd hope as well that obviously the one that he really makes his own is the first class game. He said he modelled his game on Alistair Cook.
Yes, what is it? Little Chef, they called him for a time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Facing up to Dahl here. He squared him up a couple of times in the previous over from that angle. That played a bit later there by Holden, deeper in the crease. Just feeling his way through. Wearing the short sleeve jumper, short sleeve shirt. I'd have the long sleeves on, I'd have the long sleeve jumper, then I'd have the short sleeve jumper over the top.
They're a great loss to the motorway service stations, Little Chef. Were you ever aware of them?
I often say to my partner, who's very British, that there are little... It doesn't matter how long I live here for, there will be pop culture bits and pieces and little references I'm never going to understand. And it feels like you've waded into that territory there. So with these service station shops in the...
All you need to know of Little Chef, it was a fabulous restaurant, and if you finished your meal as a kid, you got a free lollipop.
Oh, okay, all right.
If you cleared your plate.
I would have done well. Gosh, that has happened so many times today. This is, well, at least Dale didn't deliver the ball.
Wind, do you reckon?
It must be it's hard for us to detect from our commentary position, our cosseted commentary box.
I'm not referring to a little Chef lunch.
No, that's right. But the Connors travails from the pavilion end. He must have stopped 8 times. Luckmauer half a dozen, and Dahl a few times as well. Left alone again. We had an all-you-can-eat restaurant when I was growing up. I know Pizza Hut's a global brand, but Pizza Hut was where it was all you could eat.
Wow.
And it's fair to say,
took a while to come in here.
As teenagers, you'd really go in there and put a dent in it. You'd really go in there and put a gap in it. And there's only one left in Australia. Of course, the brand still remains, but there's only one left of the restaurant in a place called Bendigo in rural Victoria. And I've been thinking about going there for a number of years. When I return to Australia for the summer and cover the Test cricket, I'm like, one year I'll get to the Pizza Hut in Bendigo and I will just give it what for. Maybe it's the Little Chef equivalent. Quickie shingle again. Holden through. That's good running. Committed to it early. Was prepared to dive if he needed to, judging by the way that he approached that final step. Retains the strike. Moves to 9. White's down the other end on 10. He's barely faced a ball since Holden's joined him. 237 for 3 the score. So 7 overs until that second new ball.
I think there's the odd one that still survives. As you travel up and down the country, you occasionally catch a glimpse of one at a motorway service station somewhere. There's a Little Chef there, look. Don't know if they still give away the free lollipop though.
I'm hitting the road on Easter weekend.
There we go. Put it into the sat nav.
So who is to know? And I'll be there with my baby daughter. Which is
wow.
You can't really call her a baby when... Can you call them a baby when they're 2? You probably can. My baby daughter. And
will you be stealing the lollipop off her?
I was going to say, she'll finish her plate. Don't worry about that. Takes after her father.
There's Sam Robson. Sat on the balcony, missing for this one.
Saw him having a bowl at lunch.
So it's his left hand he's hurt then?
Must be.
I thought it was his right, because I went to shake his hand on press day and he had the...
I'm sure it was him. Unless my eyes were deceiving me, he was having a little trundle just to pass the time,
put
stay
it past
warm.
Him, to be fair.
I gather
he's the cricket tragic, isn't he, of the Middlesex dressing room?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's probably listening at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in the punditry game of some description when he finishes up, or writing about the game, or something along those lines. He's a smart dude. Thompson, new over, new spell. So they are going to rest Luckmal and presumably bring him back for the second new ball in about half an hour or so. And they're back on at Edgbaston, where there's been a rain delay. Surrey 128 for 3. Pope's on 9. Folks yet to score. The reason I raise that, of course, is their 2 current England players. Reverse sweeping. Love to see a bit of that. Max Holden. You talk about the T20 shots that he's got at his disposal. That was executed expertly. He moves in the double figures. 13 for Holden. 241 for 3 the score.
Yeah, there's been an expansion of his game. There's no doubt about it. And I think he's very keen, to be not penciled in just as a first-class player.
On the dance before defending there. So looking to get resourceful against the spinner Thompson. Just on that Surrey scorecard, because they are playing the champions Warwickshire in that fixture. So Burns made 41. There'll be eyes on Burns early in the season. He started brilliantly last year. There were 8 county games before the first test, and he made half a dozen scores above 50. Might have been 8 scores above 50 with a couple of hundreds, and that was enough to guarantee that he would retain his spot for the test, and made 100 out here at Lords and was set for the summer. Wasn't able to capitalise and lost his spot during the winter in Australia. But yes, how well he starts will dictate what his summer might look like for England. As we're seeing Holden, will he reverse sweep for a third time in the over? He will not. He'll knock it on the head down to mid-on. Then Hashim Amla out early. Wickets for Oliver Hanlon-Dalby. And Danny Briggs, the ever reliable. End of the over. 74 gone. 241 for 3. White 10, Holden 13. The commentary goes back to Kevin Hand as I look around the Shires and try and give you an update through the next over.
Listeners, watchers at home won't be able to hear it, but I'm sure they won't be able to hear it. They might be, but if there is creaking, you can pick up on our mics. It is the wind on this media centre, and in all the years up here, I have never ever heard this. I've never heard the media centre creaking like this in the wind, and I've known those days where it's been so strong up here that it buffets that window and the floodlights can't go up. Here comes Dahl. Keep standing up again. Let's keep wide in that crease, but it's starting to make me feel a little bit seasick now, this creaking. It does feel like you're in a ship at sea, doesn't it? It's just
So we'll go around through Division 1 first, shall we? We've already gone to Edgbaston. Let's go to Southampton, where Somerset have been knocked over for 180 by the hosts, and Hampshire 25 without loss in reply. That was a super effort with the ball. 3 for 33 for Keith Barker. 2 for 28 Muhammad Abbas. 2 for 10 Liam Dawson, and a wicket apiece for Abbott, Holland and Fuller. That is one hell of a bowling attack. And Hampshire, as I say, 25 without loss in reply, with Weatherly and Holland, who've been the opening combination the last couple of years up against Peter Siddle initially. Good signing that for Somerset, getting him away from Essex.
They're the two that keep being looked upon, don't they? I mean, that Hampshire bowling attack in particular is part of the reason why. But with that attack, that each year it's Hampshire, they've got to be the favourites, haven't they?
Well, Somerset will be gutted that Matt Renshaw got that call up to Pakistan, noting that the probability of Renshaw playing a one-day international on that tour was very, very limited. He got flown out after there was a COVID case, when I think there was 2 games to go. Otherwise, he would have definitely be playing, and we know that Renshaw rattled off, was it 3 centuries in 5 games for Somerset down there in 2018. It's a shame he wasn't able to play more here in the last 2 years. Due to the 100, the NOCs have opened up, and that means even though he hasn't played for Australia since 2018, he now has the chance to come over here and be a county cricketer once again. Gloucestershire's first day in Division 1 isn't going particularly well. They're 100 for 6 against Northampton. So the two teams that have been promoted out of the 2019 season. It's a long time ago, but that's how it's been configured this year. So for Northants, the wickets, 4 for Ben Sanderson. We mentioned him earlier today, 4 for 28. A wicket for the veteran Gareth Berg, his 3rd mention on the commentary today as well. And Tom Taylor, the other wicket. Ryan Higgins was the last man to go for 28. And James Bracey is still there on 26. A lot expected of him this year.
Gareth Berg, I'm pretty sure I spent lockdown watching him renovating a camper van on Twitter, didn't I? Am I imagining that?
Was he doing it in Italy?
Yeah, well, maybe that was where the destination was.
Yeah, well, that's where he's been playing. One of a number of players in the Championship who've been getting a chance to play international cricket in unusual places, like the Middlesex bowling coach Jay Dernbach, who made his Italian debut over the winter as well. We shouldn't forget, after retiring from the professional game last year. And by the professional game, I mean his career with Surrey. Essex are ticking over beautifully against Kent, 206 for none. Brown 96 and Cook on 90.
And Kent won the toss.
Alistair Cook has 69 first-class hundreds, if you're wondering. Well on the way to number 70.
I think the forecast was for pretty wretched rain at Chelmsford all 4 days. Maybe a little bit of what happened here this morning. You know, the sun came out after the toss, and Middlesex have enjoyed their day in the sun. Derbyshire less so. I don't think there's any doubt that Middlesex would have bowled first as well.
Oh yeah, I think every team around the country chose to bowl first today, with the exception of Surrey. I think I'm right in saying. No, Worcestershire as well, albeit in a game that's only just got underway. Let's go to Division 2. It's raining again at Grace Road. Worcestershire 32 for 3, having faced just 8.5 overs from Leicester. They've lost, Pollock, Azhar Ali, their recruit from Pakistan, and Jack Haynes. In Azhar Ali's case, it was via a run out by Hendricks, who's the signing from Leicestershire, from South Africa. So all happening there early on. A couple of wickets for Chris Wright.
Former Middlesex man.
Run out on the first day of the season. Azhar Ali moving from, he's played for a few counties now, hasn't he? But over to Grace Road, to New Road, where he'll expect to fill his boots. I saw him make that big 100 Islamabad a few weeks ago, and he's just as good at 37 as he was at 27. Fine cricketer, Azhar Ali.
First met Chris Wright and Nick Compton on the same day, actually. It was an outground game at Uxbridge way back when, and Chris Wright was summarising with me for a fair part of that day. There were 12th and 13th men, the pair of them, Compton and Wright. Compton had obviously been storming around the ground trying to find Wright and work out why he'd been doing every single duty going, because Wright had been on commentary all day with me. And he eventually stuck his head around the marquees, the tents that they have set up at the outgrounds, Middlesex. 2, 4, 5 for 3 at the end of the 76th. And the look on his face, first when he saw Wright, where have you been? And then the look on his face when he realised what Wright was doing. Hook out straight away, slung Wright out of the tent and grabbed the mic off him and never let go for the remainder of his Middlesex career. He was a summariser. Nick Compton, even that early in his playing days, he was desperate to be part of the media. Here's Dahl.
Staying in Division 2, let's go over to Cardiff, where Glamorgan were sent in. They're 164 for 4. Colin Ingram, 71 not out, ticking over nicely, but not a lot of support there. 24 for North East and 28 for the captain, David Lloyd. A couple of wickets for Ben Rain and 1 each for Chris Rushworth and Matty Potts.
Solidly there in defence again. Robbie White should be Mr. Dependable, shouldn't he? That's really the way his game is modelled, isn't it? He's not extravagant. Compact player. Good solid technique. In behind again.
And then back to Hove, where we were earlier today, where Sussex have made their way to 234 for 5. Good day for them, after being sent in by Notts, who are highly fancied in this division, albeit without the bowler who will be their spearhead, James Pattinson, yet to arrive in the country. Tom Haynes, 59, the captain. Had a great year last year. Breakthrough year, really. Tom Clark's on 56 not out. Ali Orr made 68 at the top of the list. 3 wickets for Liam Patterson-White. So the main news, I would say, around the grounds is that Somerset were all out for 180 and Hampshire already 34 without loss.
Just be a single for White. Again, big scoring area of his. Down to third.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Middlesex have the highest score around the country right now as well. So it gives a sense of just how well they've done here on opening day.
Eskinazi first centurion of the summer.
Yeah, going through it there. I don't think anyone else has made it yet. Brown's about to at Essex, and likewise Cook, but Eskinazi will have that distinction for season 2022. The other one is, who was the first player dismissed? Was anyone out at 10:59 a.m? We like to document that each county season. Which game started early, only for a player to be out in the first over? It's happened many times over the journey. I think Wisden keep a record of that.
I need to know who the first wicket of the season was now.
Where did things go wrong? I think we had rain. I think we had rain delay the start in most places, but if they got the full day in at Southampton, I would put to you that the most likely first wicket was too many balls faced. Ben Green, he faced 21 balls.
29 minutes was it? I just went past that one. Yeah.
Oh, you've got the minutes there, do you? Okay.
Salter lasted 14 minutes for Glamorgan. If that started on time.
If it started on time, yeah, complicating factor. I don't think they started on time where Chris Dent was out for a duck at Wantage Road. I'm pretty sure that started late.
Could it have been Stoneman? Stoneman
could it have been Stoneman, because that was only the third over of the
17th minute.
17th minute.
So depending on that start time at Glamorgan, we could have watched the first wicket of the season and the first century of the season.
What a joy it's been to spend opening day at Lord's again. We should do this every year.
We can pack up for the season. We've seen it all now, Colin. Thought of a single, just a scrambled stop at mid-wicket. The dive coming in. There is.
So set this up. Middlesex best case scenario factoring in bonus points. Where do they take this, do you think? If you were them, if you're sitting in the dressing room, how are you framing this up?
Quick single. The pressure on Lackmal, I think well judged by Holds, and well judged in terms of the field. Moves to 15. I think, you know, it almost sounds so negative to say. Gently eased single to the boundary by White, moves to 16. The new ball now, because of where Middlesex have been, those bad hours that have cost them matches. You know, hours that have gone so desperately wrong in the last 2-3 years. You know, there was a staleness in 2017 and 2018. You know, a hangover that they just never shook from the title win. Then 19, 20, 21. When things went wrong, they just went horribly wrong. The hour plummeted, didn't it? And I think that, you know, the wicketkeeper at 7 in this, John Simpson, Roland Jones at 8, makes a fair bit of batting to come. But how many times we've been there? Even that Robson 165 last season against Somerset, I don't think anybody else scored over 35, did they, in that match? Robson hit 100 in that innings. Sorry. So this is, you know, this is a very, let's not, you know, this is a very, very good start. 150 more runs required for maximum batting points, and what a way to start the season that would be without Robson, without Hanscom. And
so max points, you're talking 400 runs.
What have they got? 30.
What's
32 overs, so they're not. They'll be short. So they'll be short on that. 350.
So 350 is 100 away from here. That's a 250 up with that shot.
Yeah, so I think... again, with Derbyshire being a bowler down as well, it's hard to say, isn't it? If the new ball went very well for Middlesex, then then all of a sudden...
It's on.
Yeah.
I mean, 110 runs in... Sorry, make that... 100 runs in 32 overs is what the equation is on that front.
Yeah.
You'd fancy that.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't be...
And let's go the other way.
If they were to miss out on a third batting point from here...
if you're looking at it the other way. The fourth would require them to get to...
350, yeah, so 100...
So 150... No, sorry, I'm underclubbing that. 4 points for 350. Yeah, so they need to go at about 3 and over from here to get to the fourth batting point.
Which should be fine, barring a collapse
And
against the second
clean sweep, they need to get 150 runs.
Which is a long shot, but with the bowler down...
32 overs, that's 4.7 runs and over.
It's a long shot, but with the bowler down, Derbyshire, if this second new ball goes extremely well for Middlesex, bearing in mind that 7th spell that Lakmal will have...
Oh, yeah.
...of the day. But all of that, as I say, I started with a negative. Middlesex have been here before, haven't they, in terms of those bad hours, and Derbyshire will be for sure telling themselves that. I'm sure that would have been a big part of Mickey Arthur's talk, if there was one at tea, or just reassurance or reminder. Look, these guys have had a good start, but they were down in the doldrums last year for a reason as well. So, a lot hinges on how the new ball spell goes when it becomes available. And of course, again, tomorrow morning, it'll only be 16 overs old when you come out tomorrow morning. And we'll look up, not down, as Chris Rogers was the one who really nailed it down and said, this ground more than any other in the world, you look up, not down. So we've talked about the pitch playing well today. But... and it has. The pitch has played beautifully today, I think. But the overheads have certainly played their part for Middlesex as well, and that'll be a worry for Derbyshire. It'd be very unlikely that we see 4 days under sunshine like this.
Yes, it's only going to get worse, really, isn't it? I know there was some snow forecast for tomorrow. I don't think we're...
really?
I say offhandedly.
Oh.
I think that was... in some parts of England, it was snowing last Friday and Saturday.
It was. Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's. I mean, look, the temperature is there for it. I have to admit, when there was the first little bit of rain came down earlier today, I was looking at it thinking, it's that cold. It's quite possible.
I was at a game. Ooh, quick single.
I think you were like me. You didn't think they were going to take it.
No, I didn't. I was at a game in
2016.
I delayed my return to England that year by a little bit and was here in, let's call it, the third week of April. Might have even been the start of May. And I was at the Oval watching Chris Rogers play for Somerset, actually, against Surrey. And what do you know? I was there for 20 minutes and off they went for snow. And I don't just mean run-of-the-mill snow. I mean proper ground was coated in snow, off for an hour, that it wasn't mucking around.
Middlesex were at Durham that day.
Right.
I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the snow at the Oval. And it had swept south as well. So that was a horrible trip to Durham. That really was. It was really, really cold. I remember the place I was staying for that match as well, the 4 days, was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Another quick single taken. Holder moves to 16. So, seeing the snowfall at Durham wasn't particularly unusual.
You must have stayed at some fairly unorthodox...
I was wondering which word you were going to use.
Unconventional, probably the better word, places over the journey. 18 years on the road with Middlesex. I mean, I'm not sure how they look after you in terms of travel allowance over at the BBC, but there must have been some weeks when you just had to roll the dice a little bit.
Yeah. Let me think, what was the worst one?
I remember staying with a couple of swingers in Cardiff once. Not by design. not by design. I was but a humble freelancer. Went on Airbnb, as one does. We weren't necessarily cheapskating at the time.
They charged you extra.
Myself and my colleague Jeff Lemon into the over. 80 gone, second new ball due, 252 for 3. And they were rather fascinated by, my colleague Jeff Lemon from Australia. He's got very big feet. And they were rather obsessed with Jeff's feet.
They were impressed by his big shoes.
And they made it clear that if that was the way things went, they wouldn't be too concerned about the matter. So here we go. This is cricket sirring. Goodness me. I once stayed in an Airbnb which, on the 2015 Ashes series, I won't say where, we slightly misjudged things. And how can I say this in a way that won't somehow get me in trouble? Put it this way. The sort of establishment where you might pay by the hour. That wasn't ideal. And I don't even think we were the first people to rock up there that day.
Just leave early in the morning.
All part of the fun when you're when you're travelling cricket around the world. You just crash where you crash a lot of the time.
Here's Connors. Yep, new ball taken. They banged it in short first one to see exactly what pace would be in it, but what a response from Holden. Moves to 20 and gets that one away sweetly. Nicely timed from him. Been in for 43 deliveries now, Max Holden, so he's had a pretty good betting in. And actually, he's faced a fair bit of the strike because White had been in a while when Holden arrived, but White's only faced 45. It's better from Connors.
I know that short ball looked like it was there to be hit when we watched it on the replay, but second year ball, you might just take a moment to reassess the situation. But with the short boundary there, you don't need to get all of it. You can play the conditions here at Lords a little bit. And that's what Holden did, and did it well. 2 men out for that shot, but you can often see the run rate go up a little bit when the second year ball is taken. And if we are letting ourselves drift towards a bonus points conversation, it's a mindset like that will put them in the frame for 400 if they choose to go that way.
Oh, shot.
As will that.
Stands up tall, punches his way. Hasn't got all of it. It is going down the hill, but he hasn't got enough of it to pick up 4. Holden moves to 23. With 3 more. 262 for 3. Yeah, I mean, this is it's a pivotal moment of the innings, isn't it? This little passage now of what Derbyshire can get out of this ball.
Oh, I've got our first wicket, and predictably it's come through the comments. Thank you to Chris Dealey, who's told us that the first wicket of the season was Andrew Salter, bowled by Matty Potts over there at Cardiff. They did start on time. 14 minutes into the season, so he's done Stoneman by 3 minutes.
That's a good ball. First one with the new ball to the right-hander. White beaten. Nice angle ball back in towards the top of off. Good to use that slope as well. Just has that off stump that little bit more in play, doesn't it? The slope makes the right-hander that little bit more nervous.
Peter D's asking, how often did Middlesex get any batting points last season? Well, they did get a few against Somerset in that first game. They had to come back the next morning and finish the job with Toby Rowland-Jones and Ethan Bamber, if I recall correctly.
Turned off the hip, picks a single up down to long leg, White's onto 19.
It was a really tense passage of play just before stumps when Middlesex had a bit of a mini collapse after Robson fell and Rowland-Jones and Bamber saw off the second new ball and came back the next day needing 20 or so runs, give or take, to get to 300 to ensure that they'd clear that hurdle, and so they did. Then the game sped up somewhat over the Friday and Saturday.
I'll take the single as it just burst through. Hands there. That backward point of Dahl.
And that was a strange morning, actually. It was the and you'll have been in a similar situation to what I was on the stream in your coverage on the BBC, being passed a note that Prince Philip had passed away, who of course was patron of the Middlesex County Cricket Club and had been the former president of the MCC, so had such a rich history, not only in cricket but specifically with this club and at this ground, and with the MCC over there at the other side of the ground. So, being passed the note that this had happened, and of course the news breaks in the way the news does these days online, and it did sort of change the nature of the commentary. Put it this way, we wouldn't be talking about the most outrageous Airbnbs we were staying in had it been on comms that day.
Have we finished that conversation? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I think there's some other pretty dodgy places I could raise, but...
We're actually hauled off air that day, all of the BBC. It all went to one broadcaster.
Were you now?
Yeah, we were taken off air immediately.
You were taken off air?
Yep, all of not just the cricket commentaries, everything at the BBC went to simulcast.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a feed-up day in the stand outside listening to you. And was it Dave Fulton that day? I'm trying to remember.
I think I was with...
Was it Matt Floyd?
I was with Floydie, yeah. It was the first game of the season. Floydie and I... stayed on and did a passage about Prince Philip, and then within a couple of hours it felt like, and I'm not saying it was in a disrespectful way at all, but the rhythm of the day, I mean, there was that 2 minute of silence, wasn't there, out in the middle of Lord's at the lunch break or maybe the tea break, and events, just as they tend to do, just overtook the news story, and suddenly we were watching the cricket again, and that felt right. It didn't feel sort of disrespectful in the circumstances to just carry on doing what we would always do.
There was a conversation had though, wasn't there, as to whether the match should continue?
There was.
And at that point, Middlesex were heavily on top. I'm just trying to remember. It was day 2, wasn't it?
This was when Marchant Delunga and Jack Leach were batting together.
Yeah.
It was just when the collapse had reached its climax, and just when Somerset were getting a rally on.
So the comment was made, Middlesex are never calling this match off right now.
No, I hadn't have thought so.
Although reached the end of the 4th day, the comment was then returned. I bet they wish they did call it off now. So it turned on its head.
Are you familiar with the piece of journalism? That's a shot. Let's come back to that. Beautifully played. Max Holden off the back foot. I mean, he has come out and played some splendid shots over the last half an hour.
That's the second one off the back foot he's played like that. That looks really classy.
He's faced 50 deliveries for 28. They've moved the score along to 265 for 3, but it's perhaps less about the runs on the board and more the way he's made them.
They've all looked as though not only they trust themselves, but they trust this pitch. And I say trust themselves. At this time of the year, it's a consideration for the batsman. You put the shots away, don't you? You kind of think, hold on a minute. We need to remember where we are, when we are. But they've all come out today and played, I wouldn't say with freedom, but the shots have been there, haven't they? And as you say, they've looked confident, they've looked trusting and assured and trusting in the pitch, I think. I think a lot of praise has to go to the groundsmen here that, day 1 of the season, they've all come out and felt all right on this. It
hasn't looked like the sort of pitch where you're going to get your front pad blown off. And I think that makes a big difference. I mean, I'm no former pro, and I'm not going to, for a moment, be able to talk with any authority on this the way that someone like Mike Atherton or Mark Butcher can, who did so last year so well through this part of the season. But it probably has allowed the players to bat more side on and be less worried about covering up the off stump with their back leg, which brings their front pad into play, because it hasn't been nibbling quite that way. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it advances through the 4 days, and whether Murtagh and Bamber can tell a different story. 82 overs gone, 265 for 3, a couple of overs into the second new ball, 14 left on this first day. But yeah, it's never felt, even with Luckmal, who's well suited to doing just that, it's never felt like the front pad's been in serious danger when playing down the middle stump line or thereabouts.
Connors from the filling end.
you reference whether the match would have been called off. There's an extraordinary piece of journalism that I can recommend to you and to all of our listeners called "London Bridge is Down." It was in the Guardian. It's a long read in the Guardian about 5 or 6 years ago, and it's also an audio podcast if you can't be bothered reading 10,000 words and want to listen to it for 45 minutes in the car or when you're having a shower or something like that. There's an entire plan in place that's been worked on since 1960 for when the Queen eventually passes away. And the only reason I raise that is in the context of cricket. I mean, the journalism's extraordinary. It took a couple of years to write. All the research, every last detail that you could ever want to know about what's going to happen on that day is in this piece of writing. That's why it's so long, because a lot of things are going to happen. One of them is that if there's a test match being played at Lord's at the time, that test match will end then and there. It'll be declared a draw test match. If a test match is being played anywhere else in the country, I think I'm right in saying